Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was strongest multiversal hero. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The hyodo are a normal family with only 5 people. Despite that, there is a member in the family who takes it very seriously. And that's Issei hyodo. The reason it's because he is the only one with black hair and his parents couldn't explain it to him. That's why they distanced him from a young age. His 2 brothers did the same, the oldest being Hiro and his sister Asami. Years passed and so on. It was Issei's life. One day his brothers brought 2 friends, a redhead and a black-haired girl. They were going to the family house very often. Until one day, Rias, Hiro and Asami tell me, do you believe in the supernatural? The 2 brothers looked at each other and just shook their heads in denial. And his parents were equal. Sona, would they believe us if we told them we were demons? The whole family opened one eye, but before that someone will speak. The 2 girls stepped forward and showed off their wings, surprising the family. A few seconds passed until I came out of shock. Hiro, wow, that's great. Asami, yes, but why do they tell us that? Sona started to tell him about the supernatural and the sacred gear, leaving them surprised. Rias, guys, think of the strongest thing you can think of. In that the 2 concentrate. Issei too, I did it to see if something was happening. At that Hiro summons a gauntlet, leaving both of them surprised. Then they saw that Asami summoned something too. A katana that gave a lot of power. Asami, what is this? Curious. Sonat Hiro's thing is the boostier gear where the soul of the Red Emperor Dragon Drake is. And Asami's is a katana that has rarely been seen. They say it can damage even the gods if you manage to mstr it well. The 2 brothers were happy just like their parents, and they would feel proud. The 2 girls too. Then someone speaks. Issei, because nothing came out for me. I said it was all discouraged. Everyone present looks at him. Rias, you are a normal human being, you have nothing. Issei, but me too. Hiro, it was always garbage that was seen. Asami, Hiro is right, what a disappointment. Parents said the same. Issei couldn't take it anymore and left to his room to cry. A week passed and Issei was getting out of bed and going down to the kitchen. And did not find it was not to anyone on the 2nd floor to see if the others were there, but nothing. Issei walks down to the living room and doesn't sit down. Issei's, my family left without me. Shedding a few tears. Issei's, how can they leave a 10-year-old child? How will I get ahead? They didn't even leave me money. I only have my savings, so I'll have to get by. Issei said it sadly. But look up. Issei, they left because they think I'm weak. Then I will become strong and show them that even a human can become someone. I said it motivated me. Issei went up to his room to change minutes later. Issei, first I will strengthen my body so I will have good resistance. Issei leaves the house and starts. He only runs around the park about 5 times, but even so I don't know what yields. Then it starts to do 5 push-ups and 5 squats and 5 sit-ups. When I returned home I felt very tired. Issei, it was harder than I thought, but I have to start somewhere. Since my family is gone, I'll just turn off all the power. Even though we are close to winter, I will hold on. Issei went to the basement and I turned off the power, leaving the house dark and turning off the water heater. Issei went up. It was dark in the bathroom and he went into the shower. He bathed with cold water, giving a great cry, but still I held on. Up to date, Issei got up all sore, but even so he left home to follow his routine. Issei, it's cold, but this will help me increase my resistance. I must get ahead and show that I am strong. Issei was told that it's the same to move forward. A year passed and Issei was already 11 years old. His body was taking shape. I could run 10 kilometers without getting tired and do 30 of each of the exercises. At home he got used to the cold, given that no I had heating, and ate only vegetables because I was more cheap. It was summer and Issei was running towards the forest since I wanted to practice and increase my strength. Already inside hills deep in the forest, I'm looking for small logs to start with. Issei, I have to start with something. If I manage to destroy these tricks, I will look for bigger ones until I can break a rock. Issei felt motivated because he had hair down to his neck because he had no one to cut it off. At that point Issei begins to hit the logs with great force, not destroying them until the fourth attempt, thus surprising himself. Same and putting a smile. And so followed until destroying everything he had. Although his hand was red from straining so much. While returning to the house he saw that I had thrown away some books on boxing and karate and others. Issei took all the books and took them home. Upon arrival it begins to see them. Issei, I must learn something, I cannot only depend on strength, that would make me easily lose to my enemies for not knowing anything. Issei starts with one and emits the poses that are in the book up to who manages to learn a bit. The days passed and Issei could already destroy more logs big like that look for a rock to start testing. Upon finding her he began. At first his hand hurt. But he didn't give up and so on. It took me 2 hours until I got it. Issei, my hands hurt, it's worth it, I did it. I said it with a smile while looking at his hands that they had a little BLD. I returned home, took a bath and had dinner and began with another book to learn more. Little by little I could imitate what was written there. Up-to-date following. Issei, it's obvious that it's going to be very hot, but I have to hold on. If I can withstand the cold, I can achieve this. He got up and started his routine while running. The people greeted him and he did it. Many people knew him because it was rare to see a child training from such a young age. But still they encouraged him and he just smiled. At the end of your routine I was going on the path to the forest but I heard a noise not far from there. Issei out of curiosity went to see and saw something he didn't like. I watched as a monster ate an animal. He gives himself an account and looks to Issei. Issei, that's you. Despite being so small you are not afraid of me, I am a demon. I said it with a smile that Issei didn't like it. Issei took a step back but the devil rose and went towards Issei. Go away. And what will you do? You are only human. Issei heard that as they told him the others. I took a fighting stance that surprised me a bit to hell. But I didn't take it seriously after so he went walking and when he stretched out his hand to grab it, Issei hit him. For a brat you have quite a bit of strength. I like it when food resists huh? The demon stretched out his 2 hands but saw how Issei quickly dodged them like this. He stopped playing and went to eat it. Issei hit him in weak points given that was their read in books. The devil took out some moans since it hurt like that who became serious and began to attack Issei. He dodged it with great difficulty but he did it. The demon is already angry. He left with everything Issei couldn't keep up with while he had some injuries. Issei, you are strong and I am weak but still I will not give up, show you that humans are not weak. Issei stood up and with all his strength he went against the demon and began to hit it, imagining it as a rock. Issei with all that I had him hit while the demon screamed since it hurt. Seconds passed and Issei didn't give. The demon hit him and sent him flying but still the boy did not give up and stood up. But the devil was not very well either. It is said that he was all beaten up. Issei still does not know how to surrender. So he got up again and started to hit him like a boxer giving him strong blows that the devil could not stop feeling weak already. After a few minutes Issei had killed it but left the wounded too. Issei was tired, he breathed quickly and went towards a tree and sat down. Issei, I don't think I made it but this was difficult but I still did it. I said it with a smile as he closed his eyes as it felt very weak. Issei was waking up with a little pain and I looked around and noticed that it was already night and he saw that the corpse was no longer there. Issei got up. And I head home. When I arrive I look for the first aid kit. First aid and started to heal. Issei, that demon hit me very strong. It's a good thing I learned a little defense, otherwise I would be dead already. The good thing is that the wounds are not very deep. Issei went to sleep the next morning. He got up tired but still he didn't want to stop his exercise routine like this that came out with pain. Issei, this hurts but I must overcome this test, I must break the limits that I have and I already took a step by seeing a demon defeated but I must train more. While running. 1 more year late Issei was 12 and had some scars from the fight with the demon but they were not very noticeable. Issei could already run 20 kilometers and do 40 of each without much effort. I train more with the defense staff and destroy things with force. At night I was studying because I wanted to get ahead but being so small I couldn't pay for a school like this that is educated like this. Issei ate only vegetables since he cultivated them the same in the garden. Issei ran towards the forest as he normally did and reached his destination. And it begins. Meanwhile, in a country from Europe. This time I'm going to make it. I said it makes me happy and activates a magic circle. Issei trained until a circle appeared magically and a girl came out. Issei was surprised and approached. Issei, sorry, are you okay? The girl just looked around and when she heard Issei's voice she saw him. Issei, you may as well tell me who you are. My name is Fay Pendragon. Issei, nice to meet you, my name is hyodo Issei. Fay, it may sound strange but where am I? Issei, you are in the city of Ko. Fay opened eyes wide open knowing where he was and stood up. Fay, how did I get here? Issei, I don't know, you're a demon. Fay, I'm not a magician. Issei, I see, that's great. Fay, because you thought he was a demon. Issei, my brothers have demon friends and that's how I saw that magic circle where you came from. Fay, I see. I need to rest a little to recover some mana to leave. Issei, bye. He was about to leave but they arrested him. Issei, something's wrong. Fay, can you keep me company? It's scary to be alone. Issei just gave a smile and sat down and she did the same. Fay, tell me what you're doing here alone. Issei, I have been training for a long time. Fay, you don't get bored. Issei, I don't do it for a reason. Fay, and that would be it. Issei, I want to show my brothers that despite not having a sacred gear like them, I can become very strong. Fay, I see, and why don't your brothers help you? Issei, my family left 2 years ago and I live alone, so I train alone to break my limits and show that even a human can reach the top. Fay was surprised since I hear that his family left him but still he looks at him calmly to Issei. Fay, it doesn't bother you that they left you. Issei, the truth is that as long as I can remember they never spoke to me so I got used to it. Fay, and you are not afraid of being alone, tell me what you eat and how you live. Issei, at first I was a little scared but I put it aside and ate vegetables that I grow myself and well I live in the house except I turned off all the power and the water heater. Fay, you don't get cold at night or in winter. Issei, I won't lie to you, at the beginning yes, but now I'm fine and I'm used to it. Fay, I see. She looks at Issei's hands and is surprised since he saw them wounded. Fay, your hands don't hurt. Issei, no, I'm already used to it. Fay, if you want, I can heal those scars. Issei, that would be great but no thanks. Fay, because. Issei, I train every day and my hands always end up like this. It would be a waste of your magic if you do. Fay, I understand. Issei, tell me, Fay, what did you do to get here? Fay, I want to learn magic since my brother left home a long time ago and I want to go find him but I'm still weak. Issei, I see, I know you'll be able to train him, help. Fay, I see that things are going well for you. Issei, don't lose hope if everything takes time but in the end you get the reward. Fay, if you say so, it's okay. Well, I'm ready to go now. Issei, well it was a pleasure meeting you. Fay, I say the same thing, it was great. Issei, Fay, stay strong, I know you will do great things in the future. Fay, I say the same thing. Issei, I hope we see each other in the future and we are together, yes. Issei, clear. Fay approaches Issei and gives him an embrace on the cheek and walks away with a smile as she says goodbye. In that he activates the magic circle and leaves. Issei, I promise to be strong, I must achieve it. I said it with a smile and returned to his training place. While I was returning home I was running to increase their resistance. 1 year later Issei was 13. Issei was in the forest destroying rocks with just 3 hits. Issei, not bad, if I keep going like this I'll only make it to 1. It's been a long year, but it's already winter. Even though it looks cold, I don't feel anything. Issei took the path to the house but I took a shortcut in that while passing through an alley out of nowhere an arm flew out. What happened opposite in his eyes. Issei at high speed jumps backward while I look to hell. Issei, what are you doing in this city? Eat and now it's your turn. At great speed he went towards Issei. Issei just stood there in a pose of striking and when came closer. Issei just hit him in the stomach, killing him. Issei's eyes were wide at what happened. Issei, what happened? I thought it would be like the previous one, strong so I put all my strength into the blow. Maybe breaking so many stones has helped me advance more each time. I said it with a smile as he left for the house. While I was walking near a supermarket and saw that they needed employees, Issei came in and asked. In the end they gave him the night job. He accepted it because it would not affect your training. A month passed and Issei trained all day. During the day and I worked at night I didn't sleep much, but Issei was not affected since had a strong body. While training, Issei, I must start practicing too. If I only train I won't get far. I will look for those demons and eliminate them so I can practice. I said it seriously that day. He didn't have to work, so I bought a mask so nobody looked at him. Already at night I walked through the alleys and found 3 demons. Issei is thinking that the demon's attack doesn't even count. They occurred when the first blow came, killing the first demon, then the other 2 reacted and launched into the attack. Issei dodged them at great speed and defended himself. In a moment of carelessness Issei gave him a big blow, killing him. The other one got scared. "That's you." I said it with fear. "Issei, I'm only human." That was it against the demon and gave him a big blow in the face that it left dead. Issei, after killing the demon, he was walking home but heard a noise and went to see. And in doing so he saw 2 men trying to do something for the better. "Issei, what do you think you're doing?" The other 2 saw it and the woman took advantage to escape. "Because of you, humans, our fun got away from us." "Issei, it's the way you talk, you are not the human that you are. I am a fallen angel, now you will suffer the consequences for seeing us bothered." While creating a spear of light and launches itself at Issei but manages to dodge it and runs at high speed, and the fallen they are surprised but they did not react in time when Issei had already killed one. At that the other angry one runs away against Issei. Issei just stretches his fist with great force that ends up killing the fallen. Issei, I didn't know there were other races besides demons, but it was nice to see when you learned about the supernatural. Issei took the path to the house. Years passed and Issei was already 16 years old and earned well at work. Started to study in an academy that he himself paid, that he was a little further away from the academy from Ko. In those years Issei rose more early to exercise, already doing 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and running 10 kilometers every day. Without stopping. Also he ate 3 times a day, never used air conditioning or heating in winter. He became resistant to both the cold and the cold. Like heat. In his days of rest I went out to kill demons and some fell. Issei, before, with each blow I gave I used all my strength, but now I kill them without much strength. I even lost count of how many I have. I said it Issei while I was in the forest training around 6 in the morning. In that he gets up and is in front of a large rock and with a blow destroys it, leaving only dust. After that I take the road to the house to study. Upon arrival at the house he ate some fruit and went up to the bathroom. To be taken a cold shower, but for he was nothing like him, he put on his uniform and left the house heading to the academy. Issei didn't know that that same day his family was returning. 20 minutes before Issei would return from the academy and his family I arrived, and upon entering I felt a great heat since it felt like summer was coming. Might because it's so hot in here. I don't know. Then he tries to turn on the light but nothing. There is no power either. It was obvious not since we haven't been here for 6 years. Asami mom, it's very hot. Hiro, it's true. Don't worry, your father is already calling you to come and connect it. Minutes passed and they were in the living room when they heard that someone would have the door, and they stood up and saw a black-haired man come in. Hey, who are you? This house is mine. Go away before I call the police. Issei, while they're back. Who are you? Issei, I am Issei. Everyone had mouths open as there was. My hair had changed quite a bit and looked more ripe. Issei, well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go to my room, and don't worry, your rooms are just as you left them. Nobody came out of shock, but the father spoke. But how are you still alive? Issei, survival instinct, and if they ask about the light or hot water, cancel everything. Because. Issei, I didn't really need it. And it's not because I didn't have money, it's because I never used any of it. If you want food, there is fruit. At that Issei went up to his room, leaving everyone with their mouths shut. Asami, but he's still alive and looks like nothing happened. I don't know. Hiro, to know what he did to stay alive. An hour passed and the company people arrived and I activated them again just like water. After a while they saw Issei come down and head to the door. Asami, where are you going, Issei? Issei, I'm going to work, see you. And so leaving the house. That he would work. In a supermarket. Sami, how do you know, Mom? I saw a uniform lying outside with his clothes and also a lot of vegetables, so I see he likes vegetables. PIC. And so the afternoon and dinner arrived and they saw that Issei didn't arrive like that. They ate without him. It was already 2 in the morning and Issei was arriving at the house. He just went up to the 4th and his parents didn't say anything. Up to date, Issei got up at 4 in the morning to start his training while I left the room. His sister left hers to go to the bathroom. Asami, where are you going at this hour? Issei, goodbye to training. And so go down the stairs and start your training. Time passed and when return it was already 6 o'clock and his family was in the kitchen. Issei, come and prepare your breakfast. So, thanks. Issei took an apple and went to the bathroom. Here, what happened here? It seems like he doesn't like my food. The others didn't respond and later saw Issei come down in his uniform. Issei, why don't you eat something? Issei, I already ate. An apple is not breakfast. See, for me it is. If you'll excuse me, I have to go to class. Asami, but your academy is very far from ours. You don't study at ours. Issei, I'm not okay where I am. It's a quiet place and I like to walk. So opening the door and leaving. Asami, as I see it, he continued with his life as if nothing had happened. Yes, but we can't do anything. Hiro, let him do what he wants. He's already grown up, right? Yes, you're right. And so both brothers left for the academy. So a month passed and Issei continued your routine of training, studying and working and nobody changed it. He was preparing the food his mother tried but her brother always rejected her. He got angry for refusing. Issei had the day off and there was no school like this. He stayed in his room practicing with a new book he had bought. Someone knocked on the door. Issei, something is happening. Asami, our parents are downstairs and want to talk to you. Issei, well, I'll be there in a moment. And so changing of clothes and going down to the room. Issei, and something happens. Issei, today we call your academy and transfer you to where your brothers are. Issei, because they did that without consulting me. It would be a surprise, plus it's closer to where you were before. Issei, but I liked where I was, and it's the middle of the semester, which is weird. This way you will be able to spend more time with your siblings and you will also be able to quit your job, don't worry. Issei, I can let you skip the academy thing, but don't mess with my work, I earned it with a lot of effort. I was also saving up and was thinking of selling this house since they didn't come back for 6 years. I wanted to look for an apartment for myself. The parents had eyes open hearing that. What and with what permission will you leave? Issei, you stopped giving me orders a year ago. You left without saying anything and you also left without leaving any money. Do you think I had a good time? I said it a little angry. While the parents and siblings just listened. At that Hiro stood up. Hiro, shut up, you have no right to shout. Issei, it's true that since they're back, it makes things easier for me. I've been looking for an apartment for a while and I found one. I'm leaving in 2 days so they can continue their lives and I can continue mine. As he turned around, Hiro was angry and wanted to hit him but Issei stopped him with one hand squeezing it and shouting. Asami, Issei, let it go already. Issei, sure he can hit me but I can't defend myself. Asami was going to speak but Issei continued. Issei, leave. And well, from Monday I will have to attend that academy, thank you. I'm going to pack. Issei goes to his room. He grabbed a suitcase and filled it with the clothes he already had. In his room he only had one bed. After that he left the room and went to the exit without seeing anyone. Leaving everyone in a great silence. I didn't expect that. But you're right, we have no right to talk to each other like that. He grew up alone. Asami will let it go like this. He wanted it that way, don't worry, he'll be back. Hiro, if and when I see him I will teach him a lesson. While so Issei arrived at his new apartment that only had 1 room and 1 bathroom and a small 1 room that stopped, he had enough. He asked that they cut off the electricity and that also they will remove it in hot water. The owner of the department had a WTF face but still he did it. Issei, I won't lie, I missed this silence. While relaxed. As usual Issei did it when he exercised but when he was in the forest realized something. Issei, I think I reached my limit and I can no longer increase my strength any further. Well, with this level I will be able to defend myself, I don't know to what extent. After that I took him on the way home as it was his first day at Academy. Time after Issei was in front of his new classroom and then he knocked and opened the door. Professor Issei gave him the paper and left him waiting. Teacher students, we will have a new partner. At that she calls Issei and he enters and stands in front with a smile. All the girls were screaming with excitement. Given that he was very handsome. Teacher, quiet, please introduce yourself. Issei, hello, my name is Hyodo Issei and I hope we get along. You are related to Hira-senpai and Asami-san. Everyone looked at Asami and she confirmed. She was in the same year as Issei. Why did you come to this academy? Issei, it's closer to my house. Because you have long hair. Issei, I just let it grow, I like it. That's what they stopped asking and Issei went to his seat. Already at break time, Issei stood up from his seat and took out a bento from his backpack and opened it. They saw him close to him and were surprised. Since they only looked at vegetables, they didn't even have rice. Excuse my question, but why do you only have vegetables? Issei, I have been a vegetarian since I was little and I don't like rice. Your mom makes that for you in the mornings. Issei, no, I live alone. All those who listened were surprised. Issei followed eating with a smile while the others just looked and ate. And so passed the day. Issei was on his way home. Today was the day I decided to go to eliminate demons or fallen ones. I arrive at his house and wait for him. It got darker. Then he takes out his mask and puts on a wig so that not recognize it. It already begins on the street to walk until finding a large group. The demons rush towards him but Issei with some blows ends up killing them all. Issei, well we're done here, time to look for more. Issei was about to leave but then two circles appeared and Issei knew who it was. At that time people came out from the circle only to see a person there and many parts of demons were scattered around those present, surprised by what they looked like. Reassure you. Issei was silent. Sona, identify yourself. Issei, I'm just a person who went out to eliminate these people who harm humans. Rias, that's impossible, you're just human. Issei, just because he's human doesn't mean he's weak. Sona, but how did you do it? Issei, with fists. Well, if that's all, I'm leaving, I have to continue. Rias, it won't be like that, this is our territory. Issei, and they do take good care of it, don't they? Hero, you have no right to speak like that. At that he activates his armor already at great speed against Issei. He just moves his elbow, destroying the armor completely and sending Hero flying with the rest. The others had mouths open because they saw. That's what they got down to. In the position of attack. Issei, I don't want any problems, I just do my job, if you don't bother me I won't do it, okay? Sona, I'm sorry but... I'm not done yet. Some of Rias's entourage moved and they were Issei only dodged the attack and hit them on the back of the neck, leaving them knocking everyone unconscious within seconds. Issei at great speed moves to where Rias is and does the same. Then he looks at Sona and does the same with her. His dry and only remains. Issei, I am a patient person but I don't like people attacking me for nothing. When the others wake up just tell them that I only eliminate the bad demons but if you attack me I will respond okay. Sona just nodded with the head and Issei walked away from the building leaving Sona trembling at what happened a moment ago. Minutes passed and everyone began to wake up. Asami's, what happened? I didn't even feel the blow. Rias, that BSTRD will pay for this. Sona, I don't think we should mess with the Rias. Rias, because you said so. Sona, he told me that he only eliminates renegades and if we don't mess with him he won't do anything to us but if we bother him you know what. Rias, and you will listen to him. Sona, yes and I will because I don't want to get into trouble. Rias, I will call my brother to inform him, you should do the same. Sona, yes, I will do it when we return to the academy. Rias just nods and both entourages leave. To the academy to the club of the occult. They called his brothers and in an hour they arrived. Surzek, Rias, what happens because of the urgency? Seraphia. Rias, you better watch it. In that Rias puts a hologram where they had gone and where Issei was and when Hero attacked him and how Issei destroyed his armor in one blow. The two leaders were surprised to see that. And also they saw how they knocked out everything in the group in an instant. And there it all ends. Surzek, I see. Sona, I have something too. Sona puts a hologram where Issei spoke to him and everyone could listen to what said. Seraphal's Sona, from what I see, is not a bad person. Surzek, it's true, but what surprises me is that it's just a human. That's interesting. Seraphal, of course, we have to talk to him one of these days. While that Issei was at work and sneezed. Rias, Onasama, you won't do anything. Surzek, but he hasn't done anything wrong, he only kills renegades, right? Rias, yes, but he attacked Hero and everyone. Seraphal, that answer is obvious, you did not attack him as you would have responded. Rias, in the same way. Surzek, yes, so leave it, and if you see it just talk to him, okay? And don't bother him, and especially you, Rias, I know what you are like. Rias, what do you think I'll do? Surzek, force him to join your nobility maybe. Rias just clicked her tongue. Serapal, this goes for you too, Sona, he's dangerous. Sona, I know when he was in front of me I felt a lot of pressure. Surzek, how much? Sona, I felt like a big rock was squeezing my entire body. Serapal, I understand, but if you see him again, tell him we want to talk to him. Rias, because... Serapal, well, he also needs to be paid for eliminating all those renegades. Rias, it's not fair. Surzek, yes it is. Even if he doesn't ask for anything, he deserves it. And it's also good to have a good friendship, okay? The other two just nodded and the leaders left. Asami, I didn't expect this. Hero, when I see him I will kill him. In that the glove appears. Drake, that would be impossible for you. Hero, what are you talking about? Drake, when that person hit you, I could feel that he didn't even use 10% of his power. Everyone was surprised by such a small number. Rias, it's so strong. Drake, I don't know, I just know that that person is a monster and I don't know what kind of training he had. Hero, I will still win, I have your power. Drake just gave a big sigh and didn't say anything else. Since he never listens to it the same as the others present. When they heard that of Drake, the two heiresses became more interested in Issei and they wanted him yes or no. Without knowing that when they see the person in the mask they will get a big surprise. Issei was at home, he didn't have work that day. So I decided to go for a walk at 6 p.m. On his walk I came to a park and sat on a bench. Issei, what good weather, this has been a peaceful day. The only bad thing was that I had to knock out those two followers. I hope I don't get into trouble with the mouse. While I closed my eyes and they passed by a few seconds after that, the mom from Issei passed by. Mai, so you live here? Issei opens his eyes and looks at her for a moment. Issei, I just went out for a walk and this place seemed quiet just that. Mai, because you don't just go back home and stop lying. Issei, I'm fine like this, I'm used to being alone. Mai, you feel resentful for having left him years ago. Issei, if I felt that way I would have just called the police and they would have sent me to another family. But I better decide to go ahead on my own. If that's all, I'm leaving, have a nice evening. He gets up from banking and he leaves his mother behind there alone. Issei was walking in the streets when he heard a noise and headed off towards there when I was about to enter and saw that I appreciated Sona's entourage like those who decided better go. When I was about to do it I heard screams since the renegade was stronger than them. Issei without thinking twice decides to enter and sees some wounded already Sona creating a shield for the others. He approaches her. Issei, I see you're having a strong time. Sona turns around and is surprised to see Issei just like her sister. Sona, what are you doing here? Issei, I was walking around here and I heard a noise and well here I am. Asami, get out of here, this place is dangerous. Issei, I can see it but you can't handle it. Sona, go away now. Issei ignored it and started to walk slowly towards the devil. The food came on its own. Only the devil walked. He got angry and threw himself against Issei. He just understood the fist. I ended up killing him, leaving the citrus entourage with their mouths open. Sona, how did you do that? Issei, I just defended myself from him. Sona, you're not that boy from last time. Issei, what's the point of denying it? The whole group I was impressed with was very strong. Sona, but since you are so strong, I don't feel any power in you. Issei, training. Saji, it is impossible for a human to do that. Issei, you mean that humans are destined to be weak forever? Saji, they have a limit to reach. Issei, there are words like overcome yourself until you can't do it anymore. Asami, but how did you get to that level? Issei, training if that's all I'm going by. I walked towards the exit. Sona, you can come to the student council tomorrow, the Maos want to talk to you. Issei, what do they want from me? Sona, they want to pay you to eliminate the renegades. Issei, I'm not doing this for money. Sona, but they want to see you. Issei, it's okay, I don't want any future problems. It is leaving to everyone there. Tsubaki Kaicho, I don't know if he has bad intentions, right? Sona, yes, but I felt that he didn't like me very much, so to speak. Tsubasa, because Sona, he is Asami's brother. Those in the entourage looked at her and she just nodded. Momo, but because he doesn't like her. Sona, I met him when he was little and well, we insulted him a little because we told him he was a simple human. Asami, it's the same with my family. Since we were little, we never stopped going to train. Saji, they left a child alone. I'm surprised he's still alive. Asami, when we returned home there was no light or hot water, there were only vegetables and a few fruits. Tsubaki, I didn't have anything to eat. Asami, he said that he worked and since he was little he only ate that. My mother prepared other meals for him but he only ate his own. Nobody said anything and they just left. Up to date, Issei was walking towards the student council and touched the door. Upon entering he saw that there were the two entourage and two people further. Hiro, what is he doing here? Sona, he is that person. Rias's entourage was surprised. Rias, you're kidding, right? Sona, no. Issei, let's finish this quickly, I have to go to work later. Surzek, so you are Hyodisa. Issei, only Issei in my family took my last name. Those present were surprised. Surzek, well tell me how you managed to eliminate the renegades so quickly. Issei, I trained for years. Serafal, but it is impossible that Issei, that a human can go so far knows that I hear those words very often every time. Serafal, but how did you do it? Issei, since I was 10 years old I trained every day with squats, histi presses, running and others. I began to cut off the electricity and water little by little to accustom my body to the high temperatures, both cold and hot. Sona, that sounds very heavy. Issei, and it is, the first week was torture, my bones were cracking, but I recovered, ate healthy, and exercised every day without fail, whether it rained or anything. Serafal, because you did all that. Issei, when the two of them arrived at the house they told me about the supernatural, I was even more surprised by what was beyond my imagination. Also my brothers had sacred gear, I wanted to know if I had it too and well the answer was just no. And also that he was just a weak and useless human. The two Maos only saw their sisters and they avoided his look. Issei, I felt bad so I went to my room to cry until I fell asleep. After a while they left and left me. I promised myself to be a strong person and prove that humans can overcome. Without having anything special. Issei took off the gloves from his hands and everyone saw that had scars. Serafal, what happened to you? Issei, as a result of my training, I hit rocks every day until they were destroyed. Serafal, we can remove those scars. Issei, no thanks, this means my work paid off. Surzek, how strong you are. Issei, I don't know, I just know that I reached my limit recently. Surzek, you mean you can't get any stronger? Issei, maybe so. Serafal, and if you become a demon like that you can overcome that limit. Issei, I'm fine so if I die it will be human. Surzek, why get so far when you can improve more? Issei, I will show that despite being human we can battle the supernatural. Hiro, you're stupid, you're just human. Issei, that's right, but I am proud of it, not like you who left by force. I said it with a serious face. Rias, without power you are nothing in this world. Issei, yes, it is true, but if one is determined to improve, one can go far. Rias, I will give you the honor of joining my nobility. Issei, I'm fine like this. Rias, how about this? If Hiro and Kaneko win, you join my group. No. Hiro, you are afraid. Issei, no, but I don't feel like fighting. Hiro got angry. Hiro, it's because of fear that you won't do anything. Issei, no, but if you insist so much, well, let's do this quickly, I have things to do. Rias, okay, let's go behind the school. Everyone took the road to go to the fight. The leaders were curious about his strength so they went also. Everyone was out of the building and the two opponents Issei's were ready. Hiro activates his armor and Kaneko puts on her gloves. Rias, you won't use anything. Issei, I don't wish for anything. He gets into a boxer pose. At that point they give the start signal and Hiro throws himself into the attack. Issei dodges him with speed, giving him a kick that sends him flying against the forest. Kaneko approaches him and gives him a big hit in the stomach and thought that would surrender if he saw Issei. Kaneko, because you were so calm it didn't hurt you. Issei a bit. Issei takes a step back. Kaneko could only watch a fist looking at her, but he didn't give it to him. She fainted from the shock and the presence. They were surprised. Serafal, wow, I beat her without touching her. Hero at great speed arrived against Issei thinking that I would hit him, but Issei just turned around, destroying the helmet itself and leaving it in the unconscious ground. Issei, it's good that I restrained myself a little more, otherwise it would have been tragic. Sona, hope you held back. Issei, a little bit good, that's all. I have work to do. Bye. Surzek, we came to tell you that we were going to pay you for having eliminated the renegades. Issei, I don't need it, I already have a job, and if I kill them it's so they don't hurt humans. Issei takes his way. Rias sends Asia to see if you are not hurt. Rias and well. Asia, they are just unconscious, they have no injuries. A few minutes passed and Kaneko woke up of bang. Kiba, what's up Kaneko? Kaneko was trembling a bit. Kaneko, when it was about to hit me, all I saw was a huge rock so high and endless. His strength is monstrous. They were surprised by those words. Rias, but Kaneko, you are strong too. Kaneko, not at that level, I will never reach that level. Sona, because Kaneko, I would have to train for years without stopping, and even then I don't know if I would reach my limit. Serafal, now everyone relax. We now know what he's capable of. Surzek, if you see that you have made an effort to reach that level. Serafal, yes. But he is humble, he doesn't stop being so strong, unlike some. Surzek, if others would gladly accept the money. Those present after a moment began to retire to the house. Meanwhile Issei was on the way home thinking. Issei, the good thing is that everything turned out well in the end. Now that I remember how strong Leifi was. With a smile. Issei, I hope you kept your promise, hehe. Meanwhile in a place a stranger. Leifi, it's time to go. Leifi, I'm on my way to Kuroka-sama. Coming out of his room. Kuroka, because you study and train so much if you are already strong. Leifi, years ago I made a promise to someone else and I promised to be strong just like him. Kuroka, I didn't know that and how strong it is. Leifi, I don't know when I met him, he had a lot of wounds on his hands from training so much. Kuroka, he's a human. Leifi, yes, but he was very strong and with his own hands he destroyed the rocks. Kuroka, it's surprising despite being a human. Leifi, someday I will see him and show him how strong I am. In that they go with the others. Up to date following at the academy. Issei was leaving on his way to the house. He was passing near the occult club and out of nowhere a large fireball hit him. Issei is full after a few seconds after it comes out of the fire. Issei cough, what's going on there that they're throwing this away? They take the path there with their clothes a little burnt. A few minutes later he arrives and opens the door and sees how Hero was held by the neck. The present ones see Issei and are surprised by how he is. Issei, hey, please don't throw fire outside, it might attract a lot of attention. Kaneko, how are you alive despite the fact that it hit you? See, it was hot. I say it with a poker face. And what is a filthy human doing here? Issei, I just came to warn you, you see they burned my clothes. And who cares about that? Issei, I can't go home with my clothes like this. So how about I finish the job? He then throws Hero and creates another fireball. Throwing her towards Issei, everyone thought that I would already be dead. Issei, maybe you want to start a fire. Coming out of the fire shirtless, surprising everyone just like a razor. Razor, what the hell are you? Issei, like you said, I'm only human. Razor, that is impossible, a human would be dead already. Issei, that's how things are. Angry Razor, he summons his entourage and sends a girl with a staff. She goes at a high speed against Issei, but when he hits him with the staff he destroys himself. Surprising the girl and the rest, Issei doesn't say anything and just stands there. Then a magic circle comes out of Graphia and looks at everything in amazement. Graphia, what happened here? Nobody spoke. Issei, that boy over there and this girl with that stick attacked me. I didn't do anything to them. Graphia just took a look at Issei and saw that it was burned. Issei, I don't know much, but I know that if a demon attacks a human he would be punished, right? Graphia, how do you know that? Issei, I got a lot of information from some old friends. And they will do well. Graphia, I must consult with Surzik-sama about this. Razor, this is impossible, they will pay attention to a filthy human. Graphia, he's right, they can't hurt humans, this is serious, Razor-sama. Razor got angry and looked at Issei with an angry face. Issei, well, I hope they resolve it well, I'm leaving. Graphia, you can't go yet. Please wait a few minutes while Surzik-sama comes. Issei just nods and sits on a sofa to wait without making any noise when someone approaches. How are you still alive? From what I see, you're only human. Issei, train miss, my name is Ravel Phoenix. Issei, nice to meet you, Issei. While I understood, Ravel took the hand with a smile, a little red. Ravel, did you use magic or something? Issei, I didn't use anything, it was lucky that I was still alive. Lol. Ravel, because you didn't defend yourself. Issei, if I did it would only cause more problems, it is better to do it peacefully. Ravel, I understand. Issei, it seems that you are a good person. Ravel, because you said so. Issei, because you're talking to me without being arrogant like the other demons. Ravel, my parents taught me to be polite to everyone. Issei, I see, but your brother is different, isn't he? Ravel, how do you know he is my brother? Issei, simple, they have some somewhat similar features. Ravel, well, he thinks he's the most powerful of all. Issei, I see. Then Surzik appears and Graphia explains the situation to him. Surzik, so it was you, Issei? Graphia, you know Surzik-sama. Surzik, not much. Issei, I just want to finish this quickly and go home. Surzik, they already explained everything to me, but it is something difficult to solve. Issei, because Surzik, he belongs to a powerful family. Razor put on a big smile of victory. Issei, so you're telling me he can do whatever he wants and nothing will happen to him? Surzik, a little, but yes. Issei, I don't agree with this, I can't let him hurt other humans just for his pleasure. Surzik, and what do you want to do? Issei, I challenge you to a battle. Razor, are you crazy? You don't know who I am. I am Razor Phoenix, I am an immortal being. Issei, who cares about that? Surzik, are you sure about this? Surzik, and what do you want if you win? Issei, may he never return to the human world. All those present had eyes wide open until Graphia. Razor, for my own good, and if I win I will kill you like the filthy human that you are. Issei, without thinking twice. Issei, I accept. Surzik, when can the meeting be? Surzik, because this is how I ask for permission at work. Surzik had a drop of anime-style sweat. Surzik, it will be this Saturday in 2 days, they both agree. Razor, clear. Without giving it importance. Issei, yes, and where would it be? Surzik, in the Underworld. Issei, how will I get there? Surzik, Graphia will go get you. Issei, good. In that, Issei takes out his address and gives it to Graphia. Afterwards he leaves. Surzik, okay, that's settled. Rias, Anasama, and what will happen to my marriage? Surzik, will see that later. And so Eraser leaves the club alone. 2 days passed and it was already night. Issei was by the window and ready. With his combat clothes. Then Graphia arrives and is surprised by how serious he looks. And the clothes that were used. Graphia, are you sure you want to go? Issei, yes, and if I die, it will be for a good cause. I said it with a smile. Graphia just nodded and they left. They arrived at the Underworld and were in a room. Surzik, you are ready. See, Surzik, he won't be an easy opponent to deal with, you know. Issei, I won't lie, I feel a little excited, I haven't fought with someone strong in a while. Surzik, oh really? Issei, all my opponents die upon receiving the first hit. Surzik was surprised. At that they make the announcement and Issei enters with a serious face. In the VIP room were the 4 mice and the 2 families. Serafal, I feel excited, honestly. Ajuka, I don't know what I'm doing here, I should be sleeping. Falbius was just sleeping. Surzik, it will be interesting, you know. Lord, my son will beat him, he is only human. Serafal, you might be in for a big surprise. Graphia speaks. Graphia, good start. At that, Razor takes out his wings and starts to create fireballs and throws them at Issei. Issei just dodged them. And he began to run, Suddenly he gave a great leap, destroying the ground and giving it a blow to Razor in the stomach, making him spit a lot of blood and falling to the ground. In the VIP room. Lady, how did he do that? Lord, who is he? Venezuelan, Surzek, what kind of power does he have? Surzek's none. Zodicus, how is that possible? Serafal, it's pure physical strength. Ajukat, interesting. The other half saw and followed sleeping. In the fight, Razor woke up all sore. Razor UDMN. He goes towards Issei at full speed. Issei just extends his fist and hits him in the face, destroying half face. Razor just screamed in pain. Lady, what kind of monster is he? Lord Lucifer-sama, stop this. Surzek, I can't do anything until one of us gives up. Lady, but he didn't see what that boy did. Serafaltz, he defended himself by saying that he wanted me to make him stand still. Razor slowly healed himself and created a huge ball of fire and threw it at Issei. All that Issei made put a smile and give a round of applause. With great force I create a great dress that I destroy the sphere of fire, leaving everyone surprised. Issei no longer loses his time and has begun to walk. Razor was all scared. Razor, what are you? Issei, just a human. Razor, impossible. A human cannot have that much power. Issei, yes it is if you train strong. Razor, every time Issei came closer and walked away. At that, Razor, all scared, he got down on his knees and lowered his head. Razor, I give up. I said it with fear. Issei stopped and turned back to the fourth, waiting to be taken home. It was very quiet and some were surprised. Ajuka, that boy is on another level. Falbium, you're right, it has power. He woke up and he saw that with a look of astonishment. Venezuelan, Rias, he is part of your entourage. Rias, no, he doesn't want to. Zodicus, because. Serafalt, simple, he doesn't trust Rias or Sona. Venezuelan, because. The girls were a little scared. Surzek, the two of them humiliated him as a child for that. Parents were surprised. Venezuelan, why did they do that? Rias, he had no power or anything, how could he have someone like that? Zeudicus, and now that you have it, if you want it, don't. Surzek, well, let's leave this aside. Grafia goes to Issei and takes him to her house. Grafia just nods and takes the road. Lady, because he didn't come here to take his reward, he must have asked for something. Surzek, the only thing he asked for was that Razor never go to the human world. Lord, because that. Surzek, Issei doesn't want Razor to hurt humans like he did to him. Lady, seriously, I see. Serafalt, they realized, didn't they? Venezuelan, about what? Ajukat, that boy held back too much. Sona, what does it refer to? Ajukat, with each blow I noticed that he stopped. Lord, how is it possible? As I saw, those blows were monstrous. Ajuka, and they are, but with all their power I couldn't say what they could do. Zudicus, Surzek, that boy is an ally. Surzek, I couldn't say, he fights more for humans than for any other reason. Venezuelan, having two people reject him tactlessly. It's normal that he only supports them. Ajukat, if it's true, his enemies are damned if they make him angry. Serafalya. Lies, so Issei returned to his home. Issei, thanks for everything. Grafia, it's nothing, I'm just following orders. After the fight I saw him and he looked a little disappointed. Issei realized. While scratching the back of his neck. Grafia, because it was. Issei, I thought I would put up more of a fight as you told me I was strong, I got a little excited. Grafia, he held back. Issei, a little if I hadn't killed him and I didn't want to get into trouble. Grafia, if you want strong people, why don't you take missions from Surzek-sama? You will find strong people. Issei, it sounds good but I can't accept it. Grafia, because. Issei, I have a job and studies. Grafia, they would pay you well for it. Issei, I'll think about it, give me time, and when I decide, who should I call? Grafia here. Gives you a telephone number, then he says goodbye and leaves. Issei, maybe I should accept it so I could overcome my limits. I'll talk to my boss tomorrow. He went away to rest for the next day. The next morning Issei had his daily routine, and in the latter he went to his bosses, asked for his resignation. With a smile he accepted it without problems, and his companions gave him a big farewell. It was very dear on the spot. Up to date. Next, I was leaving late from the academy and made the call. In the Underworld. Grafia. Issei, I accept when I start. Grafia, I'll pass it on to Surzek-sama. Then there was a knock on the door and Surzek was with Serafal. Surzek, something's up Grafia. Grafian, you have a call. In that he gives the phone. Surzek, who is speaking? Issei, speak Issei, I agree to do missions. Surzek was surprised and Grafia gave him a brief summary. Surzek, I understand, tell me, do you have time now to come to the Underworld? See. Surzek, well Grafia will go for you. They are going to bring Issei. Issei was in your department waiting for you. They will arrive in the past and Grafia arrived and was surprised a little because of his clothes but he didn't say anything and they went to the Underworld. Upon arriving he quickly guided him to the office and knocked. And they let him in. By doing it the two Maos were surprised. Serafalt, that suit looks great on you Issei. A bit blushing at the way she looked. Issei, thank you very much. Surzek realizes something. Surzek, I didn't know you used a sword. Issei, knowing a little is good. It's good to learn from everything. Surzek, I see. Issei, if you tell me what you want to tell me. Surzek, well since you decided to do the missions you will have to travel a bit for it. Issei, no problem for me. Serafalt, Issei, why did you decide to accept this? At that Issei walks. And takes a seat. Issei, I want to know my limit and if I can break it by fighting with strong people. Serafalt, I understand, it is understandable. Surzek, well you'll have to go to Kobe, many renegade demons have been reported. Issei, I see, I can ask a favor before I go. Surzek, tell us we will do what we can. Issei, can you make sure I don't get expelled from the academy since I'll be away for a long time? Serafalt, don't worry, we'll do it. Issei, fine, take me to a train station and I'll do my job. Surzek, good. In that he calls a guard and they take him away to the world human. Serafal, do you think it will go well for him? Surzek, we won't know until I get back, don't you believe it? Serafal just nodded and he left for his castle. While Issei had already arrived at the station by train, they passed. In a few minutes he bought his ticket and boarded the train and just had to wait. Issei, it will be a long trip, I hope there aren't too many problems. Up to date next in the academy. Sona was in her office signing papers when a magic circle came out. Sona, Nesma, what brings you here? Serafal, I came to tell you to give Issei days off. Sona, because Serafal, he had a mission and he won't be back for a while. Sona was surprised as well by his entourage. Sona, but since he is a human he can already have missions and I can't. Serafal, this type of mission is dangerous for you and the truth is strong. Asami, they still think we are weak, right? Serafal, I won't lie to you. It's true that so many years have passed and they haven't improved much. The entourage did not say anything. Serafal, that's all I came for, I have work to do, have a nice day. He left, leaving a silence. Sona, he is partly right. Asami, in which Kaicho? Sona, we haven't trained much in all these years. Asami, if we were gone for so many years and we didn't climb much. Another great one was silence after they better stop talking about the topic and continue with their own thing. Meanwhile Issei had already arrived at their destination. They stayed with him, looking strange because of his clothing that was like a kimono. But for young women it was very different. Issei walked through the streets. Issei, it's a big city, so I'd better find a taxi. I walked through the streets in search of one until I found one that gave him the address. Sir, this place is in the forest. Issei, I see, but it can take me there. No problem, but it will be a bit expensive. Issei, don't worry, let's go. In that both went up to the car. At the Occult Club Academy. Sona had arrived and had told Rias and she didn't take it very well, giving a big bang on the table. Rias, how is this possible if they give him an important mission and we don't? Sona, yes, but my sister is right. We went to the Underworld for so long and we didn't train enough. Rias felt frustrated but Sona was right. Rias, I know we didn't do much. Hiro, I can't accept it because he has more important things to do. Asami, Calmate, and well, we are still a little weak. Hiro was about to say something and then a gauntlet came out. Drake, it's true, it's been several years and you didn't train enough, you're still weak. Hiro, but if I have the power of a celestial, how is that possible? Drake, it's one thing to have it and another to master it, and that's your problem, you're lazy. Drake did not continue speaking and he better left to sleep, leaving Hiro a little angry and did nothing because Akino calmed him down. Sona, I also came to tell you something important, Rias. Rias, and that would be it. Sona, there are 2 church messengers who will come to your club in the afternoon. Rias, I understand that you are looking for demonic terror. Sona just shook her head in denial. And he went with his queen and Asami to his classes. While Issei had already arrived at its destination, it started to walk in the middle forest quietly. Issei, wow, it's a nice place even though there are renegades in a place like this. While walking I heard a voice. A human, and he looks very juicy. Wait, first I want to have fun with him, he's cute. Fine, but I'll eat it later, Issei. It's rude to talk about it in front of the person who doesn't believe you. Dinner doesn't talk. While they were attacking, Issei took out his katana. I'll kill them in a second. Issei, wow, this katana is strong, although it is the first time I use it and it feels strange. The truth is I prefer fists. Issei remembered something at that moment. Issei, I did everything wrong. I killed them too quickly and I couldn't get any information out. I just took a breath and continued, walking to see if he could find any other renegades along the way. The night had come and Issei decided to take a rest, then I climbed a tree. Issei, well, I'll rest here and tomorrow we'll continue. It's been a long day, and the night is cool so it makes me sleepier. He just closed his eyes and fell asleep. I spent the night and woke up early. He stretched and continued his way while eating a rice ball. Issei, I'm already tired of walking and still nothing from them. While I was still eating. In Ko. It was already half a day and everything there passed like history originally. Irena had gone to visit the hyodo family. Irena, it's been a long time. Mind if you have become a appealing young lady. Irena, thanks, I should have come yesterday but it was late and I didn't want to bother you. The 2 brothers arrived and were a little surprised to see her in their house. The mother left at 4. Asami, and they haven't found anything yet. Irena, no, but before that I have a question that you didn't ask yesterday. Asami, what would it be? Irena, where is Issei? The brothers didn't say anything. Until someone spoke. Here the house is gone and we don't know where it is. It's better this way. Irena put a somewhat serious face and Zenobia was a little surprised given that it was strange to see her like that. Irena, I knew that the 2 of them didn't want too much from Issei, as well as his parents were a little worried when they found out that he didn't. I already thought that was the worst. Asami, it's true that he left not long ago and we haven't seen him since he left the academy for a while. Irena, I see, I hope to see you soon. They got up and together with Zenobia they left. While that Issei, it's already noon and nothing. And what are you looking for? And that's a lot of renegades surrounding Issei. Just think that those behind they are renegade demons. Issei, there are more of them than I thought. Are you scared and want to go with mommy? Issei didn't say anything and at high speed moved and killed some at one blow. Destroying their heads, the other demons were surprised seeing his strength. Everyone launched an attack. Issei followed moving and less than 10 minutes passed and they were already finished, leaving one alone while trembling. Issei approached him. Issei, and well, you all are. If only we were monsters. While trembling. Issei didn't say anything and I killed him on my way home. Issei, it would be a long walk again and they were weak. That calls to Surzek. Issei, it's done, I'm coming back. Surzek, how fast and how good. Issei hung up and I took the road. Issei walked through the forest. Issei, there were quite a few renegades. I thought this trip would last longer. While walking. In the city of Ko. Sona, they hurt a church messenger. One of my entourage is being looked after by your knight and the other is looking for Kokabeel and his servants. Rias, I see, we still don't know where that madman will. Sona, you have to be on the lookout in case something happens. Hero, there is no need to worry if I am here, there is nothing to fear. Rias and the other girls just put on a smile already who trust in him. Hours passed and night fell as Issei was on the train and was only halfway to get to Ko. Issei, finally home, maybe the next mission will be more interesting, but now it's time to rest. I must also learn to use this katana well. I used a lot of force against them. He closed his eyes and fell asleep better. After a while the minutes passed and someone woke him up. Sir, we have already arrived at the city of Ko. Issei, I see, thanks for letting me know. The employee just nodded and Issei headed home. Issei, it's a beauty. I didn't finish speaking because someone was calling him. Issei, hello, who is speaking? Serafal. Issei, I'm Serafal and well, can you tell us where you are? Issei, I'm on my way home. I got off the train a little while ago. Serafal, I understand, tell me how long it would take you to get to the academy. Issei, I don't know but not really why. Serafal, a cadre is attacking the academy and it will take us a while since the girls took a while to call us. Could you help us please? Issei, I'm on my way. Serafal, thank you. Issei hangs up the phone. Issei, well it's time to run for a while, I have time not to do it. Gets into position and in a few seconds he was running at a super speed that no one could see. While at the academy, Ria's entourage was all hurting and they couldn't handle Kokabile either. That I had many soldiers on his side. Rias DMNU, I'll kill you. Kokabile, you are a brat, haha, don't make me laugh, you are so weak. While I had a smile and Rias only got angrier. Then he saw Hero and saw him hurting with an accelerated breathing. Very high. Asia, don't try any harder, you're very weak and have no strength. Hero just gritted his teeth from how angry he was. Kokabile was going to say something but then someone broke in the barrier. And in the middle of the dust someone came out. Issei arrive on time. Everyone was surprised to see him, especially with those clothes. Asami, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be anywhere else. Issei, I finished quickly and they sent me to this place. Kokabile, they sent a human, that's being low, ha. Issei, well let's see what a cadre is made of. Kokabile got angry and created a spear and was going to throw it at Issei but in a few seconds he was already hit. His stomach throwing him to the ground. Kokabile woke up in pain and was about to say something but Issei got ahead of him, giving it a great blow that left him dead. Nobody could believe I killed him with just 2 hits. Issei, I can't believe it. While looking at the sky. Issei, they said it was strong but in the end it wasn't much. He turned around and he went home better. They tried to talk to him but he didn't pay attention and continued on his way. Val, I'll kill him so fast now that I'll tell Azazel. Albion, it's your fault for being a V. Valid, but that boy has monstrous strength. What kind of sacred gear does he have to be like that? Albio, I don't know but you better not mess with him. They spoke telepathically as they left with Kokabile's corpse. Minutes later the leaders arrived with a small army. Surzek, Rias, what happened here? Rias, we were fighting the cadre and out of nowhere that Issei kid came and killed him. They were surprised to learn that Issei had it killed. Serafal, wow, he didn't hold back against that cadre. Rias, Anasama tells him to join my entourage, he will be a good tower. Surzek, we already talked about it, Rias, it would be better if you didn't bother that boy, he's stronger than your entire entourage put together. Rias, that's a lie. Serafal, you better keep quiet and not make a scene here. Rias didn't say anything and instead kept quiet. It sounds better that I don't even talk because I didn't want to. Get scolded too. The guards rebuilt the academy again. Issei walked towards his house but then he took a different path and went towards a mountain. Minutes passed and he arrived, sat down and saw the landscape. Issei looked at his hands. Issei, I was a little disappointed with that cadre, to be honest, that's why I went with some power but in the end it couldn't hold up. Well, that doesn't matter as long as there are no injuries in the city, I'm satisfied. Father's Day is coming, whether I go to class or not, I'd better go, I don't want any problems. While I was still thinking at most high in the sky, he saw someone and out of curiosity he called him and the person he saw it. In a few seconds the person was low since I was curious about the person that I called him. Issei, I can't believe what a coincidence. Excuse me, we know each other. With a serious face. Issei just put on a smile. Issei, it was worth seeing, let me remind you. Years ago a boy was training and out of nowhere a girl came out of a magic circle and said that he had made a mistake. While I had that smile that's the person it was given the account of. Leifri say is you. With a surprised and happy face. Issei, of course Leifri, you forgot about me so quickly. Leifri without thinking gave him a big hug. A few seconds passed and she separated from Issei. Leifri, it's been so long and you've changed a lot. How did you recognize me so quickly? Issei, your hat gives you away, it's the same no. Leifri, yes it is the same. Issei, but look at you, you've become a very pretty young lady. Leifri, thank you, I say the same about you. A little red from the compliment. Issei, what were you doing here and even more flying? Leifri, I was coming back from a mission not far from here and wanted to fly for a while to feel the breeze. Issei, that sounds great, I wish I could fly too. Leifri, I can make you fly a little so you can see how it feels. Issei, great, please do it. Leifri created a spell and Issei started to float while putting on a smile. Leifri started to fly and guide Issei. Already in the air they flew for a while until they returned to land. Issei, that was great. Leifri, there will be a next time. Issei, that's good, and I see that you have become stronger and you kept your promise, right? Leifri, thanks to her I improve as much as I can, but I still have a long way to go. And what about you, did you achieve it? Issei, I did my best but I reached my limit and I don't think I can improve any further. Leifri, I see, but it doesn't matter. We will be able to see each other again. Issei, of course, whenever you want, you're my friend, right? Leifri, yes we are. Issei takes out his phone and gives it to Leifri to write down his number. Issei, well, you should go back to your friends, it's better if you do that or they would care about you. Leifri, yes we will be in touch. Was to create a magic circle to leave but I cancelled it and Issei didn't understand. He was going to say something but Leifri came over and gave him an embrace on the cheek and that was it. Going all red and Issei was equal. Issei, I didn't see that coming at all. Issei was still in shock in the morning until I reacted. Issei, I didn't expect it but well, that's how happy she is. As he put on a smile and headed home. Leifri was arriving home and the others were staring at him. Leifri, something is happening. Kuroka, you took longer than you should have. Arthur, something happened on the way. Leifri still had a little blush that only Kuroka saw and gave a smile. Leifri, nothing happened Anasama. It's just that it felt so good that I wasted my time. I'm a little tired so I'll go to sleep. Leaving a silence, Kuroka, out of curiosity, followed her. In that they arrived at their truth. Leifri, something is happening. Kuroka Ami, you will tell me what happened, I didn't notice it. Leifri, I saw it coming. Kuroka, Leifri, well, I saw Issei again. Well, I had a smile. Kuroka was a bit surprised. Kuroka, seriously, how did that happen? Leifri, I was flying and he saw me and well I wanted to know who was talking to me and I went down. Kuroka, you weren't afraid that something would happen. Leifri, as I was going down I had a spell prepared. Kuroka, I understand how he is. Leifri, he is still a happy and good person. Kuroka, and he's handsome. Leifri just turned red at the memory. Kuroka, tell me. Leifri just took out his phone and showed him a photo where the two of them appeared. Kuroka was surprised to see Issei with a smile and how handsome he was. Kuroka, wow, he's handsome. And how strong it is. Leifri, I really don't know, he just told me that he had reached his limit. Kuroka, it means that he is weak. Leifri, and what's wrong with that? With a serious face that I attend Kuroka a little since I had never had it seen like that, Leifri took her out of the room to be alone. Leifri, whether you are strong or weak, I will protect you. I trained strong to be strong. He fell asleep while thinking that. Issei was arriving at the house when someone spoke. Serafal, Issei, welcome. Issei, Serafal brings you here. Serafal, I wanted to thank you for saving my sister and Rias. Issei, it's okay, it doesn't matter. Serafal, okay, tell me why your house is so dark and you don't pay for electricity. Issei, I don't need it, I like it that way and besides, I live alone. Serafal, I understand it's because of your family, right? Issei, it's well, what can be done, it's already in the past, we have to move on, right? Serafal, although I came to tell you that and also to give you your payment for your mission. Issei, that's fine, thanks. Taking a card with the money. Issei, oh, and I hope you'll forgive me for not getting enough information out. I'm not very good at that. Serafal, it's okay, don't worry. As I see it, you're still dressed the same. Issei, I won't lie, I like this style, it's comfortable, you should try it. Serafal, I'll do it later, tell me something because you treat me normally and not with respect. Issei, that bothers you. Serafal, not at all, it's always like this. Issei, well, I could see that you are someone who doesn't give much importance to status. Serafal, I understand and thank you. I hope we get along. Issei, I say the same thing. Giving hand and was about to leave. Serafal, before I go I have something to tell you. See. Serafal, after the parent meeting there will be a faction meeting. I hope you can go. Issei, I'll be there. And so Serafal leaves with a smile. Time passed and the day arrived from the meeting of Father Issei partly did not want to go since in his class was his sister and well would be some of their parents. They had them create something with clay and Issei just thought of her two friends Leifri and Serafal creating two statues that surprised the teacher and the demons that they knew Serafal. He passed the class and left with the two statues seeing that there were many students in the gym and so on, taking away a surprise to see Serafal dressed as a magical girl. Seconds after Saji arrived, sending everyone to their halls, Serafal saw Issei and approached him. Serafal, Issei, how are you? Issei, good, and I see that you are having fun, aren't you? Serafal, well, what can I say if it's true? Issei turned it around to one of his statues and gave it to Serafal, who was surprised. Serafal, wow, she's appealing, you really give it to me. Issei, of course I made them to give them away. While putting on a smile just like Serafal, but in that she saw the other statue and I was curious. Serafal, Issei, and that other one for whom? Issei, it's for another friend I have. Putting on a smile and showing it to Serafal. Issei, the truth is that I have only had two friends, one is called Irena and the other Leifri. I wanted to know if you wanted to be my friend too. Serafal, of course I already considered you a friend for a long time, but you didn't. Issei, well yes, but I had to ask the truth. Serafal, I see, I'm glad to be one of your friends. While putting on a smile just like Issei, and that's what came more people. Issei was about to leave but someone spoke. Hiro, wow, he's the useless one in the family. Issei didn't say anything as he stood with his back turned. Pi, you're already tired of living on the streets. Your mother already told me that you live there. Issei, I was just resting there after a long day. I don't live on the streets. Pi, what does it matter? You have to go back home. Issei, because you have to help with the mess you left in the house. Issei, what are you talking about? I always took care of that house despite being a child. Serafal was only limited to listening, but inside I was angry and wanted to say something. Issei, I have to go if you'll excuse me. Issei started to walk and Hiro stopped him and turned him around. Then he saw the statue from Issei and took it. Issei, please give it back to me. Hiro, the girl is very pretty. In that he let go of her and threw her to the ground. Issei just kept his gaze down and didn't say anything. The others did not say anything. They just limited themselves to seeing both Rias and Sona's entourage and Rias's parents. They didn't say anything. Serafal was furious. She thought that Issei would do something. Issei just sighed and thought. Issei, I don't want any trouble with the Gremory family. If I do something to Hiro, they'll call me a murderer and look for me. I'll just leave. Issei with his gaze down took the path to the house without saying anything. Hiro, that's how a useless person like you should act. He can't be with us. Issei didn't say anything and just continued. His path passed near Serafal and Issei just gave her a half smile while shaking his head in denial. And so leaving. Serafal understood which wanted to say not to do nothing. But she was angry and just spoke. Serafal, because you destroy other people's work. All eyes were on Serafal. Nobody said anything. Serafal, if you're going to destroy Issei's creations, why don't you come and do the same to mine? Showing him the figure. Serafal, Issei did it. Why don't you just come and do it? With a serious face which surprised everyone and Hiro couldn't say anything, I was afraid of Serafal's gaze. It was a cold gaze and hate. She better not say anything and better left. Leaving a silence. Venezuelan, what just happened here? Rias, I have no idea, but let's go. This doesn't matter. I don't take it seriously, and so everyone leaves. At night time for the meeting. The leaders of the three factions were gathered with their companions. From heaven, Michael the leader and Gabriel his sister and Irena. On behalf of the fallen Azazel the leader and Penemu and Vali. On the part of the underworld Surzek and Serafal and the two entourages. Everyone was gathered in the room. Azazel, and well, who are we waiting for since this hasn't even started yet? Surzek to the person who killed Kokabil. Azazel, I thought they were one of your entourages. Surzek, it was not with the help of another person. Serafal is an Issei. Serafal, he just sent me a message and he's at the academy and will be back in a few seconds. Seconds passed and Issei opened the door with their clothing. The girls who did not know him were surprised by his clothing. Sorry for the delay, I didn't know the place so. While scratching the back of his neck, no one could say anything. Michael, he is the one who defeated Kokabeel, but he's only human, that's what I was going to say, no. Michael, yes, and sorry if I offended you. Issei, it's not right, I'm used to being told that. While walking to a chair. Azazel boy, what's your name? Issei, you can call me Issei with pleasure. A person opened their eyes well when listening to that name. Irene, it really is you, Issei. Issei, it's been a long time, Irena. While putting on a smile, Irena, like lightning, ran towards Issei and gave a big hug. A few seconds passed. Issei, it's not that I dislike it, but everyone is looking at us. Irena opened eyes well when listening that, and he was very embarrassed. He apologized and it was nice of Gabriel and he just gave him a smile. Surzuke, let's start the meeting, girls, please. They put the video of the fight and how they were about to die until Issei arrived and killed him with just 2 blows. The leaders were surprised. Azazel boy, what kind of sacred gear do you have since I can't feel it? Issei, I don't have any sacred or magic gear. Penemu, but since that is possible, you must have your limits. That's what it will be like. Penemu? Issei, well, everyone has their limits and I reached mine not long ago. Gabriel, how did you get to have that kind of strength? I was curious. Issei, with training. Azazel, that would be impossible if it were so and everyone was that strong. Issei, seriously, tell me one person who has trained every day for 6 years without fail even when sick or injured. Azazel did not know how to answer that question. He was right. Not many get to do that. Michael, but you should have rested. Issei, in the afternoons, tell me if someone can see memories because they don't look at what happens. Surzek, I will do it. I was curious to get up from his seat. He was able to stand on part of Issei. I created a magic circle and took out a sphere from Issei's head and put it like a projection. In that they saw the childhood of Issei and how they treated him as they abandoned him. The girls who didn't know him were just as surprised. Irena. They saw how he proposed to be a strong person. Also, as started his training without stopping, they watched as he killed his first demon with his own hands. Everyone was surprised. They saw how he hurt his hands just to break a rock. Then they saw his hands and saw that he was wearing gloves. Also, as he met Leifri and Serafal, knew who he was and saw his growing strength, how he killed demons in one fell swoop. And as it broke rocks just by touching them. Also they saw the mission that he had, and as he killed 2 renegades with a katana, the swordsmen were surprised by the speed that had. How do I kill an army? With just his fists in a few minutes and the death of Kokabeel. Nobody could say anything. It was a great silence, they couldn't believe it. Azazel, you surprised me, you had a very difficult training in addition to enduring cold and heat. And what you ate, the truth is I couldn't resist that anymore with those wounds after your first battle. Michael, I see you made an effort, sorry for my previous comment. Issei, it's okay, it's in the past. Azazel, but why haven't you become a demon like your brothers to break that limit? Issei, no, if I do that I'd be taking the easy way out. And in this life nothing is easy or free, everything has a cost, and mine was these scars, but I do not regret anything. Azazel, I understand and admire you for it, but Issei, I know what he will say and I don't care if I die. If I do it, it will be as a human, since in that way it will show that humans can fight the unknown. Nobody could say anything since it was true they thought that Issei could put up a fight. Michael, you have a big heart and we can't reach that level because we depend too much on our magic and we already have enough strength. Azazel, that's true, we improve our magic, not our strength. Issei, I understand, well let's leave this here, and everything stopped. The same thing happened in the story until the time for the fight between the 2 heavenly dragons, but hero for trusting lost fast. Vali, Issei, I want to see that strength you boast so much about. With a smile without the helmet. Issei, I don't boast about anything. Vali, I don't care if you die here today so that my plans can continue. At that point, at great speed, he launches himself at Issei to the side. When Issei was about to arrive, he just stretched his elbow, destroying his armor completely and sending him flying. Everyone was surprised. Vali left the place angry and he created his armor again and launched into the attack. Issei didn't move and just grabbed Vali's hand and started it to break. getting some screams out of him. That's why Issei hits him strong in the stomach, sending him flying. Issei lets go of his hand. Azazel, no joke, his strength is monstrous. Michael yet. Serafalk, furthermore, he hasn't moved from the spot even a little. Gabriel, yes, but there is something in it. Penemu, what are you talking about? Gabriel, he is sad even though he had a smile before, he was just hiding it. Penemu, what does it have? Serafal, maybe it's because of the humiliation his brother gave him in the morning, just like his parents. Gabriel, if that can be it. While watching the fight, Vali knew from the rubble, all angry, and went out again. Issei just dodged. Issei, because you don't give up and leave. Vala, it's a miracle that I gave up before a human died first. Issei didn't say anything. Issei, if you wish. While I took a step back and stretched out his fist, giving it a big blow to the face, sending him to the sky. When he went down he fell on his feet, but Issei at a high speed gave him a big blow to the stomach, destroying his armor in that it rises all in pain and trying to create it, but nothing. Vala, Albion, what's happening? Albion, I don't know, those blows were deadly, I had to use a lot of the armor, it's very damaged, you won't be able to use it for a while. Vala, what the hell are you talking about? Albion, what you heard, you will only be able to use the wings. Issei started to walk and Vala maybe split Issei's power, but nothing. Vala, but what happens is that being a human being he should no longer have any strength. Issei, I trained for many years to not feel weak, so it doesn't affect me. Vala didn't say anything as he saw that Issei was no longer in that he saw a big fist that he saw against him. He could only see something monstrous in it and fainted. So Biko arrives and takes him away, a little surprised to see Vali wounded. A great silence was created that was broken by someone. Hero, you didn't just stick your nose in it. Approaching and giving it a blow to the face, but Issei didn't even move his face. Hero tried to hit him again, but Issei grabbed his arm. Issei, I don't like violence. While squeezing Hero's arm, making him scream and stand on his throne something. He broke it and everyone was surprised to see him lying there holding on the hand. Rias, you demon thing, how dare you hurt Hero? I was about to attack but someone stopped her. Surzect, Hero attacked first, he only defended himself, you must understand, right? Rias, but Aniisima. Surzek, but nothing. Rias didn't say anything and sent Asia to heal him. Issei, I'm leaving. He did it without waiting for an answer, with a little sad face that three girls could see, more Gabriel who could see his sadness. Serafal, Rias, you better control your pawn better, it can't stay still for a moment. Rias, but what? Serafal, Issei is just trying to help and your pawn is just going to insult him. If he continues like this, sooner or later Issei will not have patience and will kill him. Rias didn't say anything, she felt very angry. But I couldn't yell at him because it's a Mao. Surzek, better you two groups go, we'll sort this out. Both entourage just nodded and they left a bit angry at the scolding. While the leaders, Surzek, I hope you'll forgive us for seeing that. Azazel, alright. Michael, I say the same thing, but I'm surprised that boy didn't do anything. Serafal, Issei doesn't like violence, he only fights when necessary, he doesn't do it for fun. Gabriel, when he left he was sad. Penemu, I could tell. Michael, what could have happened to him for him to leave like that? Serafal, from what we saw in his life he has always been alone. In that speech someone. Irena, sorry, but before I left I was always with him and he always smiled. Gabriel, I could see it. Serafal, she told me he only has 3 friends. Irena, seriously? Serafal, you one called Layfree and me. Irena was surprised to hear that's the same as the other 2 girls present. Azazel, how did you become friends? That's why you almost never talk to boys. Serafal, well, Issei is different. He is calm and you can talk to him too. From a magic circle takes out a statue. Serafal, he gave me this statue recently, it's not pretty. I said it with a smile and the 3 girls felt jealous of the statue. Surzek, well, since everything is resolved it is time to sign no. The other 2 leaders. Irena, Serafalsima, you know where he lives. Serafal, Irena, can you give me your address so I can go see you tomorrow? Serafal just nodded and gave him a paper. And they left with the rest. While that in a place unknown appeared a magic circle the presence, they saw 2 people leave and they were surprised. Arthur, what happened to him? Biko, I had no idea that when I arrived it was already like this. Everyone could see how hurt he was. That was unconscious. Biko Kuroka Leifri can cure him. The two of them just nodded. Leifri, what could have happened to him? In that someone speaks. Albion, a boy gave him what he deserved. Leifri, who was it? Albion, I'd better show them. Ophis was there but I don't give it much importance. Albion set the Sekirudii as an easy defeat and challenged Issei. Leifri was surprised to see him there and Kuroka was curious to see what it was like. In that they saw how it was launched to the attack and as with the elbow destroyed his armor. Biko, what the hell, how did he do that? Arthur, with just one hit I destroy it. They continued watching and as he stopped his blows and how he made him spit BLD, they saw the great beating he gave him and how he fainted without touching him. It was silent. Albion in that last blow Valley and I could see something monstrous. Kokora, what did they see? Albion, something that is indestructible to destroy. Arthur, so strong is it? Albion, don't know. Nobody said anything until someone spoke. Ophis, that boy is interesting. Everyone turned to look at her. Leifri, what does Ophisama mean? Ophis, that boy didn't fight seriously and if he had, Valley would have been dead from the first blows. They were surprised to hear that. Ophis, I'll go see him and bring him back. Maybe he'll help me. But someone stopped her and everyone was surprised to see who it was. Leifri, he can't go. Ophis, because. Arthur, Leifri, what are you doing? Leifri, I don't want you to hurt Issei. Everyone opened their eyes as wide as saucers. Arthur, Leifri, you know him. Leifri, Biko S. Leifri, when I was a child I failed a spell and by mistake I ended up in Japan and in Ko I appeared in a forest and he was trained there. We talked a little until he could recover magic. No, I didn't see him again until recently. Arthur, because you didn't tell me anything about this. Leifri, he's my friend. Also Ophisama Issei is only a human. Nobody could believe him to be a human being. I leave it in that state. Valley Ophis was a little surprised to learn that. Ophis, how could he get to that level? Albion, he showed us his memories. Albion shows what he saw and everyone was shocked by the training that he did the same and how met Leifri and saw how I built a statue for she and Leffet blushed but saw how her brother I destroyed it and got angry. Biko, I won't lie, that training seems very difficult to complete but it worked. With just one hit he killed many. Arthur, furthermore, he is not a swordsman, but with just one cut he killed 2 renegades. He has skill. Leifri, Ophisama, I respect her but Issei doesn't like problems and he only helps people who need it, he doesn't do it out of interest. Ophis, but he might take out Rojo. Leifri, I don't think he can, he reached his limit not long ago, he can't get any stronger. Ophis, you just have to turn it into a half-dragon. Leifri, that would be impossible. Kuroka, because. Leifri, as a child, he suffered and could see how his parents left him aside in addition to not having sacred gear or magic like his brothers. He did not give up and wanted to prove that a human can face the unknown. Issei only told me that if he dies it would be as a human since everyone would know that a human stood up to the most powerful. Ophis, I understand it's a good point but. Leifri, but. Ophis, it caught my attention, I'll keep an eye on it. Everyone opened their eyes wide as it was strange that Ophis would be interested in something. He was in his mountain thinking. Issei, what did I do to deserve this contempt from my family? I will always be alone and I will never be with anyone. While I was feeling the breeze that was already late. I heard some footsteps but I didn't even turn around. Irena, Issei. Issei, Irena, who brought you here? It's late, you should be resting. Irena, I'm fine and I was worried about you. Issei, I'm fine, don't worry. While I was still looking straight ahead, Irena approached and sat next to him. Irena, Issei, since I left I felt alone, I missed you every day and when I came back I couldn't find you. Issei, maybe it was when I was on a mission. Irena, yes, I went to your house but your mom told me that you left as well as your brothers but they were calm when they said it. Issei, well, they didn't really care much, to be honest. When I returned they didn't give me anything, they just said, we thought you were dead. Irena was surprised to hear that. Irena, I didn't think something like this would happen. Issei, that's life, all we have to do is keep going, even though it will be a very long road. Irena, tell me Issei why you didn't defend yourself from Hero. Issei, if she had done so, her king would have defended her and then her family would have defended her and they would have forced the Mao to retaliate. Since they are noble. Irena, but Issei, also, I don't belong to any faction, I'm free, I only help when needed, like Surzek and Serafal on that mission. You know, Irena, I'm tired of this life. While giving a sigh and looking at the sky. Issei, maybe he didn't deserve to be born, maybe only by resting could he be at peace. Irena couldn't believe Issei's words. She saw Issei's sadness and how tears came out of him. She felt helpless. She didn't know what to do. She could only cry too. Irena, Issei, don't say that. You have a future ahead of you, your friends, and I need you. If something happens to you, we will feel very bad. Issei, I know it, and that is the reason for living, fighting for the innocent and for my friends. While stretching his hand to the sky. Both of them followed. Issei didn't say anything, and Irena, who I didn't know, said that she heard Issei's pain. Issei, you became an angel, didn't you? Irena, as you noticed. Issei, if you were with the angels I should assume otherwise. Irena, yes I did, but nobody knew until now. Issei, it was a surprise. Irena, not at all. Issei, and what will you do now? Irena, I asked permission to be here and I was going to come see you tomorrow, but I found you here, so I will return to heaven. Issei, I see that was always your dream and now it is yours. I congratulate you. Irena, thank you, as I see it is already time for your vacation. Issei, maybe I'll do some missions to keep myself busy, you know I don't have any friends to hang out with and the ones I have are busy. Irena, I'm sorry. Issei, it's okay, that's life. You should go back, it's late. Irena, you too. Issei, it's okay, I'll go later. Irena just gave Issei a hug and left with a half smile. Issei stayed in silence watching the stars. Issei, what am I going to do from now on? I better stop thinking and go home. He got up and I took the road to the house to rest. The next morning came and Issei was at the academy. It was a normal day until they called him to the occult club, and when he entered everyone was surprised. They stood watching. Hero, what is the useless one doing here? Issei, they just called me. Azazel, I did it. Rias, because. Azazel, then first by orders of the other leaders I will be the advisor of this club, and also the two entourages will live in the same house. Nobody said anything, they were orders. Hero, wait for that useless guy too. Pointing at Issei. Azazel, no, he can't be forced. Sona, because. Azazel, because he does not belong to any faction. Aquino, so what are you doing here? Azazel, that's what I was getting at. Issei, you have a mission. Both the entourage were surprised as they saw Azazel serious and upset because he has missions. Sona, wait, what kind of mission? Azazel, eliminate. Sona, what rank is it? Azazel, hesitant face, rank. Everyone was shocked to know the rank, but someone did not accept it. Hero, how is that possible? Because a useless person has a mission of that level and we didn't even leave Ko. Rias, it's true that it happens. Sona, we also deserve that kind of mission. Azazel, if only they were able to use their powers properly. Rias, what are you talking about? Azazel, easy, your Rias Gremory uses your power if she thinks the same as your queen and your tower goes crazy and the knight depends a lot on speed and your other knight doesn't think well and your pawn doesn't know how to use his balance breaker well. If you go on a mission like that, you'll only die. And you, Sona, are the same as Rias and your entourage is neither strong nor weak. The problem is that you have never had a real battle. Nobody could say anything. Rias, and what does that matter? Sona, if the two of us go together we could do it. Azazel, and who would be the leader? The two were thus marked the same. Azazel, you also saw that some of you don't control your emotions well in fights, isn't that right, Hero? Hero alone clicks his tongue in frustration. Azazel, now saying that, you can leave for a moment. I have to give you the information. Then you come in so we can find out what you'll do. Everyone left reluctantly from the place, leaving only Azazel and Issei. Issei, and well, it happens. Azazel, well, from what you heard it's a dangerous mission that you're going to do. Issei, I will accept it, and the holidays are almost here and I don't have much to do. Azazel, I see, well, you'll have to go to Holland, there's a large group from the Cows Brigade. Issei, I see, I agree to go, but who will be my guide? You know that I don't know those countries or their language. Azazel, I understand. Issei, yes, but I want someone who will just take me and then wait for me. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Azazel, it's okay to see who will be available to guide you. Issei, good when I go out. Azazel, you can come tomorrow, but since I have to find you a guide, it will be in 4 days. Issei, okay, see you in 4 days. Getting up from his seat and leaving the place, passing by on par with the others. The entourage entered. Azazel, well, since the holidays are coming and since you are going to the Underworld, I am going to take you there with all my knowledge. The others just nodded. It was night and the leaders were gathered together. Surzek, and how did it go? Azazel, I accept, but you need a guide, he said, since you won't know where to go or the language. Surzek, I see who could go. Everyone started to think someone was speaking. Gabriel, now that I remember, Griselda is there on a mission and it will soon end. She can guide him. Michael, it's true, but she will accept the mission. Gabriel, give me a few minutes and I'll call her. Gabriel left the meeting room and called. A few minutes passed and he returned. Azazel, and well. Gabriel, he will do it, he has no problem with it. Seraphal, but she doesn't hate being with men. Gabriel, no problem, I told him the situation and he'll put up with it. Seraphal, okay. Azazel calls Issei and tells him he can go out tomorrow. And so, ending the mission, Issei was in the house and received the call and he just accepted. Next, Issei was at the airport and hours passed and he arrived at his destination. Many looked at him because of his strange clothes. Issei didn't take it importance and looked for the person that would guide him, in that he sees the sign and approaches. Issei, hello, my name is Issei. Griselda, hi, I'm Griselda. Issei, please guide me. Griselda just nodded and they went to a car and so on. They went on their way to the place that they had informed. The road was silent. It seemed to Griselda rare, since always the men talked to her incessantly or kept staring at her. But he saw Issei watching the landscape with a smile. Griselda, you like what you see? Issei reacts. Issei, well, the truth is that it is the first time I have left Ko for a European country and it is nice. Griselda, I see, but I don't understand why they sent Issei not to a human. Griselda, sorry if this bothers you. Issei, it's okay, everyone tells me that. Griselda felt a little guilty and saw Issei through the mirror, but it was as if nothing had happened. Issei, they told him that they were here before and had a mission before. Griselda, they told me that they would send someone. Issei, I hope I didn't mind making you do more work. Griselda, okay, it was a request from Gabrielsima. Issei, I understand. Griselda, you know her? Issei, not in person, I saw her at a faction meeting. Griselda, okay. Issei, leave me a little far away, I want to walk and then you can go back home. Griselda, that's not possible, I'll wait for it. Issei, you won't get bored of waiting. Griselda, I'll be fine. Issei, I understand. He didn't say anything else and continued seeing the landscape. She looked like Griselda, a calm person, and so followed the path to get to the place. Issei fell from the car and used a killer that gave way to be guided. It started to walk without saying anything to Griselda. Griselda, he left without saying anything. It's strange that he didn't say anything about my appearance like the rest. With a half smile. In that he receives a call. Griselda, hello. Gabriel, hello Griselda, how are you? Griselda, well, Gabrielsima is already on his way, I will have to wait a long time for his return. Gabriel, I don't think you'll expect that much. Griselda, because Gabriel, he is very strong. Also, he is a good person and kind-hearted, treat him well even though he has suffered a lot. Griselda, it's strange that you talk like that. Gabriel, you'll know in time. That hung up and left Griselda in doubt, and she better stay waiting for his return since she thought that was going to take a long time. Issei walked around the place in search of its lair. Issei, I hope to finish this quickly, I really want to go home, but the faster the better. He continued on his way and an hour passed. Until it comes out of some bushes. And all of the Chaos Brigade is left looking weird. Issei, I finally arrived. What the hell is a human doing here? It doesn't matter, it can serve as training. If you're right, haha, well, let's do it quickly. In that, 3 fallen went to the attack while the others looked at each other with a smile. But Issei killed them with a few blows, the others just opened their mouths. Issei, let's finish this quickly, someone is waiting for me. The other fallen and demons were to the attack. Issei, unforgiven, killed to all those who they crossed his path, and he continued his way. Using his katana too. Mercilessly killed them in their path. A large group stood in front of Issei with a large smile and they went on the attack. Issei, without flinching, did not get nervous. And went on the attack also. Minutes passed and the renegades were scared of such power. Issei continued with the massacre and I won't let go of it. Issei, there were quite a few but I finally finished and I can return. This trip was shorter than I thought. Taking a sigh and returning with Griselda. While with her, Griselda, it will take time since it has to infiltrate. What will I do in all this time? I'll train. He takes out his sword and starts training. About 20 minutes passed and Issei was returning. Griselda was surprised to see him without any wounds and with BLD. Griselda, I hope that BLD isn't yours. Issei, they are not renegades, haha. There were many. Griselda, but there were many like you did. Issei, it was a long fight but hey, we can go to the airport. Griselda, you don't think you've changed? Issei, I'll change on the way. The quicker we get back the better for you, right? Griselda, it doesn't matter, it's late. We can camp here since all the renegades have been eliminated. There's nothing to worry about. Issei, I'll go change somewhere. He went to the car and took out a suitcase and changed his clothes. It was late and they created a bonfire. Issei, you must be tired because you are not going to sleep. I will keep watching. Griselda, I'm not well, I'll stay a little while. Issei, I see. While watching the sky, there was an uncomfortable silence. Griselda, Issei, why do you look at the sky? Issei is still watching. It brings me peace and the stars are free. While putting on a smile. Griselda, you already want to go back home to be with your family. Issei, I don't have a family. She kept looking at the sky and Griselda felt guilty about the question. Issei, don't apologize, they're not dead if you think about it. Griselda, and then? Issei, my family abandoned me 6 years ago and I had to live on my own. Griselda, it must have been tough. But why did they leave you? Issei, my 2 brothers have sacred gear and the Gremory and Citri families offered them to go somewhere and overnight they left. Griselda, that was very cruel of him. Issei, it's the past, nothing can be done. Griselda, but how did you become so strong from having nothing? Issei, I trained day and night and my bones cracked from the pain but I did not give up. I swore to be strong to help the weak. Griselda, and you succeeded as I see. Issei, I did the best I could, I reached my limit and I will stay that way. Griselda, but if you join a faction you could break your limit. No. Issei, I could, but I wouldn't. I have to prove that a human can go far and if I join a faction I would only be saying how weak I am. Griselda, you have a point, but what if you die? Issei, if that happens then let it happen, but I will die as a human who fought the unknown. Griselda, you are a good person. You are not like the ones I know. Issei, thanks for the compliment. Griselda, but someone must be waiting for you at home. Issei, I live alone. Griselda, you like solitude. Issei, of course not, plus I only have 3 friends and they are always busy with their jobs. Griselda, and who are they? Issei, my childhood friends Irena and Leifri and Serafal. Griselda was surprised to learn that he was friends with Serafal. Griselda, I see you are an acquaintance of Irena, she is a very cheerful girl. Issei, yes it is. Griselda, Issei, we can be friends too. Issei stopped looking at the sky and saw her. Issei, because. Griselda, because you are a good person and you are not like other men. Issei, as. Griselda, they only look at one's appearance and that really bothers me. But you are different, you look into my eyes and talk to me normally because of that. Issei, I understand that would make me happy, I hope we get along. Stretching the hand with a smile just like Griselda. Griselda, how about when we get back we go somewhere to have fun? Issei, you won't be busy. Griselda, nope, this was my last mission, I don't know when I'll have one again, maybe we'll have one together. Issei, the idea of having fun sounds good, and that's fine. And it would be great to have a mission with you, it's better to have an acquaintance. With a smile that Griselda blushes because of how sincere she is. Hours passed and Griselda left to rest in the car. Already in bed. Griselda, Gabrielsimo was right, he is a good person. I hope to know more about him in the future, although there are 3 girls interested in him as well. While he was sleeping, I spent the night and the day came. They took the road heading to the airport while we were talking and laughing about stuff. The journey passed and they arrived at Ko and took different paths. Issei, I'll wait for your call, bye. Griselda, bye, see you later. While climbing a taxi the same as Issei. Already in the taxi Issei made a call. Leviathan Castle. Serafal was filling out some paperwork tired and then her phone rang and she saw who is and is quick to answer Serafal, hello Issei, something happened. Issei hello. I just wanted to call you to tell you that I've returned to Ko from the mission and since you're the only leader I have, I hope you don't mind. Serafal, it's okay, don't worry. You finished the mission quickly, I thought it would take you longer. Issei well, I won't lie, there were a lot of them, but I was able to get through it. Serafal, I understand how it went with your guide. Issei you're talking about Griselda. Serafal was surprised to learn what he called her. Issei well, he's a good person and we became friends, isn't that great? Serafal's eyes were wide as she knew that. Serafal's that's great. Issei yes, but well, I was just calling to inform. Serafal hey, I'll tell the rest. Issei we could go out someday to have fun if you don't mind I have time. Issei, sounds good but Griselda said the same thing if you don't mind you could come with us the more the better. Serafal, I'm okay let me know when it is that day. Issei just replied and hung up. Arriving home he prepared something to eat and went to bed. He felt a bit tired of the trip. Griselda had reached heaven and went to Gabriel's office to give his information. When she arrives, they knock on the door and let her in. Griselda, Gabrielsma the mission was a complete success. Gabriel, I'm glad it ended well and how it went with Issei. Griselda gave a half smile that Gabriel noticed. Griselda he's a good person and he did it very quickly. Gabriel, I'm glad it ended well. I thought you wouldn't get along with him. Griselda because he says so. Gabriel, you know you don't get along well with men. Griselda at first it was like that, we didn't even talk on the way and that seemed strange to me so I decided to look at him in the mirror and he was smiling at the landscape. Gabriel, I don't pay attention to you. Griselda, I didn't ask him and he told me that it was the first time he had traveled to another country and well, we talked a little and I was pleased that he told me a little about his life. While going down a little the head. Gabriel, he didn't have it easy no. Griselda no, but he came out ahead. Well, when will I have a new mission? Gabriel, for now nothing you can rest until further notice. Griselda put on a smile that Gabriel knew how to notice and ask. Gabriel, it's the first time you're glad you have a break because. Griselda, well I told Issei that we were going out to have fun. Gabriel was surprised to hear that. Gabriel, I seriously didn't expect that from you. Griselda, well he told me that he never had fun because of training so I promised him. Gabriel, I'm happy for you. Putting on a smile but she didn't understand what was bothering him. After that he left the office and went to his room. Issei was at home doing nothing. Issei, now that I think about it, the holidays have already started and I have nothing to do since I don't have a job. This is the first time this has happened to me. While giving a big sigh. After a few minutes and being lying down his cell phone rang. Issei, hello who is speaking? Griselda, seriously, not long ago we said goodbye and you forgot about me. Issei sat on his bed. Issei, not at all like these. Griselda well, I called you to tell you if you have time tomorrow to go to the amusement park. Issei had stars in his eyes. It was the first time that I would go but I remember something. Issei, sounds great but can anyone else go too? Griselda who would it be? Issei Serafal. Griselda, but she is not always busy. Issei, I told him the same thing and well he said no and it would be great, the more the better. Griselda did not respond. I thought about it. In thoughts. Griselda, Serafal you are interested Issei I will find out. After thinking a bit he replied. Griselda okay, it'll be fun. Issei, great, what time do we see each other? Griselda, a midday is more fun. Issei, well I'll call Serafal and see you tomorrow. And so hanging and at the same time calls Serafal. In Leviathan Castle. Serafal was lying on the couch from her office. She was tired from work while she was lying down and began to ring his phone but he was too lazy to get up and go to his desk. I'm on for the third time so had no choice and got up and I looked at who was calling and when I saw the name I answered quickly. Serafal Issei. Issei hello again, sorry if I bothered you, you must be very busy. Serafal don't worry, I left the phone at the office and went out for a while. I didn't love him and said that I didn't feel like getting up. Serafal something is happening. Issei, well Griselda called me and said if we were going to the amusement park and I told her about you and well do you want to go? Serafal thought about it a bit. Serafal, I'll go at what time? Issei, great, it will be at noon, we will see each other there. On that he hung up and Serafal put her phone on the table and sat down and got to work as never before. Serafal, I have to finish all this so I don't have anything tomorrow. I spent the day and the moment I arrived Issei was waiting at a fountain. The minutes passed and Serafal arrived. Serafal, sorry for the delay. Issei, don't worry, you look very pretty in those traditional clothes. Serafal got red when receiving the compliment since he tried strong to use that style. After that Griselda arrived. Griselda, I was the last one at the end. Issei's alright. Serafal, I just arrived too hee. Issei, you look pretty Griselda. Griselda blushed. It was the first time it happened to him given that they always tell him that but this time he liked it. Serafal, you look good too. Griselda. Issei, thank you. Issei, good. Wait here, I'll go call a taxi. Issei leaves while they are there in silence until someone breaks it. Serafal, I never thought you'd date a guy. Griselda, I say the same thing about you, you always refuse. Serafal, Issei is different. Griselda, you like Issei. Serafalsima. Serafal, maybe but just call me Serafal. I'm not at work now, I'm just a normal girl. Griselda, I understand. Serafal, tell me you like him too. Griselda, I don't know, it's the first time I've talked to a guy about anything other than work. Serafal, I see but you know he is a good person. Griselda, I know but there is nothing wrong with it but for you it is different no. That a super demon falls in love with a human. Serafal, I have never cared about other people's opinions, but if they took my job away, I wouldn't care. Griselda, that surprises me. Serafal, you should know that that girl Irena also wants it, right? Griselda, I know I saw her and she always has that smile. Serafal, angels can't share partners no. Griselda, I know but it doesn't matter, its quality is unique. Serafal, it's weird for you to say that. Griselda, yes but it is true they will understand. That's when Issei arrived and they left. Upon arrival they went to the park. The three of them had fun playing many games. The three of them sat on a bench to rest. Issei, this is fun oh. Serafal, if I had time I wouldn't have done it. Griselda, I say the same thing, I forgot the last time I did this. Issei, I'll go get drinks, wait here. He gets up from the seat and leaves the two alone while they talk. While they were doing it, three boys arrived. Hi girls, don't you want company? While putting on a smile and looking at their bodies. Griselda put on that serious look she gives to every man. Griselda, we are fine so please leave. Come on, it will be fun, there are many games. Serafal became serious. He hates being insisted on so much. Serafal, we came with someone so you can go. How could he leave such appealing women alone? Griselda, hey my eyes are up here. Putting on a serious face. The boys continued to insist. In a few seconds Issei arrives and interrupts them. To the three boys. Issei, excuse me but you can leave, they are with me. You want to be brave enough to keep them. Issei, why would I do such things if they come with me? Ah, of course. Issei was going to say something else, but Serafal rises and stands on tiptoe since Issei was tall and gave her an embrace on the cheek. Griselda gets up and does the same. The boys just click their tongues and they leave angry. Issei could see something in their faces that he didn't like. After that Issei saw them and they were red because of the fact. So that doesn't feel that way. Issei gave both of them an embrace on the cheek. Issei, now we are even, right? While smiling, the girls just nodded with a big blush. The minutes passed and they left. Of the park already heading for the house. The three of them were walking, it was already late. Issei, it was a great day, I've never had such a great day. Griselda, I say the same thing. Serafal, if my sister doesn't like this kind of thing I hardly go out. In that the three of them sit on a bench. Issei, sorry for not getting here earlier when those kids arrived. Griselda, don't worry, that always happens. Serafal, if it is common for this to happen, we are used to it. Issei, I see. Serafal, hey Issei, can I ask something? Issei, tell me. Serafal, you are happy. It generated a few seconds of silence. Issei, the truth is that before I wasn't, I was always alone and all I did was train. But now I have friends and a purpose and that is to protect them. The two girls just listened in silence. Issei, even though I try to show what I do, my brothers don't like it. Serafal, they're just jealous of you. Issei, you know, when they showed that they had that power that day, I felt very frustrated because I had nothing. Especially when my whole family and those two girls called me weak and useless. It hurt me to hear that. Serafal bowed her head for not taking good care of Sona at that time. Issei, someday there will be a great war in this world and they will send me to fight with them. Tell me what might happen when that time comes. The two girls didn't know how to answer such a question. Issei, if it's what you imagine, maybe they'll abandon me to my fate or use me as a shield while they escape. Griselda, that would be impossible, and if it happened they would have to take responsibility. Issei, remember they are upper class who will believe me or someone of their kind. The two knew that the words were true from Issei. Issei, they will leave me to my fate. Life is unfair, don't you think? Serafalt, despite that, you have managed to get ahead. Griselda, I've done things that no one else could do, like defeating a celestial dragon. Serafal, you still have things to prove and reach the top. Griselda, and show that no one can make fun of you. Issei put on a smile while she shed a tear when both of them were going to say something, but Issei spoke. Issei, thank you for those words. It makes me happy when someone tells me. Serafal, I'm just telling the truth. Griselda, it's true that you are someone with a good heart despite everything you've done. Issei, thank you. Well, it's late, you should go home. You won't worry if you're late. A few seconds passed and they said goodbye. And the house who took them headed for home. After days, Issei didn't have a lot to do, only to kill renegades at night given that they had not been informed of a mission still. And also he felt at peace since all had gone to the underworld for the holidays. Issei, it has been a great vacation because it is quiet without them bothering. I said it while I was accommodated. While in the underworld the leaders were expecting someone. And Serafal was bored at the table. And he approaches her. Gabriel, Serafal, something's wrong with you. Serafal, nothing's wrong with me, I'm just bored, it's just paperwork and meetings. Gabriel, I can't deny that it is. Serafal, I want you to finish this meeting quickly and maybe give you a call later. Gabriel to Serafal to Issei. Gabriel, because Serafal's getting out again was actually fun last time. Gabriel, I could see it on Griselda's face when she returned. Serafal, well, it's the truth. Gabriel, and what will they do? Serafal began to think. Serafal, I won't tell Issei to decide since he would never have had fun if he had seen him that day. Gabriel, seriously, I see. Serafal, if he never had fun, you know, he didn't have a good childhood. Gabriel, I know I can ask you a favor. Serafal, if I can, of course. Gabriel, I can go with you. While putting on a smile, Serafal was impressed hearing that. Serafal, because Gabriel, I hardly go out and well, he is a good person, I could see that. Serafal, I know, but it's okay, I'll let you know when that day comes and also talk to Griselda. Gabriel just nodded. They were going to continue talking, but then Odin arrived. The rest passes the same as the anime, the attack of Loki, and that the groups went to fight. While the leaders look through a hologram. Odin, could those guys handle Loki? Surzek, they have trained for a long time. Azazel, yes. But not that much, they didn't take it very seriously, to be honest. Surzek, if pride won them over. While giving a big sigh. Odin, I see. But I see that this angel can help along with Rosweiss. Michael, Irena has trained day after day to get ahead. Gabriel, yes, it's true. Azazel, if that boy were here, I would be more relaxed, to be honest. Odin, what boy are they talking about? Surzek, Rias's pawn's younger brother and Sona's pawn sister. Odin, and because he is not in any of his entourages. Azazel, it's because the boy is human. Odin, so how would that help? Serafal, hey, don't say that, Issei is human but he can give you a surprise. Odin, you trust him. Serafal, if he is very strong, he beats up the Hakurikoi. Odin was surprised to hear that. Gave him more curiosity. I was going to speak but they saw that Loki came out pocket-sized and started the fight. After a few minutes they saw that they were having a strong time. Odin, they are having a strong time, if they continue like this they could die. Serafal, we have to call Issei. The others hesitated a little but finally nodded. Serafal stood up and created a magic circle to go look for Issei. Meanwhile Issei was cooking. It was already late while I was singing something. In that way you see a blue circle and it was put in a fighting pose. But he sees Serafal come out. Issei, Serafal, what brings you here? Serfal, say, can you come with me? With me? Underworld, the boys went to fight Loki and it's not going very well for them. Issei, if I can help, I'll go. Give me a minute. He went to get his clothes and they left. They arrived at the meeting with the other leaders. Surzek, Issei, thanks for coming. Issei, it's okay the way they are. At that, Surzek shows him the hologram and Issei sees that they are going badly. Issei, I see how I get there. Ajuka, I'll create the magic circle and send you a little far away from there. Issei, I understand, send it to me now. Odin, boy, don't even be afraid, he's a god. Issei, if I can do something, I will do it. While putting a smile on, he enters the circle magically and leaves. In the fight, the two followers are doing very well. Evil. Irena, cough cough, this is serious, it is very strong. Zenobia, don't give up. Rost, Odinsima will soon send Thorsima's hammer. Rias, don't be weak and help. With a serious face. Irena put on a somewhat annoyed face given that he saw that his entourage was not very well except his pawn hero, who I was on the floor with, was all wounded. He didn't say anything and got up. And I was going to go fight, but everyone saw that a circle was created magical and all they saw was someone leave. Irena, Issei. Azazel, I told you that boy is full of surprises. Odin, what kind of magic does he have to have that kind of strength? Azazel, you won't believe me, but he trained alone, it's pure effort. Odin was surprised when listening to that and continued sing. In the fight, Issei was beating up the family members from Loki. One of Fenrir's sons was going to attack him from behind, but Issei at great speed took out his katana and killed him, leaving everyone shocked by such speed. Loki was very angry and I threw many attacks at him. Issei dodged them at great speed. Loki, how the hell do you have so much strength and speed? All what Issei said. Issei training. Taking a big leap and giving it a big hit on the face. Making that Loki spat out a lot of BLD as he fell to the ground. Issei without waiting starts to walk and Loki does the same thing happens when he starts running like crazy and tries to hit him. Issei easily dodged it while giving him a big blow. In its stomach. Loki couldn't believe a human I was doing to him was damaged. Issei didn't let him speak and started to hit him. Falling to the ground all in pain. In the room the leaders where everyone was surprised to see that Issei was giving him a beating. Loki. Azazel, that boy is on another level, not even Loki can handle him. Odin, I don't believe it either. I was still shocked. In the fight Irena was happy to see him and Ross was open-mouthed as he watched Issei beat the SHT out of Loki. In that he receives a message. Ross, Thorsima's hammer has already arrived, but the one who will be able to use it is Rias's pawn, who is injured and will not be able to. Irena, I'll tell Issei. Ross, but the hammer is already set up for him alone to take. Irena, Issei will be able to. In this he tries to attract attention from Issei. He realizes and sees her. Issei, something's wrong. Irena. Issei takes that hammer and hits Loki with it. The hammer will do the rest. Issei alone nodded and it started to run to the hammer upon arrival. Loki, haha, you won't be able to use it. While smiling. Those in the room. Odin, Loki is right, only that girl's pawn could use it. Serafalt, trust him. Without stopping to see the hologram. While in the fight. Issei didn't pay attention to it and I grabbed the hammer and lifted it. Leaving everyone shocked at that, Issei began to walk with the hammer hand as it began to grow larger and larger. Loki was scared while wondering who was. Loki, who are you? Issei, just a human. That's where it starts to move the hammer and gives Loki a big blow, pointing at him. Leaving everyone in shock over such a thing. That would have been a dimensional gap and comes out of Vala's group. Issei looks up and looks at Leifri and without thinking he speaks to her. Issei, Leifri, how are you? I said it almost screaming while the group was on the mountain. Everyone goes down that way and they see it. Vali was angry seeing him. And Leifri was surprised to see him. Leifri, Issei, what are you doing here? Issei, well, they called me to fight against that god called Loki, but I'm already done. While putting on the hammer on the shoulder. The team was shocked to learn that. Issei, Leifri, you're not on the enemy side. While putting on a somewhat sad face. Leifri didn't know that it was true, and seeing Issei's face he felt that something hurt him in the heart. But I hear something. Issei, I hope you return to the good side someday. I'll be waiting for you. While putting on a smile. Leifi just smiled and nodded. The others I had already caught were Fenrir and everyone left Leifi being the last. She turned around and gave Issei a smile as she said goodbye. The silence came back. Issei put the hammer on the ground and started to walk. But out of nowhere someone gave him a big blow in the face, leaving him crashed into a rock. Without thinking, Irena ran towards where Issei was. In the meeting room they were glad of the defeat in that they looked like someone hit Issei. They were surprised to see who it was. Odin, what's wrong with that boy? He's not your brother. Serafal, this is not good, we must go. He stood up and created a magic circle going to the place. The leaders did the same. Irena, what's wrong, Hero? Hero, that idiot just came to steal everything. We already had everything and that guy comes and takes it all. Irena, what are you talking about? If you were the most injured of the group, you were the first to fall. In that someone further speaks. Rias, don't talk to him like that. I said it all angrily. Irena, I didn't know what to say. I saw that Issei was getting up. Issei, I only came because someone asked me to, that's all. Hero was angry. They took away from him his moment of glory of the anger that was active in his armor and was against Issei. Issei just sighed and gave him a big punch in the stomach, destroying his armor and making him spit up. BLD Rias was angry and was going to say something, but then many circles appeared. Magical, the leaders coming out. They saw that Hero was on the ground holding on the stomach. They saw that they got up little by little. Hero, you're just a useless person that nobody wants. You've never had friends. I said it with a smile and the others just listened. Hero, you will always be alone, no one will love you. Who is going to love a simple poor human, huh? Issei just had the look low that covered at her hair. Hero, you're just a nuisance that shouldn't have been born. Those words hurt Issei a little. Irena, Serafal and Gabriel became angry at those words. RosYZ was a little upset to hear that. Since he saved them all and so on, you are grateful. Serafal was going to speak but Issei got ahead of him. Issei, Serafal, can you send me home please? While I was putting it on a smile. Serafal could see that he was faking it. Gabriel was able to see how it felt. Out of sadness she shed a tear upon seeing that. Irena wanted to cry. Serafal just nodded and I created a magic circle since he saw that I didn't want to be there. Issei, thank you. And so leaving a silence, and yet Hero with a smile just like that Rias has already left. But someone started to walk towards them. Someone started to walk towards Hero and Rias, and upon arriving he gave Hero a big slap. Everyone had an open mouth when I saw who it was. Gabriel, you are a monster. How dare you speak like that to such a kind person? Having a serious face. Nobody believed that would put that face on since she always has a happy face. Michael, I didn't know what to say, and Hero was upset because a appealing woman was defending a good for nothing. But he didn't have the courage to speak since Gabriel expelled his aura and Hero couldn't move. After a few seconds I stopped doing it and turned around. He saw his brother and left in a light. Rias came out where I was and I helped him to get up. Rias, Anasama, you will let this happen. Surzek, I have nothing to say, you better go, we'll fix this. Rias, all angry, went away with his group equal to Sona. Irena, Mikkelsama, I can go. I want to see Issei. Michael, it's okay, you can go. Serafal, I'll go with you. See you. Leaving with Irena without waiting for an answer. Odin, I didn't think they hated the boy so much. Azazel, his family doesn't like him that way. Odin, because Azazel, just because he is human and is stronger than him, he does not want to accept it. RosYZ just listened in silence. Michael, Issei has had a strong life but he knows how to get ahead and now he has seen what it is like. Odin, I realized something in the fight. Surzek, what thing? Odin, that kid wasn't giving his all. The others, when listening, that shocked them. Azazel, how is that possible if Loki is a god? Odin, I know, but you saw Loki never touched him and his blows were powerful but he still didn't give his all. Surzek, I see how much it will keep us. Odin, we don't know but it's strong. And the others just nodded. Meanwhile the group of Vali were in a mountain. Everyone looked at how Vali destroyed something. Kuroka, when will we leave here? Biko, who knows, she's been like this ever since she saw that boy. Arthur, you should know that he beat him up being just a human and he also beat up a god. Kuroka, but besides being strong, he is also handsome. Leifi heard that and gave him a serious look, and Kuroka could feel that look. Kuroka, Leifi, don't look at me like that, it hurts. Leifi, you must know why. Kuroka, and if we share it? Leifi just gave me a look. Leifi, I'm leaving, I'm tired of being here. Creating a spell and leaving the place. Arthur, he's become like that since he saw her. Biko, and if you decide to go with him, what will you do? Arthur, you'll easily know what I'm capable of. Kuroka, I don't think you'll even scratch him if a god couldn't do less than you. Arthur didn't say anything and continued. Expecting. Meanwhile, two girls appeared in a small dark apartment. Irena, why is this place so hot? Seraphal, Issei doesn't pay for electricity. Irena, I see, but he is not here. Where would he be? Seraphal, let me see where it is. He began to concentrate. A few seconds passed until they found. Seraphal, it is on a hill. Irena, I already know where we are going. The two of them left the place. They passed a few minutes, and when they arrived they saw Issei standing there watching the sunset. They call him when Issei turns around, and in doing so the girls are surprised to see him crying. Issei, girls, what brings you here? While cleaning up tears. Seraphal and Irena were in a hurry and they gave him a hug, throwing him to the ground. A few seconds passed and they stood up. Everyone was silent. Issei, sorry you saw me in such a sorry state. While scratching the back of his neck. Irena, it's good to vent, Issei, but not to do it alone. Seraphal, if Issei tries to talk to someone, don't keep it to yourself. Issei just put on a smile. Issei, thank you for coming, you are good people. Irena, I will always listen to you, and you know those words are lies. Seraphal, you are a very important person for us and other people. Issei, when someone tells you that, who wouldn't be happy? Irena, Issei, tell me why you didn't defend yourself from that blow. You could have done it. Issei, if I had done that the whole group would have attacked me, and I don't like unnecessary fights. Seraphal, Issei, tell me you want to fight with him. Issei, it's not for what? Seraphal, this way you can bring him down to earth. You don't lose anything serious after the raiding games. Issei thought about it a bit. Issei, would it be possible that not only demons can participate in fights? Seraphal, Issei, you know who you're talking to. Issei, a cute magical girl. Seraphal only had a blush that knew how to remove it quickly. Seraphal, what a joker too. I'm Mao and I can do it. Issei, then I leave it in your hands. Irena, you will do well, show who you are. Issei, thank you. I feel younger now, well, whoever wants to go to dinner is on me. The two of them raised hand in hand and the three of them walked towards a restaurant. The days passed and it was quiet one night. Issei was lying down in a magic circle. Issei, Graphia, long time no see. Graphia, I say the same thing as I said. Issei, very well, thank you, and you? Graphia, very well, I come from the leaders, they want me to go on a mission. Issei, it's okay, let's go. He got up from the bed and they both left for the underworld. Seconds passed and both of them arrived at the meeting room. Issei looked and became a new person. Issei, hello everyone. I saw you last time but I didn't have time to introduce myself. Nice to meet you, I'm Issei. Odin boy, I see you're doing well. I'm Odin, leader of the Nordic faction. Issei, I see an old taste now. The others opened their eyes upon hearing that they were going to say something, but Odin stepped forward. Odin, I like you boy, I see you don't care about titles. Issei, titles are titles, but I speak to people not with titles. Odin, I see. Issei, well, what do they need from me? Surzek, Issei, there is a new S-rank mission for you, you can handle it. Issei, if I don't try I won't know, but I will go. Surzek, I see, you have to go to Italy, to a forest. Issei, because it is always a forest. Azazel, renegades feel more free to capture people there. Michael, they hide better. Issei, I understand who will go with me. I'll go. Issei, Griselda, it's been a while, I'm glad I'll be in your care. Griselda, I say the same, let's give our best. Issei just nodded. Michael, they will leave tomorrow morning, the sooner the better. So you can go on your trip. Issei, I understand, Irena told him, no. Michael, he just nodded. Odin, Ross YZ will go with you, it will be better. This is where Ross YZ took a step forward. Ross, I will be in your care. Issei, I say the same, I will be in your care. Zazilwal said. Issei, I heard that you were fighting with Hero. Issei, it was possible. Serafal, of course I told you I could do it. Issei, I see I'll be ready for that day. Surzek, good, but there is still a long way to go. Issei, I know, but there's no hurry. Well, I'll go to rest, see you. Surzek, okay. Grafia, yes. Grafia just nodded and both of them left. Upon arriving home, Issei, thanks for bringing me. Grafia, you're welcome, that's okay. Issei, Grafia, I heard you are the strongest queen of the underworld. That sounds great. Grafia, thanks, but I'm not at your level. Issei, thank you also that you are Surzek's wife because you act like a servant. Grafia. Issei, call me Issei, I feel old because you're treating me like this. Grafia, okay. Issei, I can tell you a secret, I tell you because I trust you. Issei, thank you, I will take care of that trust. Grafia, the truth is Surzek is not my husband, that is false. Issei didn't expect that. Issei, but how about that kid? Grafia, you talk about soldiers, well it's just acting, I'm just Surzek-sama's queen, it's all about work. Issei, I see, I'm really surprised by all this. Grafia, I can see it. While putting on a smile. Issei, you look better with a smile, you should smile more often. Grafia blushed a little. Grafia, I must be serious about my work. Issei, I see, but when you are with me you will. Grafia, maybe. Putting on a smile. Issei, hee, that's how I like it. Grafia, well I have to leave, I have work to do. Issei, before you go, someday we can go out with my friends. Grafia, talk about Serafalsima, Griseldasima and Irenasima. Issei, if it will be fun, tell me. Grafia, if you let me know in advance, maybe yes. Issei just nodded and left the place. Later Issei cooked something and left to sleep. Issei was in the airport waiting for the girls to start their mission minutes after he saw them arrive. Issei, hello Rossweiss, are you ready? Rossya. Issei, you didn't want to come, did you? Ross, don't get me wrong, it's just that this is my first time leaving Asgard, the underworld doesn't count. Issei, I understand if you have questions, let me know. Ross YZ just nodded and then Griselda. Issei, hello Griselda. Griselda, hello, ready. Issei just nodded and the three of them were to share their passages and waited until a few minutes later. They took your flight that was strong for some hours. Upon arrival, they rented a car and headed there. Issei, it's a nice city here. How long will it take us to arrive? Griselda, like an hour and a half. Issei, I understand it's a long time. Ross, Issei, can I ask you a question? See, Ross, how is it so strong? Issei, I trained Rossweiss, I trained for many years to get to where I am, but I can't continue anymore, I reached my limit. Ross, but you can break those limits. Issei, I know what you mean. You tell me to join a faction, no? Ross, something like that? Issei, it won't be possible. I want to stay like this. I want to show that humans also know how to defend themselves. Ross, she has a point, I know he will make it. Issei, I thought you were going to laugh like everyone else. Ross, everyone has a dream and yours is amazing. Issei, thank you. Griselda, I see that they are going to get along well. Issei, true. Ross YZ, do you want to be my friend? Ross, sounds good, then you can call me Ross. Issei, I will do that. Griselda, Issei, what trip are you going on that Mikkelsima said? Issei, that's it. The second year will be going on a trip to Kyoto very soon. I'm excited. It's a good place. And you've gone. Griselda once, but it was on a mission, I didn't get to see much of the place. Issei, I understand. Griselda, you don't get bored of doing missions. Griselda, no, that's how I keep myself busy. Issei, I see. From what I heard, you are Odin's bodyguard, it's true. Ross, yes I am. Issei, because he needs a bodyguard if he is strong. Ross, he doesn't like doing his job and needs someone to watch him. Issei, I see. That sounds more like a babysitter than anything else. The two girls just let out a light laugh at what was said. Ross, you know how to use the sword, Issei. Issei, I don't have a katana very often, but I don't usually use them. Ross, because Griselda, when he uses it, he kills anyone who crosses his path quickly. Ross, that's true, Issei. Issei, yes, because I don't know how to use it almost since no one taught me. Griselda, I will help you, but I am afraid that you will destroy mine with your strength. Issei, you have so little confidence in me. Griselda, just kidding, of course I trust you. Issei, and I thank you for that. Ross, it's true that you're going to fight with your brother. He wants it, I have no choice but to fulfill his wish. Griselda, you'll let him win. Issei, if I do that it would only cause his ego to grow more. It's time to bring him down from that cloud. Ross, you'll leave him dead if you're serious. Issei, that would be impossible. Ross, because... Issei, I have never seriously entered into a fight. While looking out the window, the two girls did not know that reply. Ross, but you fought Fenrir and Loki. Issei, yes, but I thought he would help me break my limits, but in the end nothing happened. Ross, what you want is to be beaten. Issei, of course not, but when a person is tired, that is when they break their limits and can move forward. Griselda, that's why you accept the quests. Issei, exactly, maybe I'll end up finding someone. Ross, I hope that day never comes. Because if it happens it would mean that it would be very powerful. Griselda, Ross YZ is right. Issei, you are almost at the level of a Mao in brute strength. But you don't know how to defend yourself from magic. Issei, I'll worry about that when the time comes. Ross, you look very relaxed despite what we're talking about. Issei, you want me to get hysterical and shout no. Ross, that would be fun to see. Issei, now you express yourself better than before, I'm glad. Ross, it's been a while since I've spoken to someone so freely. Griselda, I say the same thing. Issei, but what about Gabriel? Isn't she your friend too? Griselda, yes it is, but sometimes she is busy and I am on missions and there is no time to talk. Issei, I understand, but you should talk to her, otherwise she would feel sad if she knew this. Griselda, I know. Ross, well, we'll get there soon. Issei, how big is the enemy's base? Griselda, from the reports it's big, there are hundreds in there. Issei, I understand this will be annoying, the more there is, the more it takes to concentrate. Griselda, but if you fought alone with an army. Ross, that's great. Issei, I took them by surprise so they didn't know who attacked them. Ross, well, who will be the leader? Issei, decide between you two, I'm not good at giving instructions. The two girls saw each other. Minutes passed and they arrived at the place to start walking and seek their destiny. Issei, well, we are going to settle here and after the first attack we are going to go to a new place. Ross, according to the map they gave us, there are many places where we can hide for a while. Issei, I understand. Griselda, we have to keep moving. If they surround us it wouldn't be easy to get out of the situation. Issei, okay? Get ready, we're leaving in 10 minutes. They nod and Issei puts on his usual outfit. Griselda, I'm ready. Issei, this is the first time I've seen you in your outfit, you look pretty. Griselda, thank you. With a slight blush. Ross, well, I'm ready too, I hope everything goes well for us. Issei, you look good, I couldn't see you last time. Ross, thanks, I say the same. At that the three of them head towards the first place to attack. After a walk they arrive. Issei, well, I'll go ahead and you follow me behind. Ross, I thought you didn't want to be the leader. Issei, just for today. He leaves the place and starts to run. When a fallen man sees him, he only feels a big pain in the stomach given that Issei had given it to him. Keeping it. Ross, wow, how fierce. Griselda, yes, but let's go too. Both leave the place, Griselda with sword in hand and Ross YZ creating several circles magical. Issei, to every renegade that he would cross his path, he killed him quickly and without mercy. Nobody could stop it because it was very fast and when they attacked him with magic he moved from the spot. Those who used swords they couldn't nor touch it, not even tried to attack him by surprise. Griselda killed several easily. Equal that Ross Weiss with many magical circles. So we were fighting for a good time until there was not left none. In that the three meet. Issei, they feel someone nearby. Ross, several of us come and leave. Issei, quickly before they discover us. They start running at high speed moving away from place. In search of his new place of information. Minutes later they arrive and Ross creates an illusion that they don't see the cave. Issei, that's great Ross YZ. Ross, thank you. And how do you feel after the fight? Issei, well thanks to you it was faster and you are not tired. Ross, not much magic yet. Griselda, I can still go on. Issei, but we have to rest tomorrow, we make a plan and attack. They just nod. They make some dinner and then two fall asleep and another stands guard for the next day of the attack. It was a new day and Issei was having coffee. Given that I spend all day under surveillance until someone wakes up. Griselda, Issei, why didn't you wake me up to change? Issei, you looked comfortable sleeping. Griselda, but you're so tired. Issei, I'm not used to not sleeping much at all, so this is nothing. At the voices, Ross YZ slowly got up. Ross, Issei, don't tell me you haven't slept. Issei, I'm fine. Come on, prepare the coffee. They both approached and Issei gave them each a cup. Ross, Issei, where did you get all this from? Issei, I always come prepared, the truth. Griselda can tell. Issei, well, tell me what's on today. Griselda, well, with the disaster we made yesterday, we should have raised the lair even further. Ross, so this time it will be harder to attack them by surprise. Griselda, we will certainly try to attack in the afternoon. Issei, I understand, but what are we going to do all morning? Griselda, just wait for that. Issei. Ross, Issei, why don't you cut your hair? Issei, I won't lie to you, I like it that way. It doesn't fit me. Ross, it fits you well. Issei, thank you. Griselda, so early and already flirting. Ross Weiss on hearing that blushed and Issei just put on a smile. Issei, leaving that aside. Griselda, you should let us know how the mission is going. Griselda, I'll do it when we finish the mission. They could see our enemy position. Issei, I hadn't seen that, sorry for the question. Griselda, it's okay, it's not your fault. Hey Issei, do you have a partner? Issei, to be honest, no. They were surprised when they heard that. Issei, that's so weird. And you have? Griselda, I don't have much time for that, and no man I know is qualified. Except you, Issei, I see the standards must be high. Griselda, maybe. Issei, and you, Ross. Ross, well, I've never had a boyfriend since I've been busy being a bodyguard. While toward a circle with a finger in the cup. Issei, you are pretty, you must have some suitors, right? Ross, not the truth. Issei, I see, but you'll find someone. Soon, don't worry. Ross, thank you. Griselda, well, leaving aside the topic of couples. Where will we go next to have fun, Issei? Issei, no idea, that would be when returning from the school trip, right? Only this time more people will go. Griselda, who is it? Issei, Graphia and Ross. Well, if she wants. Ross, I will go with pleasure. Griselda, I'm a little surprised that you're friends with her. Because it is very serious. Issei, oh really? Griselda, with you it's normal, honestly. Issei just laughed for the above reasons. Ross, Issei, why do you always wear gloves? Issei, easy. Begin to take them off and they look at their hands and both were surprised because they had some scars. Ross, if you want, I can take them off. Issei, it's not okay like this. Griselda, but Issei, this was the result of my efforts, so it's okay. Both girls just nodded. I'll stop by tomorrow and they are preparing to go out again. Issei, well, they are ready. They both nodded and left the place. To go on the attack. They passed half an hour walking until Griselda stopped. Griselda, there are presences near here and there are many. Issei, well, all that's left is to go on the attack, right? Griselda, you are in a hurry, aren't you? Issei, what can I say, hee hee hee. Ross, well, we should go, right? Griselda, it won't be necessary, they're already coming, they have us surrounded. At that point the three of them get into an attack position. And in that a demon goes on the attack but Issei punches him. That he leaves him on the ground, then jumps and hits again. Keeping it surprising a little to their enemies. Issei without thinking twice went on the attack against his enemies by taking out his katana. Given that I wanted to try something new. At that several people approach him and Issei begins to attack. When the renegades saw that and it only gave them a chill and they could see a cold look. When killing. The girls were surprised by such a way of killing but quickly got out of that thought and went on the attack. Also, Issei to everyone who crosses his path killed him, some had their legs cut off and others their heads. Several people threw magic at him but he dodged it. Easily. It's coming to one who is bigger. The dog doesn't even flinch and goes on the attack, giving it several blows. With each blow he is into a hole after dead callous. Some were scared, they tried to escape but Issei didn't let them and killed them more easily. They could hear many shouts and others asked pity but Issei didn't say a word throughout the fight. At the end the girls had some minor injuries but Issei didn't have anything. Only the BLD of his enemies then began to rain and nobody said nothing. Until that Issei spoke. Issei, it's the first time you've seen me like this. I said it without seeing them. Issei, I didn't scare them. Griselda, Issei, we were in a battle and those kinds of expressions are normal, so don't worry. Rost, it's true, and they deserved it for the things they did. Issei, I see. Turning around and giving them a smile, I blushed them both, but it was not possible because of the rain. Issei, well, I guess we'll have to go back home, right? Griselda, yes, because I don't feel any presence around. Issei, well, that was all. It's better if we go home. Gracias. Issei, a question. Gracias. Issei, you can go back in magic circles because you don't. Griselda, because if we did, you would be left alone and perhaps get lost. Issei, you talk to me like I'm a little kid. Griselda, a little bit, but okay, let's go so we can get back home quickly. They both just nodded and left. To the place where they left, the car was changed upon arrival and they headed to the airport. Time passed and the group was already at Airport again. Issei's finally home. It was a long journey, right? Ross, yes, it was a bit long. But it finally ended. When Griselda received a call. Issei didn't say anything until he finished speaking. Issei, Griselda, something happens. Griselda, well, Rias and her group were in a raiding game and it was a trap. Now many renegade demons and fallen angels are attacking them. Surzexama and Azazelsama and Odinsama are there too. Ross, we should go. Griselda, maybe, but they won't be enough, don't you think? Issei's prevention is better than cure. I would like to go help but I can't, you know. Griselda, don't worry. So I gave it to him on paper with a magic circle. Griselda, put a little of your BLD and it will take you there. When you arrive, I will take you to the place of the fight. Issei, see you there. So biting the thumb and putting a bit of his BLD, they were in an alley, if you ask. Seconds then the palo glowed and he was teleported. Both girls saw each other and left too. Upon arriving, Griselda takes out her wings and takes Issei and Roswizy uses flight magic to go too. Minutes later they arrived and saw too many. They gave in to that. Issei, wow, there are many. Ross, Issei, what will you do? Issei, well, I'll go help a little. See you later. He runs and makes a great leap that surprises a little bit of both girls in that both too they went to help. Issei upon arriving took several and began to hit them in a boxing style. In that someone approaches. Azazel boy, did you get back from your mission? Issei, the truth is not long ago when I was about to go home Griselda received a call and well here I am. Azazel, I understand. Creating a spear of light and throwing it at a demon. At that Issei looks at someone. Issei, Azazel, what is a girl doing here? Azazel, what a girl. In that Issei with his finger pointed to someone who was floating. Azazel put his sight there. And when he saw her he turned almost pale. Azazel, idiot. You don't know who she is. Issei just denied with the head. Azazel, she is Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity. Issei was surprised that he puts on a half smile that Azazel didn't like. I was going to say something but it was too late. Issei's hello Ophis. I said it screaming that she puts her scene in Issei and starts. Azazel goes down and feels like he's almost going to faint when he sees that. In that she arrives and stays in silence. Issei, hello. What are you doing here? Ophis, just watching. Issei, I see. Ophis, you're not afraid of me. Issei, because I would have it. Ophis, everyone who sees me either leaves or acts like him. Pointing at Azazel who was about to faint. Issei, well, I just wanted to know what you were like. Ophis, you are weird. Issei, oh really? You're the weird one for dressing like that. Ophis did not say. Azazel thought that had been angry. Issei, well I just wanted to say hello, I hope to see you someday. Ophis just nodded and walked away into a gap dimensional. Azazel, hey, aren't you afraid of death or what? As he took him by the shoulders and began to move him. Issei, because you said so. Azazel, you were just casually talking to Ophis. Issei, what have? I don't finish because I hear a loud roar and he turns around to see a large red dragon. Issei, what's that? Azazel, hero entered the juggernaut driver. Issei, what's that? Azazel, it is when its bearer lets himself be guided by his hatred and well there you can see the result. Issei and how it stops. Azazel, leaving him unconscious perhaps. But don't worry, look. That's what he said and Issei could see some armor. White and became more big. Issei, that's not the one from last time. Azazel, well he will be able to and with that done we can return home. Issei just nodded but she saw one of her friends in the distance and smiled. Issei, I'm going to see someone, see you. That's where it starts to run leaving only to Azazel and that's why he's leaving. A few seconds after Issei arrives where he wanted to. Issei, hello Leifri. She upon hearing that voice turns around just like the rest of the group, putting on a smile. Leifri, Issei has been on time. Issei, if the last time I saw you was when I fought against Loki. In that, someone pretended to cough and Issei saw her. Leifri too and just sighs. Leifri, Issei, let me introduce you, she is Kuroka. Kuroka, hello Issei. Issei, hello. Stretching out his hand, Kuroka takes it as well. Leifri, this is Biko. Issei, I saw you once but I don't remember. Biko, it was when you left Vali almost dead. Oh. Issei, I see. So both were shaking hands. Leifri, and he is my older brother Arturo. Issei, pleasure. Stretching out her hand but he didn't even speak to her and turned around leaving Issei ignored. And to a somewhat angry Leifri. Leifri, leave it and tell me what you did. Issei, I recently came back from a mission and well I heard about a battle here so I came. And you? Leifri, well we were there and Vali wanted to come here. Issei, I see. Oh look there it didn't end because someone gave it a big blow in the face that I sent it to fly away leaving it to surprise presents given that it was Vali. Leifri, hey, what did you do? Well I owed them to myself. I was finally able to do it. Putting on a smile. But it goes away when you hear it talk. Issei, wow, that was a bit fast. I didn't see it coming. Vali, how are you still alive? I hit you strong. Issei, what can I say is luck. In that Vali activates his armor again and tries to hit him again but Issei just raises his arm with a fist and when colliding, Vali's arm is destroyed. And Issei for the speed ends up giving it to him in the stomach destroying his armor and leaving him unconscious. The others seeing that just dropped their mouths since I knocked him out easily. Issei, I'm sorry but he attacked me first. Leifri, he's fine thanks to his demon BLD and Albion will be fine I think. Kuroka, wow you are strong. Tell me you don't want to have kittens with me. Issei upon hearing that I just arched an eyebrow and Leifri hit Kuroka on the head. Kuroka, hey why did you do that? Leifri, so that you don't talk nonsense, we also have to go, more people are coming. At that Biko approaches Issei and takes Vali's body and leaves. Before leaving, Leifri approaches Issei and gives him a hug. Leifri, see you someday. Issei, take it for granted. So she left with his equipment. That's when they rest. Ross, Issei, don't tell me you know that group. Issei, only Leifri is a childhood friend. Irena, you have another one. So both are yes. Irena, I know. Surzek, I wasn't expecting you here. Issei, well Griselda found out about this and I came with them. Surzek, I see, and how was the mission? Issei, there were many of them, but with the help of these two I was able to get ahead. Odin, hey Issei, can we talk for a while? Issei, clear. They both separated from the group. Issei, something is happening. Odin, well it's a favor, you see, there are some ice giants that will attack us soon, my soldiers have kept me on my toes and Issei, I will help you, don't worry. Odin, thank you and sorry for the inconvenience. Issei's alright. And when would it be? Odin, according to my reports, it won't be long. But don't worry, maybe after your trip you can enjoy yourself a little. Since you just came back from a mission. Issei, thank you, when the time comes, let me know and I'll be there. Odin just nods and they both return to the others. Odin begins to speak with the leaders in that they approach Issei, Ross YZ, Griselda and Irena. Ross, Issei, what did Odinsima tell you about? Issei, he wants me to help him against some ice giants or something. Ross, Issei, but they are very dangerous and strong and there are many of them. Issei, I promised him that I would help him. Also I won't be alone, I'll be with your army. Irena, and when will you go? Issei, after the trip to Kyoto. Irena, I see. So we have to have fun on those days. See. Griselda, Issei would like to help you but... Issei, it's okay Griselda, I don't want you to get hurt, I'll be okay. Putting a smile that made all three of them blush unintentionally. Griselda, well, when we get back we'll go wherever you want with the others. Issei, take it for granted. Irena, you're not going either. Irena, clear. In that the group was with the rest. And so everyone is going home. All the students were at the station about to take the train to Kyoto. Issei, this will be fun Irena, you already know where we'll go. Irena, don't worry, I have a map with many places. Issei, great but are you sure you're with me? You shouldn't go with your friends from Asia and Zenobia. Irene, it doesn't matter, besides, they are with Asami and the rest. Issei, I see, it's okay. Well, let's go up since they're calling us. In that both go up to the train and sit together. Irena, Issei, are you still sure about going on that mission to Asgard? Issei, don't worry, there will be several of us and if something happens we will leave, I know my limits, you know. Irena, I know but I'm worried something might happen to you. Issei takes her hand and she doesn't say anything. Issei, Irena, I will be fine if someone needs my help I will give it to them. Irena, I know I hope you come back soon. Issei, of course I will. Irena, your hand is quality. Issei, thanks then I'll leave it like that, it bothers you. Irena, not at all. While taking it with further force. Issei just puts on a smile. They speak of things trivial throughout the trip. After a few hours of travel they arrive at your destination. Issei, wow, it's a nice place, don't you think? Irene, I know. Let's go with the rest. Issei just nods and both go with the rest up onto a bus and are taken to a hotel. Issei is given a normal ability that stops him being enough. In that leaves the room and meets with the rest of the students so that the teacher will speak. Azazel, well, you have the afternoon free and can go wherever you want. But come back early. The students just give a big shout confirming that everyone disperses. Issei goes towards Irena. Issei, now where do we go first? Irena, let's see. Taking out a map on his cell phone and seeing some places. Irena, well, there are some places where they sell various things, what if we go there? Issei, sounds good, plus I have to buy souvenirs for the others. Irene, okay, let's go. Both start to walk and the group Gremory just comes as they leave. Issei and Irena were flirting with each other while Issei took photos with a camera. Issei, it's amazing, don't you think? Irena, it is also a very quiet city. Issei, yes, but I also remember that Seraphal was going to come but I don't know when. Irena, it's true since they want to make an alliance with the yokai. Issei, excellent. The more the better. Irena, maybe we'll see more later. Issei, clear. Well, let's go buy some things. Irena just follows him with a smile and they go to various stores where Issei shops some bracelets for the girls. After that they went for a walk uploading many stands and there were many trees. Issei, how relaxing, don't you think? Irena, you are absolutely right, they came like a small temple and both were there for some minutes until someone spoke to them. You are not from around here. Both are given the return. And Issei decides to speak. Issei, we are not from Ko, we are here on an excursion. I see. You are not an angel. Pointing at Irena. Irena, clear. I see. Issei, if you're here it's for a reason, I don't think it's just to say hello, right? You're right, that is. Issei, you can count on us, maybe we can help? But you... Issei, if only I'm human. You know, if they paid me for every time I listened to that I would have a lot of money, lol. I see and sorry about that. Issei, okay, so then? First let me introduce myself, my name is Konu. Issei, nice to meet you. My name is Issei and this is my friend Irena. Irena, a pleasure. Konu, that's a pleasure too. Well, they kidnapped my mother and the truth is I'm a little desperate and I went out to look for her. I don't know what to do anymore. Shedding a tear. Issei, how bad, and how long ago was that? Konubs, 2 days ago some guys came and took her away, the guards couldn't do much. Issei, I understand and don't worry, we will help you. Konu, why would they do that? Issei, so that you are not sad, it is also clear that you love your mother very much. Konu, of course I love her. Issei, and that's good. Well, how about we go and meet Azazel? Konu, who is he? Issei, he is the leader of the fallen. And also a teacher who came with us would come. Konu, yes and thank you very much. Issei, okay, let's go. Irena, could you call Azazel to help us? Irena, okay, while we walk I'll call him. Issei nods at that and the three of them start to walk. Issei, I thought you would attack Konu when we were there. Konu, the truth is I was going to do it but since I only felt a sacred energy and a human one I didn't do much. But I wasn't sure if he was an angel or a fallen one. Irena, the difference is not much, you know. Konu, I don't know much about that. I have never left Kyoto because of that. Issei, but this place is not nice. Konu, I don't deny it, it's true, it's a nice place. Irena, Issei, you make friends too quickly. So it's always good to meet new people and learn about new places. Irena, I know. Konu, you are a couple. Irena blushed when she heard that, but she didn't deny it. Issei, not that I know of. Putting on a smile. Irena only spoke in a whisper that only Konu heard through their senses. Irena, not for now. Kona better not say anything, and they continued walking when Irena had already called Azazel, and they went to the hotel. To a restaurant where there was him and Serafal. Issei greeted her upon seeing her, and she did the same. Issei, Serafal, I haven't seen you in a while. Serafal, good job. Issei, I can imagine. Taking out a bracelet of wood that he gives it to Serafal, and she puts it on with a smile. Serafal's, thank you very much, I like it. Issei, I'm glad about that. I also have the same as Irena. Showing yours. Azazel, good, and that was the important thing. Decided speak since he felt uncomfortable. Issei, oh yeah, well she's Konu. She comes closer and makes a reverence to the leaders when listening to that name. Serafal, nice to meet you. I was going to meet your mother to talk about an alliance, but when I was at the castle gates they wouldn't let me in. Konu, I know the problem is that my mother was kidnapped recently. They upon hearing that's what they put on seriously. Serafal, do you have any idea who they were? Konu, the only thing I know. It was that one of the dens managed to hear one calling the other Chow Chow. Azazel on hearing that name became serious, the rest saw him and knew that he knew something. Issei, Azazel, you know something. Azazel, well not much, I just know that he and other people created a faction called the Heroes Faction. They are also allied with the Chaos Brigade. Issei, and how dangerous they are. Azazel, there is not much information about them. So for now I only know that. And he is the leader, so he must be someone very strong. Issei, I understand. But I promised to help Konu look for his mother, so I will. Serafal, it was typical of you to see. I wish you luck. We will tell you something if we know. Issei, well, we'll take Kona home and let us know if you know anything. The two leaders only nod and the three young men leave the place towards the castle. Konu, Issei, Irena, thank you very much. Issei, don't say it, in the end we haven't done anything yet. Irena, it's true, tell us that when your mother is with you. Putting on a smile that Konu gave back to her on the way, they spoke of various things until they arrived at their destination. Issei, well, we'll come early tomorrow to go look for you. Konu, okay, see you. So entering his house and the two of them going to their hotel since it had been through a little late. It was a new day and three people went everywhere looking for a person. Issei, Konu, you should eat something if it's late. Konu, alright. Issei, once we're done we can continue, don't worry. Konu, thank you. So the three of them went to the closest restaurant to eat. Irena, my question is, why did they kidnap your mother? What do they want with her? Issei, I don't think it's just about money, honestly. Konu, I don't know, I hope nothing happened to him. Going down the head. Issei gets up from his seat and sits down on par with her. And he strokes her head. Issei, don't worry, she's fine and you'll see that we'll find her. Konu, thanks for the encouragement. Issei, when you want, that's what friends are for. Konya. That's what they call the waiter and ask for theirs. They spoke a little and minutes later they took it from them. While eating, a group approached them. Asami, hello, Issei. Issei, hearing that voice, looked towards its origin. Issei, you need something. Asami, I was just passing by. Then he sets his sights on Konu. Asami, and who is she? Issei, a friend that I'm helping also needs something. I don't think you'll just come to say hello. Asami, true, I came to tell this girl to stay away from you. Konu, because I would. Asami, he is useless. If you are with him you will only have problems. Konu, that would be my problem, not yours. Saji, you better change that attitude. Konu, they always had to be such arrogant demons. The group, upon hearing those words, became angry and went to say something, but someone else got there first. Azazel, you better not make a fuss about it. Asami, this girl is looking for trouble. Azazel, the ones looking for trouble are you, since she is Princess Konu. The group heard that they opened their eyes wide and were a little scared. Given that may retaliate against them. Konu, just go away. The group left without thinking. They left twice from the place. Issei, it's good that you came in time, Azazel, otherwise there would have been problems. Azazel, you're welcome and it's good that you found it. Issei, for now, we've been searching all morning but nothing. After eating we will continue. Azazel, I'll see if I find out anything, I'll let you know. Leaving the place. Half an hour later, the group came out to search again. Konu Issei because that girl hates you. Issei don't know. Irena, it's easy Konu, she's his sister and she's jealous that Issei has achieved so many things without having magic or sacred gear like her and her brother. Konu I see. Issei doesn't mind that. Issei, no Konu since I was little I have been ignored so I'm fine. I never receive the love of a family but I do receive the love of good friends. Putting on a smile. They were walking across a bridge. Konu was about to answer but they saw that everything turned gray. And someone spoke to them. Wow, but if it's Princess Konu, it's a pleasure. Konu, who are you? Forgive my manners, my name is Chow Chow. Upon hearing that name surprised them but Konu was a little upset. Konu, give me back my mother. Chow Chow, when we're done we'll give it to you clearly, it will only be her corpse. Konu upon hearing that he got on his knees and they were leaving a few tears. Issei became serious. Issei's hey, I don't know what problems he has with his mother, but it would be better if you gave her back to him. Chow Chow and you, a human with nothing special, will stop me, please don't make me laugh. Issei, I have a lot of patience, but with people like you it's not enough. Chow Chow, if you say well, I just came to inform you that princess, we will return it to you soon. Leaving the place with a big smile. The time came back to its flow and Issei approached Konu and gave her a big hug and she cried. Issei, Irena calls Serafal and Azazel, we have to meet now. Irena just nods and goes to do it. Konu say I'm going to lose my mother. I said it in a few sobs. Issei, no Konu you will see that we will find her and you will be with her very soon so get up and let's go. Konu stands up and cleans the tears and they go with Irena. The three of them took the road towards the hotel where both the Gremari and Citri groups were. Issei, well Azazel we met that guy named Chow Chow and he only told us that he was going to use the yokai leader for something but he didn't say anything. Azazel I see, but what do you have planned for me to say? The group was serious as it was a situation record. Issei, Konu is the place where there is the greatest concentration of energy. Konu, not far from here because. Issei, if my hypothesis is correct, if they are planning something, I think they will need a lot of magic, don't you think, Azazel? Azazel, you have a point that could help us. Issei, although several groups go in different directions, we can cover more. Serafal, good plan Issei. Dasami wait, seriously, will Serafalsima listen to you? Serafal, maybe you have a better idea. Asami just stayed in silence. Serafal, well that's what I thought so go ahead. Issei, I will go alone so more groups can be formed. Konisei, I'll go with you please. Issei, just because there's a hurry I'm not saying anything, let's go. Irena please take care of yourself. He gives her a hug and so on leaves the place. Issei and Konu were walking under a station from the train until she stopped. Konu would say, wait there's someone here. It's not easy to hide from a yokai. It was someone with armor very black like fog. Issei, where is your leader? Because I would have to answer you. Issei, you know I'm in a bit of a hurry so let's finish this. You're going to stop me, don't make me laugh. Issei didn't say anything and started walking towards him and out of nowhere he made a great leap towards him leaving a hole in the ground. The stranger did not know how to react in time and received the blow full in the face. Even some teeth came out flying. Konu, seeing that, was surprised. He didn't know what to say. Konu, wow, that was great. I told him so for herself. He saw the state of the unknown and he was unconscious and did not move. Issei, Konu come on, this isn't over yet. They started to walk. While in one place someone I was lying down on a sofa and suddenly he stood up suddenly. Kuroka, you're finally awake. Vali, how long was I asleep? Kuroka, I think it's a week minimum. The listening that opened my eyes wide open. Vala, what do I eat? How is that possible? Biko, well you landed quite a hit on that kid out of nowhere that day we went to the Underworld. Vala, I remember that and also that he was as if nothing had happened and Biko, if you went out to attack him again, he just collided with your fist and destroyed your arm. The truth is that it even hurt me, and then with the same arm he hit you in the stomach and you were left unconscious. Valith, I'm going to kill him. While squeezing the fists with great strength. Leifer, you better not do it again, or else next time you might not make it out alive. Valith, which side are you on? Leifer, from none, But he is my friend, and if something happens to him because of you, I will not forgive you, Vali. Going to his room, leaving a great silence. While in Kyoto, two people arrived at the place. Issei, but what is happening? Konu, they are forcing my mother to enter her fox phase. Say I see, stay here. I'll go see. Konu just nods, and with that Issei leaves the place. Issei went down to the large crater that was and saw everyone fighting. Out of nowhere he saw a large snake wrap around him to the leader yokai. Issei, I hope they are allies. I continued walking on that, his sight focused on a person, and was surprised. Issei went where was. Issei, hey, what are you planning to do to Irena? Given that the store is in his arms. Oh, you're talking about Angel-chan? Well, she didn't give me much of a fight and I was going to throw her out there so she wouldn't get in the way. But I see that she is an acquaintance of yours. Issei, yes, so give it to me. He approached her and understood her. Both of his hands, and when I was going to take it but she dropped it. Oh, I dropped it, sorry. Putting on a smile. Issei didn't say anything and just stood there to watch. Issei, she is still alive although she is weak. I said it, putting on a half smile, and then got up with a serious face. Seeing that face gave her a big chill. Issei, I don't like fighting much, but if it's for my friends I'll do it. And you think a human with nothing can beat me, a descendant of Joan of Arc? Issei, I care who you are. Then he takes the sword that Irena had and gets into position of attack. And even at great speed the girl barely managed to move to defend himself, but his sword broke in two and Issei gave him a big kick in the stomach, sending it far away. Issei walked slowly towards her. Issei, what is your name? He didn't answer because it hurt his stomach. See you later. After a few seconds I managed to speak. My name is Jean, why do you ask? Issei, just plain curiosity, really. Well, it's time for you to get the same thing you did to Irena. While walking in that, Jean angry creates a large dragon made of swords. Putting on a big smile since I thought that with that would be enough. Send the dragon towards Issei and he just stops and he thrusts his sword into the ground and extends his fist. When the dragon was near Issei he alone gave the big blow. Destroying the dragon completely, leaving with the mouth open to Jean for what she saw. Issei draws the sword again and continues on his way. Jean was a little scared when she saw him. Jean, what the hell are you? Issei continued walking close to her. Issei, as you said, a simple human. Jean, it's impossible for a human to have done that. Issei, you belittle yourself for being human too. But I don't have time to talk. Giving it a blow on the nape of the neck and leaving her fainted. Issei starts to run quickly towards Irena and then takes her in her arms and at great speed goes towards Konu. Issei, Konu, please take care of her. I'll be back soon. Konu, yes, and be careful. Issei just gives her a smile and walks back to the place. While running he ran into a tall guy. But what is a human doing on the battlefield? Issei, I'm tired of hearing that, but it's normal. Letting out a sigh. The man without understanding extends his fist, and when I was about to give it to you, Issei just takes your hand. With great force until it breaks his hand completely. Doing it screams in pain. How the F do you have so much strength? Trying to get loose. Issei did not respond in that he gave him a great blow that sent him flying. Flying away, I passed near Chow Chow and was a little surprised when he saw him. Chow Chow, what was that? At that he turns around and sees his partner embedded and unconscious. Chow Chow, Hercules? What the hell did you end up there? In that he looks for the person and your view plunges into Issei. Chow Chow, it's impossible. In that someone tries to kill him while he is unprepared from behind with a katana. Chow Chow, go attacking from behind, that is a very dirty play. Asami, shut up, DM it. That's where both start. To fight. Issei was going to go too, but someone turned it around to stop. Issei, I have bad luck today. Don't worry, today I'll put an end to that bad luck of yours so you can rest in peace. While showing him many spades on his back. Issei, no thanks, I still have things to do. Well, what does it matter? He goes on the attack. Issei manages to dodge a sword that with the use of another hand stops another, and by doing so with his strength destroys it into pieces. Seeing that, he takes a big leap. Staying surprised. How did you do that? These swords are very powerful. Issei, luck perhaps. At a great speed his boyfriend gave him a blow to the face. Leaving him unconscious. Issei decides to go with Cao Cao since saw his sister already in the last days of being a little I speak closely. Issei, hey, don't do such a stupid thing. Cao Cao, how is it that you are still alive? You must have been the first to die. Issei, don't know. But well, let's finish this quickly, I have to go help a friend too. Cao Cao, you're going to stop me. I'm the bearer of true Longinus and leader of the hero faction. Issei, you call yourself a hero and look at the disaster you've caused by trying to kill someone's mother. Cao Cao, everything has a sacrifice and that would be her. So everyone will see that humans are on top too. Issei, that is a stupid idea doing such things. Cao Cao, you being a human say that you should better support. Instead you're with those demons. Issei, I have friends there. And even though I am human, I will help whoever, not like you who uses power for evil. Cao Cao, and you think you can confront me? I have the spear that killed God himself. Issei, if I don't try, I don't know what will happen. Issei at great speed goes against him. Cao Cao was surprised by such speed as soon as he managed to defend themselves by putting their throws as a shield but only sent it flying away. He landed with difficulty, but as he did so he got angry and went to attack as well. Cao Cao, you have good strength. Issei, train. In that Cao Cao I tried to hurt him but Issei managed to avoid every blow with the spear. Issei too, I was trying to give him some hits but Cao Cao managed to stop them with the spear, but when doing so they trembled hands since Issei used strength in his blows. Cao Cao, let's stop playing games. Creating a large sphere of power from his spear, and when she finishes she throws it at Issei. He just stands there and when was about to arrive he gives him a big blow, destroying it completely. Cao Cao, seeing that, his eyes were wide open. I didn't know there was a past. Cao Cao, what are you? Issei, you know I've heard that word all day but I'll just say I'm a human like you say. Cao Cao, you lie, a human can't do that. Issei, believe what you want. Cao Cao, angry, takes a great leap and with his fist tries to give it to him but Issei is doing it the same as Vali. It destroyed his arm and hit him in the stomach. Sending him flying as he fell, he gave a great cry of pain. In that group he approaches him and when they see him they are surprised. By then Son Goku had already arrived and was in shock seeing such displays from Issei. And they had already rescued the leader yokai Konu with her. At that point one of his companions gave him a phoenix tear and he managed to heal and stood up. Cao Cao, what is your name? Issei. Cao Cao, next time you won't be so lucky. Issei, I'll get my revenge. Issei, I hope I never see you or your group. If I see you again I will have no mercy. Cao Cao was all angry with such words he left from the place. Issei just let out a big sigh and decided to go with the rest. Issei started to walk after a few seconds arrived with the rest still saw to Irena fainted. Issei, Konu, how is your mom? Konu, very well, he just needs energy, but he'll be fine tomorrow. And thank you very much. He approached her and gave him an embrace on slap. Issei, it doesn't matter. Son Goku boy, you did a great job. But how do you have such strength? Issei, train sir, that's all I can say. Son Goku, I see. The leaders are coming now so I can leave peacefully. Issei, have a good trip. Son Goku just nods and is with his dragon. The two leaders, when they arrived they saw the majority wounded or unconscious, but when they saw Issei, they noticed that I didn't have many wounds. Serfal, Issei, I see you're okay. Issei, it was a bit of a difficult battle, to be honest, but in the end we won. Azazel, you were the only one with few injuries. Issei, well, when I arrived they were already fighting so I didn't do much. But you have to take them to a better fight, don't you think? Azazel, of course, you can go back to the hotel and we will take care of it. Issei, I will help, and Irena is unconscious, I must take care of her. Serafal, okay then let's do this quickly. They both just nod. Now one by one they start to reach the castle given that Konu insisted that they were to rest. The next morning most of them were waking up, some still in pain. Irena, when she wakes up the first thing that saw went to Issei. Issei, how do you feel? Irena, well, this reminds me of the time we saw each other again. Issei, true. And you feel good. Irena, if there weren't many wounds. Besides, that woman was strong and she won me over quickly. Issei, I could tell because I fought with her a bit. Irena, and you won? No. Issei, yes, but it was a little difficult. But in the end we achieved what we wanted. Irena, that's great. Issei, if you want, I can bring you breakfast or you can go to the dining room. Irena, I'd better go so I can get up from here. I don't like being in bed. Issei, good. Irena gets up from the bed and both start to walk towards the great dining room they arrived at. They saw some from the Citri and Zenobia entourage. Irena approaches her and Issei goes to greet Konu. Issei, Konu, and how is your mom? Konu, well, thanks for asking. Right now he is with leaders making an alliance. She wants to meet you. Issei, because. Konu, he wants to thank you. Issei, but I didn't do much. Konu, I know you already did it with the rest, only you and Irena are missing, but she is busy, so follow me. Getting up from the place and both start to walk to arrive at an office. Konu, mom, I want to introduce you to Issei. At that, Issei enters the room. Issei, pleasure. Yasaka, I say the same thing. I wanted to thank you for saving me. My name is Yasaka, you can call me that. Issei, it's okay, Yasaka. And there's no problem, I just helped a friend. Yasaka, if you want something, just say it. Issei, I don't need anything and thanks for saying that. Yasaka, Konu showed me a video of your fight. You are very good. Issei, thanks for the compliment. Serafal, you did it really well, but that last hit even hurt me how you broke it. Issei, well, he was coming at a high speed and I used it against him. Azazel, hey Issei, how serious were you in that fight? I said it was a bit serious and the rest set their sights on Issei. Issei began to think then. Issei, many of them were very strong, especially their leader. Serafal, when I saw that this big ball of power was going to give you the video, I got scared. How could you do something so reckless? Issei, I wanted to try something new. Oh. Serafal, stop doing such things, you worry me. Issei, I'm sorry. While he rubbed his head and the others just watched amazed. Azazel, you have a good relationship. Serafal, of course, Issei is a great person. Azazel, this is the first time I've seen you with a man other than the other Maos. Serafal, well, the men I've seen before only seek fame, and Issei, well, he only seeks friendship. Azazel, I see. Konu, Issei, and when they return to their city. Issei, I don't know. Azazel, in 2 days. Konu, brilliant. So I'll show you some places. Issei, it will be a pleasure. Azazel, Odin has told you something. Azazel, this morning he called me and well, you'll have to leave tomorrow. Ras-YZ will take you to Asgard. Serafal, what are they talking about? Issei, what are you going to do in Asgard? Issei, I thought you knew that. Azazel, because I was in a hurry, only Surzek knew, sorry. Serafal, I see, but tell me. Issei, Odin asked me to help him fight an army of ice giants alongside his army. Serafal, but those giants are very powerful. I know you are strong, but they are stronger. Issei, I know, but I promise, so I have to go. Serafal, I'll go with you. Those in the room were surprised to hear that. Issei, that would be impossible, you are a Mao, you must be busy with your work. Serafal, it doesn't matter, I can't let you go to that place alone. Issei, but Odin's army will be there. Serafal, I'll still go. Issei, Azazel. Azazel, don't involve me in that. Issei, you won't get into trouble. Serafal, of course not, and if anyone tries to say something they will know the consequences. Issei's alright. That's when Serafal started to jump for joy given that I had it accomplished. Issei, I think we can only go out to see the Konu places today, so we have to take advantage of it. Konu, alright. Let's go from now on. Konu drags Issei away to make the most of the day. Yasaka, I didn't expect to have such a difficult mission. Azazel, Odin asked him for help a long time ago and he easily accepted. Yasaka, she thinks he'll do well. Serafal, of course he will. Yasaka, I see, I wish you luck then. He is a good person. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Leifi, so you already talked to Issei. Office, if I was there and he spoke to me out of nowhere. Leifi, I see. He's a good person, isn't he? Office, yeah. Leifi, I hope to see it someday. With these missions we do, I hardly have time to go see him. Office, you are interested. Leifi, a bit. Office, I see. Then someone else arrives. Kuroka, hey, don't leave me alone with those kids, it's boring. Leifi, we forgot it. Kuroka, you are bad, Leifi. You've changed a lot. Leifi, I feel the same way. Kuroka, I'd rather not say anything and see what they were talking about. Office, from Issei. Kuroka, that did interest me when I saw it. I was surprised how easily he defeated Vali. Office, they fought again. Layfree no, I was talking to Issei and Vali out of nowhere attacked him, and when I saw Issei get up again I tried to hit him, but Issei just raised his fist and broke Vali's entire arm and hit him in the stomach. Kuroka, the truth is that I was very surprised. He did it very quickly. I'm even scared to fight with him. Office, interesting. Layfree, don't go and fight with him. You must be stronger than him. Office, and if it is the opposite? You already know that Vali is a strong person and that he can be defeated that easily. Kurokan Office has a good point. What level is Issei at right now? Layfree, I don't want to know and I hope you never fight with him. Office, maybe I don't know. Layfree, let's change the subject. Kurokan, fine, and tell me when you're going to confess. Since I will do it too, I just don't know when. Layfree, you barely know him. And he's not like other men who focus on physical appearance, you know. So don't try to stuck him. Kuroka, well, it will be the old-fashioned way. Layfree, I'd better not say anything. He got up and he left the club. He didn't want to keep talking about it anymore. Meanwhile, Issei along with Konu and Irena had a great time, and everything the day went to different places. They went to eat at a good restaurant, and at night Konu invited you for that. They will dine in the castle together with the leaders. In the end they stayed to sleep also. And it was a new day, and Issei and Serafal were at the station ready to leave to return to the city. Issei together with Serafal was at the station saying goodbye to the rest. Irena, Issei, how long will it take you? Issei, I really don't know. Irena, I hope you come back soon, okay? Issei, I'll try. Konu, I hope we meet again. Issei, I say the same. Yesterday was a great day, thanks for everything. Konu, alright. When you come again I will show you more places. Issei just nods at her. Issei, thanks for letting us stay last night in Yasaka. Yasaka, alright. It was good to have more company. I hope you come back someday. Issei, I'll try. Well, see you later, Irena. Giving it a hug and then to Konu and Yasaka. And a narrowing hand with Azazel. So they both got on the train. When they were sitting, Issei took out his phone and called Rossweiss. Ross, Issei, tell me what's wrong. Issei, well, as you already know, I have a mission and I wanted to know where we were going to meet. Rost, if I have already been informed, come to the academy and we will leave from here. Issei, I understand we'll be there in a few hours. Rost, wait, you're coming with someone. Issei, if Serafal insisted on coming to the truth. We'll see you. I didn't even let Rossweiss respond since I hung up. Issei, you're ready for Serafal. Serafal, it's been a while since I fought the truth. Issei, seriously, how long has it been? Serafal, a few hundred years. Issei, how old are you? I didn't finish because I felt a shiver and saw how Serafal had a smile on his face. Serafal, what were you going to say? Issei, nothing, I already forgot it. Putting on a nervous smile. Serafal, I see. It's okay if you remember, tell me. Issei, I'll try. Well, leaving that aside, do you have any idea of what our enemies are like? Serafal, not at all. When it comes to other factions, my knowledge is very little, to be honest. Issei, I see. Well, we'll see when we get there. Serafal, say, tell me you're excited, right? Issei, not at all. The truth is I'm curious about what Asgard is like. Serafal, I won't lie, I'm curious too. Issei, tell me Cao Cao fought you. At that moment there was silence for a few seconds. Issei, a little bit, but if I had gone all out I might have been in trouble. Serafal, whenever you fight, your enemies underestimate you for being human and you deliver the first lethal blows. Issei, tell me what you thought of me. Serafal, same as the others. How could a human get so far? Issei, I see. Serafal, but seeing you fight Razor left me even more surprised. Issei, understood. You wake me up when we arrive, I'm a little sleepy. Serafal just nodded and in that Issei started to sleep. A few hours passed until they arrived. Serafal, Issei, we're here. Issei started to open his eyes slowly, letting out a yawn. Issei, excellent. Serafal, you slept well. Issei, a bit. Well, let's go. They both begin to get off the train heading to the academy. After half an hour they arrived and Rossweiss was waiting for them in Sona's office. Rost, well, how was the trip? Issei, it was good. I fell asleep for a while. Serafal, I read a little bit of my manga. Ross, I see. Well, how about we go? Both only nod and Roswyz creates a magic circle going to Asgard. Upon arriving, Issei was left surprised since it was a great place. Issei, wow, this place is great. Serafal, you are absolutely right. Looking everywhere after a few seconds Roswyz caught their attention and the three of them started walking. When they arrived at Odin's castle, the Lairs did not want them. Let them in until they got a message from Odin. Upon entering, they both saw many luxuries. After with a walk they reached the throne. Issei, hello Odin, how did it go? Odin, good. Well, you're ready, but from what I see, you brought company. Issei, well, she wanted to come. And I couldn't deny it. Scratching the back of his head. Serafal, I will help with whatever I can. Odin, thank you. The army will leave tomorrow so you can explore the city while waiting for the time. Issei, that sounds great. Odin, Roswyz, you can guide them. Ross alone, he nods and the three of them leave the castle. Issei, well Ross, where are we going? Ross, well, how about we go get something to eat? They will like it. Issei just nods the same as Serafal. In that the three were going to leave until someone speaks to Roswyz. Valkyrie, Ross, we haven't seen each other in a while. Giving it a hug, making the same Roswyz. Ross, well, I've been busy, honestly. And how have things gone for you? Valkyrie, you just know how to train and do some missions. Then he turns his gaze to the other two present. Valkyrie, and who are they? Well, she is the mouse Serafal and Issei is here for a mission. By Odin. Valkyrie, don't tell me they're going there. Ross just nods. Valkyrie, I see. I know she is strong, but the other only has a human aura and is weak. At that, Issei understood his hand towards Serafal, doing that she took a bill out of her pocket and gave it to him. Ross, what was that? Issei, you see, Ross, Serafal and I made a bet. And that is that if I hear those words, she would always pay me. Serafal, it's not fair. If we continue like this, I'll go bankrupt. Issei, you wanted it that way. I let you know it was a bad idea, huh? Serafal, apart the view, doing a stew. Valkyrie, I see. Ross, you see. Even if you don't believe it, Issei is very strong and defeated Lokissima very easily. The Valkyrie, upon hearing that, was surprised, and I analyzed more about Issei, but nothing. Valkyrie, but I don't understand, he still seems like a weak human. I can't find anything. When Issei returns, raise your hand with a small smile. Serafal, a little angry, gave it to him. Serafal, hey, don't say those words anymore, I'll be left without money. Valkyrie, sorry. But I see that it doesn't bother him. Issei, I'm used to hearing those words often. Valkyrie, I see. Well, I have to go, I wish you luck. Leaving the place. Issei, Serafal, how much money did you bring? Serafal, because you asked. Issei, I feel like I will hear those words tomorrow. Serafal, on hearing those words, turned pale. Serafal, Issei, during battles does not count. Issei, you want to escape. Serafal, of course not. Only in battle you have to be serious. Trying to put on a serious face, but Issei could see her nerves. Issei, it's okay, in battles it doesn't count. At that, Serafal let out a big sigh, making Issei laugh a little. Issei, and you want to bet too, Ross? Ross, not at all. If I did that I would be out of money in a few days. Issei just laughed. After that they started to walk first. They went to eat and then to visit many places to buy some memories. At the end of the day we watched the sunset. Issei, this Ross is a appealing place. Thanks for the tour. Ross, it doesn't matter. I'm glad you liked it. I would have liked to go with you on that mission, to be honest. Issei, it's better not. I don't want my friend to get hurt. And with Serafal, well, she is somewhat insistent. Serafal, it's true. Don't worry, Ross will come. Ross, I know. Issei, when you come back, take us out to eat again, yes. Ross just laughs a little and then nods. In that they continued talking about trivial things until they went to rest. The day had come and they were both ready. Facing a large army heading to fights. Both were seeing the big army. Issei, wow, that's a lot of people, isn't it? Serafal, yes, but the more the better so we get back faster. Issei, it's true. And well, Odin. Odin, I can only say good luck and hope you help my comrades. Issei, I will do my best to bring some of you back. Odin just nods. At that he stands near his army and gives a great speech, causing the great army to cry of emotion. At that the whole army went to the bridge and everyone began to cross the portal. The first were Issei and Serafal. They saw as RasYZ said goodbye to them. When they left the portal they saw a dark and cold place. Serafal had a coat and Issei his usual clothes. Serafal, Issei, why do you look so calm? Issei, no idea. I'm used to this I think. And why do you wear a coat if you don't use ice magic? Serafal, you're right but I have to get used to it, give me a few minutes. Issei just nods and that's the whole army. He starts to leave and they both approach the captain. Issei, and well, where are we going? Captain, from the reports we have received, we must go east and wait for A. I did not finish speaking as everyone heard a great noise and they saw how far away they came from many ice giants. Issei, I think your information is incorrect. Captain, soldiers prepare. I said it screaming that the soldiers just got into position. Issei, I'll go first. Serafal, you'll be fine. See you later. Leaving the place. Captain, your friend will be fine. They are very strong. Serafal, it will be fine. As I watched Issei run towards the army. When he was about to arrive he saw how big they were. Some were there and others were not. Issei, wow, how big. In that he makes a great leap. Giving it face to face with the giant and remaining silent dead on top of some soldiers. The soldiers of Asgard had mouths on the floor when seeing such a demonstration. Serafal, well, it's time. The captain was shocked and gave the signal. All the soldiers shouted, "Soldiers, by Asgard!" In that all the soldiers went out to attack. Serafal leading the way to a great speed arriving at Issei. Serafal, you are overcome with emotion. Issei, I thought it would last longer. But let's get serious. Serafal just nods and takes out her demon wings and starts to create an ice spear. Giving it to the majority of the giants is already some further small. The soldiers were fighting with the smallest and Issei with the giants. That's when he appeared as a different giant giving a great breath, freezing some. "See, get out of there. It's coming." I said it shouting because the blizzard was going to some soldiers but the majority of them couldn't escape. Issei could only put one face of frustration already that I wasn't going to be able to get there on time. In that he saw how they crushed some frozen soldiers. Issei got a little angry because he saw the smiles of the enemies. Start running and kill those that come across him. Destroying a mountain because he was so upset. As he killed them he went to the mocking giant. The giant saw him and with his staff I tried to hit him but Issei destroyed him. Giving a great jump and destroying his face. Issei, that was for making fun of those soldiers. Giving it back to the corpse. He saw how many soldiers came and Issei without thinking went on the attack again. Some hours passed since the battle started and the numbers of the enemy decreased thanks to the help from Issei. At that the enemy withdrew, but not before saying, "We'll see each other later," putting on a big smile and walking away. When they left the place some soldiers were seriously wounded, about they were missing an arm or legs. Issei just stood there watching the enemies leave, then someone spoke to him. "Serafal, Issei, are you okay?" Issei, "Yes, Serafal. But I couldn't help much." While clenching his fists, failing to save some. Serafal, Issei, it's not your fault, you did what you could. That's how wars are, Issei, there will always be losses. Issei, I know but I promised Odin that I would help more. And sometimes I think about those soldiers who had families waiting for them. Serafal, don't torment yourself with that, Issei. You must move on. Issei, and how are you? Serafal, as you know, I hadn't wrestled for a while and it was difficult at the beginning but I got it right later. Just a few minor injuries, that's all. Issei, I see, you have to be careful and if you need help next time, let me know. Serafal just nods when the captain comes. Captain, thanks to your help, the casualties were minimal. Thank you very much. Issei, still there were falls. Captain, but they fell with honor. Issei just nodded. Issei, and now what are we going to do? Captain, for now we have to wait for the wounded to heal and then leave since they will return. Issei, and from what I saw, they will come with everything for the next one. Captain, yeah. But you are amazing, you killed several with one hit. Issei, it was the adrenaline. I feel a little tired since I have never fought for so many hours. Serafal, and it's understandable and you killed almost all of the most powerful giants. Come on, I'll take you to your tent. So Issei just nodded and said goodbye to the captain and they both started to walk. Arriving at the tent, Issei lay down and Serafal did the same, only in a separate bed. Issei, we will be partners. Serafal, it doesn't make you happy. Issei, you know my answer. You better rest since you must be tired. Serafal, I would tell you no. But I will do it since I am tired. Little by little I started to fall asleep. Issei was left alone looking at the ceiling. Issei, we won't lose many soldiers next time. Making a fist and raising it, and seconds after decided rest too. In the morning next he woke up and went with the captain along with Serafal. Issei, and there is the new one. Captain, so far so good. Maybe they'll attack when we're distracted. Serafal, that's normal, so you always have to have some guards. Issei, and what will they do with the soldiers who are missing an arm or a leg? Captain, they will return to Asgard tomorrow since they cannot fight under these conditions. Issei, and they will send reinforcements. Captain, we can't communicate with Asgard, so not really. When the wounded leave, we will send a report and they will send us help. Issei, I understand, but why didn't the other gods come too? Captain, they had missions to do too and everyone was busy, but Odinsama informed us before coming that when he returned one would come. Issei, I see. That's what happened these days, and there was nothing happened. The soldiers had already recovered. Odinsama was gathering more people to send them. It was a night. It was a bit cold. Issei was in a tent sleeping. At that point the alarm sounds and he suddenly gets up just the same. That Serafal both see each other and leave the place. Issei, what's happening? The captain could not say anything and just passed it on to him. Issei takes it and sees and is surprised since he saw 7 people coming towards them. Issei, there are more than last time. Captain, they beat us. What are we going to do? The reinforcements haven't arrived yet. We won't be able to resist much longer this time. I said that. A desperate tantrum in Serafal slaps him. Serafal, calm down and get your men into formation. We will have to fight. The captain just nods. And he runs away screaming. Serafal, Issei, do you think we can do it? While grabbing Issei's hand. Issei, I don't know, but let's do our best. Squeezing a little the hand of Serafal. At that all the soldiers got into position. Issei, I wish you luck. Putting on a serious face and going on the attack. Everyone was ready to attack. Some soldiers were highly strung given that there were many and the majority were giants and looked strong. Issei, Serafal, be careful. She just nodded and Issei started to run towards the army as the last time. When he arrived he started to kill everything that came across that were the most small. At that he saw a giant's hand coming towards him. Issei just put his hands on an X and received the blow. The giant thought that it had killed him. Removing his arm, Issei leapt out, killing the giant. Meanwhile, the others were still standing. Serafal, hey, we have to go too. Going on the attack. The soldiers put on a serious face and everyone went on the attack too. Upon arrival, screams of pain could be heard from both sides. The giants crushed the majority or froze them. Some will be saved given that Issei arrived in time to avoid being crushed. But others don't. They had that luck. The numbers of the enemy were by far further high. Serafal created snakes of ice and large ice stakes. Issei takes some hits to protect some soldiers. But the wounds they inflicted on him were not very serious. Hours passed and the Asgardians decreased quickly. Issei realized that he approached the captain. Issei, Captain, I want you to gather your entire army and leave. They are tired and can't take it anymore. I will stop them as long as I can. Captain, you're crazy, you won't be able to handle them all. Issei, if I don't try I won't know. Just do what he asks of you, please. The captain saw his soldiers and realized that they were already at their limit also. Captain, it's okay, but we will send help. Issei just nodded and the captain began to call his soldiers. Serafal realized and wondered what they did. She was hurt. Issei approaches him. Issei, Serafal, you must go with the others. I will stop them as best I can. Serafal, you think I'll leave you? You're crazy. Issei is only given a bit of an approach. Issei, I'm sorry. Serafal, but I am not done yet. Issei moved backwards from her and hit her on the back of the neck. Falling unconscious as she does so, Issei grabs her so she doesn't fall, and quickly goes to the rest and gives Serafal to the captain. Issei, tell him I'm sorry and we'll see each other later. Putting a smile and leaving. At that, Issei took a great leap and fell to the ground and gave a loud bang to the ground, creating a huge tremor. At that, Issei turns around. Issei, now go away. I said it, screaming. In this, the capital only agreed and called the person in charge of the portal. All the little army left that remained. A giant came out of smoke going towards the portal, but Issei stopped him. The soldiers saw how many began to leave and they headed to the portal, but they saw how Issei stopped them on their own. Soldiers, thank you. Shedding a tear as she watched him struggle alone. Just like the other soldiers, the captain held on because I did it out of respect. At that, the portal disappeared. And the giants gave a great cry. And one speaks. Giant UDMN. He was one of the leaders. Issei only put on a half smile. Issei, as long as I'm alive. They will not reach Asgard, angering the majority of the enemies and going on the attack. Meanwhile, Asgard told Odin that the portal had been activated in order to create a magic circle going to the place. Same as Rosyz since it was there. Odin, when seeing how did they come out. A few soldiers who had seen the majority were very wounded. I called for more guards so that I could attend to them. Then the captain comes out with Serafal in his arms. Odin and Rosyz were scared and were going to say something, but he got ahead of them. Captain, she's just unconscious, she's not dead. Odin, that's good, but what happened there? At that, the captain gives Serafal to Rosyz. Captain, the enemy greatly outnumbered us. As you can see, only we are left since young Issei stayed there while we escaped. Odin was surprised when he heard that, and Rosyz was going to fall to his knees, but he held on because he had Serafal in his hands but shed a few tears. Odin, because he was left alone. Captain, he stopped them so we could all be teleported. Sorry we couldn't do much. Odin, alright. At that, Odin approaches Heimdall. Odin, Heimdall, you see it. Heimdall, no Odinsama, something is preventing me from seeing that place for a few days now. Odin, I see. At that, he calls a guard. Guard, yes, Odinsama. Odin, call all the gods or heroes you can, we have to go. The lair was about to leave, but Heimdall spoke. Heimdall, Odinsama, something is interfering and I won't be able to create the bridge to send them there. I have to find a solution, but it will take some time. Odin could only squeeze the fists of how powerless it felt. Odin, how long? Heimdall, minimum 4 days. I'm sorry. Odin, alright. Heimdall, I'll start now to see if I can do it faster. At that, Odin approaches the captain and sends him to rest. Odin was going to leave together to Rosyz. But they watched as Serafal began to wake up. Serafal, Ros, what are you doing on the battlefield? Ros didn't know that. That's where Serafal begins to look around and realize that it is not in the field of battle and gets off Ros. And remember what Issei told him. Serafal, where is Issei? Both of them did not know that reply. Serafal begins, let's see on the sides. Serafal, where is Issei? I said it was altered since I didn't want to believe it. Rosyz approaches her and hugs her and sheds a few tears as well. Ros, she stayed on the battlefield so you could escape. Serafal opens her eyes upon hearing that and sheds a few tears. Serafal, no. No, tell me it's a lie. As she pulled away from Ros, she shed a few tears. Serafal, tell me it's a demon joke because it would be in bad taste. Rosyz did not know that. Odin, it's no joke, he's down there. He did it to protect his return. Serafal, but we promised to fight together. He lied to me. I must go back. Send me quickly. I said it was altered. Odin, you can't go back. Something is interfering with the bridge and we cannot return for 4 days. Serafal, upon hearing that, falls to her knees and begins to cry while he was shouting in denial. Ros, you must believe in him. You know he can defend himself. Serafal, I know. But I wanted to help him, but in the end I couldn't do much. Odin, when the bridge is ready we will go and we have to wait for it to be fine. Serafal stood up and she became serious. Serafal, I will go too and I must believe in Issei. I know he can defend himself. Clenching fists could not do a lot. Ros, Odinsama, I will go too. Odin just nodded. Odin, Serafal, dono, you should go rest these days. She just nodded and Rosyz guided her and Odin stayed only there. Odin, I hope you are well, boy. As I started walking. In the sky there were 2 train people until they took a break. Irena, how do you think Issei is doing? Griselda, I would say that well, I have already fought alongside him and he is strong. Irena, it's true. You guys had a mission together and how do you fight? I haven't seen it yet. Griselda, he is serious when he fights and has no mercy on his enemies. Irena, I see. I would like to talk to him. Griselda, how about we call Serafal? And he tells us how the mission is going. Irena smiles upon hearing that and nods. Griselda creates a hologram until seconds after someone answers. Griselda, hello Serafal, how are you? Serafal, very good. Pretending put on a smile. Griselda, and it is difficult not to have had problems. Serafal, it's a bit difficult but we've been able to get through it. Irena, we can talk to Issei. Serafal stayed silent for a while. Serafal, he is talking to the captain as they plan something. Griselda, tell me the truth, I know that while. Putting on a serious face. Serafal, but it's true. Griselda, I know you're faking a smile. I didn't say anything earlier because I thought it would be something else. Now tell me what's going on. Serafal, Issei. Only a few tears, the two girls were surprised to see her. Irena, what happened? It was already beginning to scare. Serafal, Issei stayed on the battlefield while Odin's army retreated and he knocked me out so I could leave too since I was a little tired. The two angels were surprised to learn that. Irena, knowing them seconds later, Callus fainted and Griselda did not know that. Griselda, and why haven't they gone? Serafal, the portal that connects the other side does not work, we will have to wait 3 days. And we don't know how it is filling up because something is interfering. He is alone there, he abandoned me. Letting go tears. Griselda couldn't help but let out a few since they were good friends and a part of her loves him very much. At that Irena gets up all upset. Irena, Griselda, tell me what I heard is a lie. While holding his shoulders and holding on so as not to cry. Griselda just denied with the head that Irena starts to cry on the CC from Griselda. Serafal, when you can go. Several of us will go to see the situation and we just hope that he is okay. You know what he is like. Irena, please, I want to go. This is how I help. Serafal, you better stay there. When I'm done I'll let you know what happened. Griselda, you promise? Serafal just nodded. With that he made the hologram disappear. Irena, I hope you are okay. I know it will be. Griselda, it will surely be, don't worry. The two could only hug each other and wait for the news. Meanwhile, in a cold place. Giant, how the F are you still alive? I said it. He was angry given that lost several of his men and he was just one person. It must be luck, I'd say. All hectic since I was a little tired and didn't have a shirt and had several wounds. But there were already several defeats. But you look tired, you can't take it anymore. Besides, we are that you. Issei, what can I say? You are absolutely right. But I will still kill them. Running towards the one who spoke that he was a leader of the smallest. Being close, he started it to hit. Until leaving him dead on the ground. The others just got angry and they were to the attack and Issei just gave Tom a sword that I was on the ground and was to the attack also. Killing in half the one who crossed his path. At a high speed went to the rest. That only made me angrier. To the enemies. Issei launched his sword killing to one and started with his fists again. Destroying in the face of some or the whole body. At that point a giant tried to hit him from behind. But Issei killed him before. Leaving him with a big ear in the CC and falling dead to the ground. Issei won't die so easily. While they were coming several on the attack. In Asgard, Serafal was worried. He wanted to go as soon as possible. Ross, Serafal, calm down. If you continue like this you will not achieve anything. Serafal, I know, but I can't stop thinking about how Issei will be doing there. If you had seen, there were thousands of them. Ross, but you know how Issei is. He will be able to get out of it. Serafal, I know it's tough, but you should know that he also needs to eat and get some rest. We all have a limit, you should know that, right? Ross, I know, and if he fights for so long I don't know what will happen. Serafal, also, Griselda called me recently and in the end I had to tell them the truth. Ross, they wanted to come, no. Serafal, yes, but I told them no. Because if they come they would only cause a disaster. Ross, like you at the beginning. Serafal, I won't deny it because it's true. And the worst is still 3 days away. I felt weak in that battle. Ross, it's normal, you haven't trained for a long time and you had to fight like that out of nowhere. Serafal, I know I have to train. If I continue like this, I won't be able to help later. Can you guide me to a training camp? RasYZ just nods and they both start walking towards a room. In the underworld, the leaders were waiting for the arrival of Odin since he gathered them this time. Even Yasaka was there. That's when he appeared and sat down. Zazel, and that happened. Odin, well, the truth is that you should know. Michael, what thing? Also there were Gabriel and Penemu. Odin, Issei's mission went wrong. Going down a little the leader's head when listening. That was surprising and some of them rose from their seats. Azazel, what do you mean by bad? Explain yourself. Putting on a serious face. Odin, the enemy was more normal. There were few casualties at the beginning. But when the enemy came back, reinforcements were more than normal. The army went on the attack, but hours later the number decreased. From what Captain Issei told me, he forced them to leave while he stopped them. Penemu, don't tell me that. Odin, that's him. Issei was left alone fighting against the army. Surzek, and what happened to Serafal? Odin, say hit her on the back of the neck since she wouldn't leave of her own free will. Yasaka, and because they have sent help here. Odin, it is not possible because something is interfering. Heimdall is looking for a solution, but there are still 3 days left. He is doing his best. Yasaka, she has been fighting alone for how long? Odin, almost 2 days. Surzek, that's a lot for one person. And you know nothing. Odin, no, because something interferes. We just have to wait. I've already gathered some gods and heroes, but for now I can't do anything. Zazel, how will it reach you? I know it's strong, but an army is something else. Odin, I know, but the captain showed me how he fought. In that he shows in a hologram all of Issei's fight, and they saw how he killed the giants and how they protected the Asgardians without thinking, and how I received wounds just to protect them. The women present wanted to look away, but they couldn't. They saw the captain hiding and would withdraw. And as he alone protected the portal and gave them a smile. The place became silent for a few minutes until someone broke it. Azazel, how can that idiot do such a thing? Gabriel, Issei is a person who would fight for others, and you just saw it. You saw how he defended others while receiving many wounds. Azazel, I know. But you see, there were thousands, and there were too many for just one person, and the training alone was never properly trained. Surzek, it's partly our fault since we never asked him if he wanted us to teach him something. Michael, it's true. We can only wait. Yasaka, Adendono, and how Serafal is when she receives the news upon waking up. Odin, she was very upset since Issei sent her away. But she relaxed because she trusts him. When the bridge is working again, she will go too. Yasaka, I see. I hope this is okay. After that, everyone I take a course with is waiting for good news in the next meeting. They had already after 3 days and everyone was gathered on the bridge. The most worried were Serafal and RasYZ, neither of whom could sleep. They were in front of Odin and behind them were some gods and heroes and Valkyries. Odin, Heimdall, please. He just nods and starts to open the portal where they begin to enter. On leaving from the portal, all they were in shock, so were watching. They saw many corpses. Some were headless, others did not even recognize each other. And others had swords that I killed. Odin, but what? Odinsima, what could have happened here? As I see, there are thousands here. What do we do? Odin, stay alert. We don't know what's going on. Everyone nodded. The 2 girls were more worried that Issei was there also. After walking for so long amidst so many corpses, some were surprised and others were eager to vomit from such a massacre. After walking for so long, everyone's eyes opened wide when they saw a huge mountain of corpses. And they were more shocked when they saw the person there. But they saw that I was all hurt. They saw how he staggered and fell from the mountain in that Serafal at a great speed and went out and managed to catch it. He saw many cuts and burns. At that, Issei opened a little bit of the eyes. Issei, some escape. Could not continue given that I was very tired and fainted. Serafal, Issei rests. It's your turn to do it. Shedding a tear as he saw that still he was alive despite having so many wounds. Odin is approaching Rosweiss. Odin, how are you doing? Serafal, he's just very tired. He just said that some escaped and he fainted. Ross, it must be because he fought for almost 5 days on his own. Also, he hasn't eaten in days and slept, remembering that he is human. Serafal, it's true. But if Issei had heard you, he would have charged me. Letting out a light laugh. Odin, you guys look around. The others just nodded. And they left. Then a doctor arrived. And started it to heal. Doctor, he will be fine, he just has these wounds. The truth is I'm surprised he's still alive. Sarah faults he is a very difficult person to kill, honestly. Doctor, we need to take him somewhere where he can rest. We need to give him protein so he can wake up. Odin, I see. At that he calls Heimdall to transport the two girls to Issei. He stayed there to see the situation. When Odin left, he saw everything alone. Odin, but how did you do all this, boy? You leave me more and more surprised. Not even I would have achieved all this. Letting out a sigh. The two girls quickly arrived. They went to the hospital to attend to him. By doing so, both stayed to take care of it. Ross, how do you think he did all that? Seraphal, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that he's still alive, don't you think? Ross, you're right. You should tell the other two so they stop worrying. Seraphal, you're right. In that he creates a hologram to be able to speak with Griselda. While in heaven there were 3 girls chatting until one received a call and answered quickly. Griselda, Seraphal, what happened? The other 2 only lent attention to what they would say. Seraphal, Issei is alive. He's just tired from the battle. While showing Issei in bed with some wounds. Irena, I'm glad you're okay. I can be calm now. Gabriel, I'm glad you're okay. And how do I achieve it? Seraphal, I kill almost everyone. That surprised all 3 of them. Seraphal, when we arrived at the place there were hundreds of corpses. And when we found Issei, he was on top of a mountain of corpses, barely conscious. Griselda, but how could he handle so many? Seraphal, don't know. He couldn't say much as he was very tired. Griselda, it was clear that he spent his time fighting alone for days without rest. Irena, I want to go see him. Please. Rost, tomorrow you wait for me outside of school in the afternoon and I will come for you. Gabriel, I can go. Griselda, me too. Ross YZ just nodded, knowing that they are good friends of Issei. Seraphal, well, see you tomorrow, bye. Cutting off communication. Irena, I'm glad you're okay. I've been very worried these days. Gabriel, I could notice it. Although I won't deny that he is a good person too. Griselda, it's fun to hang out with him and he's my partner on missions. Irena, well, I'll go rest since I haven't been able to sleep. So tomorrow I can go out with energy. Leaving the room, the other 2 stayed alone talking. Up to date, next 3 girls were found in the exit of an academy, and every man or woman who I was passing by, they were left with seeing that they were very pretty. Minutes after Ross YZ arrived. Ross, sorry for the delay. Gabriel, it's alright. We haven't been together very long. Irena, and Issei has already woken up. Ross, no, he's still unconscious. Well, how about we go? They were about to leave until someone spoke to them. Hero, wow, what appealing women do here. While I looked at Gabriel as he had wanted her for himself for a long time. Seeing that look, she stood back. From Griselda. Griselda, just waiting for a friend, if you excuse us we have to go. Having a serious face since she didn't like him at all. Griselda, Ross, please. She just nods and creates a barrier and then a magic circle where they all went. Leaving an angry hero. In that they arrived at Asgard, but the 3 angels, they didn't care much about the place given that they wanted to see a person. After a few minutes of walking they arrived at the hospital and to Issei's room where Seraphal was. The 3 of them, upon seeing Issei, saw him sleeping and with several cuts and burns. Gabriel, up close it looks worse. Seraphal, yes, but little by little they will heal those wounds and then they will remove the scars so that he no longer has them. Irena, I see. As she approaches Issei and caresses his hair. Irena, I'm happy to hear you're well. Griselda, what would I do without my battle partner? Putting one small smile. Ross, I informed Odinsma yesterday that you can stay in the castle. Irena, I want to stay and wait until he wakes up. Gabriel, me too. That surprised everyone, but they didn't ask. Griselda, he deserves to be scolded for doing such a stupid thing, so it's obvious that I'm staying. Seraphal, I see there is no option, but don't bother me so much, okay? The 3 angels just nodded. Ross, okay, then I'll order something for lunch if you guys want something. The 4 of them nodded as they had not eaten. After a meal they were all talking. Irena, if I don't see this I don't believe it, honestly. Ross YZ was showing them the battlefield via a hologram. Issei book. Gabriel, I have never seen so many deaths, not even in that war. Serafal, I won't lie to you, I say the same thing. That is nothing with this. Griselda, how would Issei's battle have been? Rost, we could see their memories. But it would be rude not to ask for permission. Irene, it's okay, you should know what he is like. It won't matter much to you. Ross, alright. That's where it stands and approaches Issei and takes out a sphere from his head. And they watched the battle from Issei's point of view. They started to see how said goodbye from Serafal to how he stopped them to avoid entering the portal. And after that he went on the attack with all. The 5 girls were surprised with the speed at which they did it. 2 days passed and they saw how it continued fighting tirelessly and saw how tired. Ross, how is it possible that he hasn't rested for a second? Griselda, where does he get so much resistance from? They kept watching as he killed the giants without any mercy. Until another day passed and one spoke to him. When you die we will go to Asgard and all its women will be ours. And from what I saw there was a demon, that will be the first. The girls saw him laugh and saw how Issei at great speed went and killed him, making that explores his body. Issei, come closer to her or one I know will have no mercy. Going at high speed killing more fast to the rest. The girls were blushing more Serafal. They listened as some called him a monster. Issei didn't pay attention to it and continued. Until they saw how he saw Serafal and that was it. The memory. There was silence for a few seconds. Griselda, that was very much the truth. Serafal, I say the same thing, I've never seen anyone fight like that in my life. Ross, it is true that he made a total massacre of everyone. Gabriel, let's leave that topic alone, you know that I don't like those things. They all nodded and changed. Of topic. They had already 2 days passed and Issei still was unconscious, that was from fighting so much time on their own. The girls were still waiting for him. They took turns sleeping and being earring for his awakening. Ross, why don't we all go to the cafeteria to eat something? We don't even know when it will wake up yet. Serafal, it's okay, but it's a bit uncomfortable to eat all together here. Gabriel, that's fine by me, let's go. The others just nodded. At that point the group went to the cafeteria while they were already there. Irena, I have a question for you Gabrielsima and Serafalsima. Gabriel, something's wrong Irena. Irena, well, I heard that you and Penemu have never had a good relationship and whenever you are together you fight. But not now. Serafal, you're right, it's always like that. But they were senseless fights and it is not a good place. Gabriel, true, and Issei wouldn't like that either. Serafal, it's true. You should know that Irena. Irena, yes, but when he's not here they'll fight like always. Serafal, it's time to stop this nonsense, don't you think Gabriel? Gabriel, and now we are at peace. Meanwhile in a hospital room. A black-haired boy was slowly waking up until he would have the eyes. Issei, wow, I'm still alive. I've never fought so much. As he looked at his hands and remembered all that passed. Issei, the last thing I remember was seeing Serafal. In the end they arrived on time. I could continue fighting but I also need to eat. At that I roared a little at his stomach. He gets out of bed and goes to the window. Issei, as I see it, it's already late. How long does the unconscious state last? While looking at the view. Feels like someone opens the door. The first upon entering it was Ross YZ and seeing Issei already standing they were surprised. The others they did not understand until they entered and were surprised and rejoiced. But one ran away. Issei was left alone. Seeing how he was coming suddenly, he had a great blow to the face that ended in falling. The others were in shock so they saw. Serafal, you idiot. We promised we would fight together but in the end you lied to me. Trying not to cry. Issei didn't say anything. Serafal, I know you did it for me and the rest. But if you stay alone you're crazy. You should have trusted me more. Issei decides to speak. Issei, I saw how tired and hurt you were just like everyone else. You think I would leave you or someone else there? First dead. Putting on standing and having a calm face. Serafal didn't say anything and I gave her a hug. Serafal, all I can say is that I'm glad you're okay. Issei, I see. Issei realizes there is more people and smiles at them as they approach and Serafal moves away. Irena, you know I was very worried when I found out what you did. Issei, I'm sorry. Irena just hugged him for a few seconds and then walked away. Ross, I should have insisted on going. That could have helped. Giving it a hug also. Griselda, you are very stupid, you might as well not have died there. If not, I would be left without my friend and companion. Issei, thank you. Griselda just came over and gave him a hug too. Gabriel, I know we don't know each other very well, but I know we can be friends and… Issei, thank you for your concern, and of course we can be friends. At this point he takes a few steps. But, Issei, I'm glad you're here. I appreciate it, it won't happen again. Griselda, I hope so. Issei, yes, but before. Can I eat something? I'm hungry. The girls only got a little bit of laughter. Ross YZ came out of the body heading to the cafeteria to buy something to eat and talk to Odin. They stayed talking with Issei. Issei, how long did I sleep? Gabriel, let's say almost 4 days. Issei, wow, that was a long time. Serafal, it was visible even if you didn't have many serious injuries. You were very weak. Issei, I could fight but hunger got the better of me. I didn't have much of a problem with sleep since I didn't sleep much since I was little. Irena, but still Issei. You made a great killing. Issei, how do you know that? Irena, well, we were able to see your memories. It bothers you? Issei, not at all, and I have nothing to hide. Gabriel, even so. You did something impossible. Serafal, it's true, not many would do what you did. Issei, you know, in that fight I was about to reach my limit but I couldn't get past it because the others fled. Serafal, I know all you said was that some escaped. But don't worry, Odinsama sent several people to finish it off. Issei, that's good. Everyone saw how he appeared in a magic circle and from there I was leaving Odin. Odin, I see you're okay now. Issei, a little weak from lack of food but I'm fine. Odin, I'm happy to hear you're well. And thank you for saving my men. Doing a bow. Issei, don't worry, it doesn't ask you to do much either. Odin, don't torment yourself with it. That's how wars are, one life is better than none, so stay calm. Issei, I understand, and tell me what happened to those who escaped. Issei, you see, boy. When my men found them they saw that they were afraid. Irena, because… Odin, all everyone was saying was, that boy is a monster, while they trembled. That you did so much. Issei, let them show you. Serafal takes out the orb with memories of the battle and Odin sees everything. Staying in shock for such a massacre that he committed. Odin, now I realize what happened. Issei, when will I be able to leave? Besides, I have to go back to the academy, it's a long time yet. Griselda, what you're worried about is the academy. Issei, well, I feel fine. I just have to eat a little and I'll be as good as new. Odin, well, if you feel better, you can leave whenever you want. Issei, excellent. Odin just nodded and he left from the place minutes after arriving at Rossweiss with food and Issei ate it happily. Issei, Ross remembers the promise. Irena, what a promise. Ross, that when he returned I would show him more of the city and we would do many things, right Serafal? Serafal, yes. Issei, well, when I finish eating we leave. And you girls want to come? Irena, that's fine by me, there's not much to do. Griselda, be thankful I don't have anything to do. Gabriel, sounds good. That's when Issei finishes eating and gets up. From the bed. Issei, good. But first, where can I get clothes since I only brought one change of clothes? Ross, don't worry. There is a new change in the bathroom. Issei just nods and goes to the bathroom to change. Minutes later came out and everyone started to walk around the city, calling attention to everyone. But more to Issei since everyone applauded him and they asked him for a photo or autograph. Issei happily did everything. As the day went by it was time for dinner and they wouldn't be charged. Issei, how good people are. Ross, it was worth seeing. What you did is priceless. Issei, I see. Now that I remember how the rating games go. Gabriel, because you want to know. Griselda, after all the rating games Issei is going to fight his brother, he challenged him a long time ago. Irena, as far as I know, the Gremory group reached the finals against Sarorg. Issei, I see. Then the day will come soon. Serafal, you really will. See, Ross, before I forget. The leaders want you, Azazel and someone else to narrate the final. Issei, because of me. Ross, maybe because of what you did. Issei, it's okay, and when will it be? Ross, in a week so you have time to relax. Issei, good, this way you show me more places. Ross YZ just nodded at him with a smile. At that point the food arrives and everyone is happy until everyone goes to sleep. To the castle. and waiting for a new day. They had passed a few days and every day knew more places until it's time to leave. Issei, well, the truth is that these days went by quickly. Gabriel, I've never had so much fun before. Serafal, we would have continued, but the rating game is coming up soon and Issei has something to do. Issei, you can stay. Irena, of course not. Rost, well, everyone is ready, it's time to go. They all nodded and left in a magic circle, appearing in the underworld in a room where the other leaders were. Issei, hello, how are you? Yasaki, Issei, I'm glad you're okay. Putting a smile on it, Konu quickly stood up and gave him a hug. Issei just caressed his head until they were separated. Surzek, I'm happy to hear you're well. Michael, I say the same thing. Odinsama already taught us and I was surprised. Issei, I had to do something. Okay, can someone take me where Azazel is since I don't know where? Serafal, I'll guide you, let's go. Issei, thank you. See you later. Leaving the room and walking down the hall while talking about anything. When they arrived, they knocked on the door and they entered. Azazel, long time no see, Issei. Issei, I say the same thing. And well, what do I have to do? Commentator, whatever you want, don't worry, maybe we'll ask you a few questions in the middle of the battle. Issei, I see. It's okay, and you, Serafal, will stay. Serafal, I would like to, but I have something to talk to the others about, so good luck. Putting on a smile and leaving the place. Azazel, let's take our seats and get ready. Issei just nods and sits in the middle of the two. That's where they start talking to the commentators. Commentator, hello everyone. They are ready for this grand finale. Everyone was applauding and some shouted with excitement. Commentator, I'm glad you're so happy and please welcome the leader of the fallen Azazel-sama and Issei-sama. They heard several screams. Commentator, you two are quite famous. Azazel, haha, yes. Issei just laughed. Commentator, and what do they think about this battle? Azazel, both groups are sources and have trained a lot, so it will be a long battle. Commentator, and you, Issei-sama. Issei, as Azazel said, it will be a great battle, so I wish both teams luck. They heard screams from some women since they could see Issei through a hologram. Commentator, wow, you are so famous. May I ask something? Issei forward. Commentator, you have a partner. There was a great silence afterwards by the public female. They wanted to know. Issei, to be honest, no. The three of them could hear big shouting. In the VIP room, some girls listened to the women in the audience. And the leaders let out a light laugh until they felt a murderous aura behind them. When turning around, they saw the girls' serious things. Michael, little sister, what's wrong with you? Gabriel just put a smile on his face and that gave Michael a chill. The others better not even ask. They were afraid to do it. Commentator, that's unusual. I thought I'd have some by now. Issei, well, I don't have much to offer and I wouldn't have much time since I'm always on dangerous missions and I wouldn't want to worry that person. Maybe later. Commentator, I see. As dangerous missions, he refers to the one entrusted to him by Odinsama. See, this is the first time I've struggled so much. Commentator, from what I have been told, you have been a hero in that faction, even your name is already written in the books of heroes. Issei, I see. Commentator, he is not happy about that. Issei, I don't fight for fame. I fight to protect people, and I don't consider myself a hero because there were soldiers on that mission who lost their lives fighting. For me, they are the heroes. There was a great silence for a few seconds. Azazel, well, it's time to start this, don't you think? They both just nodded. And both groups began to leave. Sarorg saw Issei through the hologram and wanted to struggle with him too. Commentator Azazel, it is true that young hero has managed to more or less MSTR his armor. Azazel, if he can make several changes, the boy will become stronger. But it won't be easy for him since young Sarorg is one of the strongest young people in the underworld. Issei, all that remains is to wish both contestants good luck. Commentator, now that I think about it. Because you, Issei-sama, are not in any entourage of Ria-sama or Sona-sama. Issei, well, they had no room for me anymore. They already had their complete entourage. Lying since I didn't want to make a scene. Commentator, but there were still many young nobles who loved him. Issei, I'm not interested in joining any entourage, I prefer freedom. Azazel, if you join one you would have to fight alongside a group. Issei, I know, but what if the group doesn't like me? I wouldn't like to have a bad relationship with my colleagues, but let's leave that aside and start this. While in the VIP room everyone was talking quietly. Surzek, from what I saw in the Serafal fight, you're rusty. Serafal, I know. But you too, just like the rest. Surzek, I won't deny it because it's true. We haven't fought in years. Michael, it is true that it would be better to prepare ourselves for the future. If we do not train, we will not be able to defend our own. Odin, true. Yasaka, since the attack we had, I have been training with Konu since not always someone will defend us. Serafal, the truth is I've never felt so weak in a battle. Michael, years have passed already. Young Issei isn't always going to help us. Griselda, even if he wants to help, he won't be able to because he must also fight. Serafal, I know this because I tried to help several people but I didn't get to the place on time. And I couldn't do much. Gabriel, don't worry. With time you will improve. Yasaka, the truth is that it is still difficult for me to believe everything he did and now he acts as if nothing happened. Odin, according to the doctor's reports, the only thing she had was a little tiredness from not eating. And the wounds were not dangerous since he did not suffer much. Yasaka, I see. Odin, also when he sent for the rest of the enemy they were afraid of him because of the massacre that Issei committed. Surzek, it was to be expected that who would not end up terrified by such a massacre that passes before their eyes. Serafal, let's leave this conversation aside and watch the game as it begins. Everyone accepted and they put his sights on the game. All the fights were the same as in the original series, only that here there is another tower since Rosweiss is not there in your group. In the final they were the same except that Hero was the one who was present. It was a great battle for both sides. The public screamed with excitement supporting both groups. Everyone could see how Serorg did more damage to Hero and he was already reaching its limit. Azazel, this is about to end. See. They followed watching until they ended up eliminated to Rias and Hero. Everyone was screaming for the emotion given that it was a great fight though Serorg did not have. I raised so many wounds in that hand so that I could be quiet. Serorg, it was a good battle but I want to fight Issei. I point towards the hologram. That surprised everyone in the audience. And the leaders are equal to Issei. Issei, you just finished fighting, you must be tired. Serorg, with a phoenix tear I will be as before. So, putting on a smile. Issei, if so, I can't refuse a fight. Getting up from his seat and going to the place to salt from the tunnel everyone could see. With his normal clothes and how he took off his tunic red. Doing that the girls screamed with excitement seeing him like that. Issei just went up to the stage and transported it to the place of the meeting. Being face to face Serorg both gave each other a smile. Issei, be compassionate with me. Serorg, that's something I should say. I know you're strong so I'll go all out from the start. Calling his partner and getting ready the armor. Serorg, I will give everything. Issei, that's how I like it. In that both of them launched themselves to the fight crashing fists. To be continued. Issei and Serorg collided fists causing a small crack to appear on his feet. They both separate. Issei, you are strong. Serorg, I say the same thing. Seeing each other's hand and how it had a small crack in the armor. Serorg just put on a smile and launched himself to the attack again. While in the VIP room. Odin, wow, I didn't think Issei would go fight. Serafal, he likes challenges. Since he has already recovered. Yasaka, he has great endurance if he has just returned from his mission. Griselda, that's him. They followed watching the fight. Issei and Serorg were hitting each other. In that, Issei dodges one of Serorg's blows and takes the opportunity to hit him in the stomach. Sending him to heaven at that Issei gives a great leap and joins his two hands and sends him to the ground again, leaving him embedded in the ground. Serorg was slowly rising with some cracks in it. Their armor and spitting a little BLD Serorg, it's my turn. In this it moves at a great speed giving it big blows to Issei. He did nothing and just received them. Fully. Serorg gives him a big blow that sends him flying. The public screamed with excitement as it was a great battle. Penemu, because he doesn't defend himself. Rosweiss, maybe he wants the fight to be longer. Azazel, letting himself get beaten up. No one said anything and they continued watching. In that they saw how Issei fell from the sky and how Serorg made a great leap and how he used his leg and turned it to send it to heaven. Sarorg put on a smile when he fell, believing that I had already given up. Seconds then Issei falls on his feet, surprising everyone as he looked as if nothing happened. At that Sarorg moves at a great speed and wants him hit in the face. Issei, you hit me so much. Now it's my turn. Issei gives him a big blow. That sends him flying far away. In that Issei starts to run and intercepts him and gives him another big blow, causing the armor Sarorg will no longer endure so much and they would separate. Sarorg tried to get up, but when he did he spat a lot of BLD. Sarorg, I can't take it anymore, you won. Issei, you put up a great fight, I admire you. Sarorg just put on a smile and lay back. Issei was to leave but Sarorg spoke to him. Sarorg, because you held back so much. Issei was silent for a while. Issei, I gave everything I could. So leaving the place and Sarorg just closed his eyes as was very weak. Issei, upon being teleported again, heard many screams. I don't give it much importance, and it was from the place when he was walking through the tunnel someone spoke to him. Revel, hello Issei-sama. Issei, hello Revel, I already forgot, right? Issei, I'm sorry. Scratching the nape of the neck with shame. Revel just let out a sigh. Revel, my name is Revel Phoenix. Issei, oh I remember, you're that girl. Sister of the one who attacked me at the academy. Revel, that's how it is. Issei, and tell me what you need from me. Revel, you'll see. You have done many things and well I wanted your autograph. Showing him a notebook. Issei just put on a smile and took it. And I signed it. Revel, thank you. You've done a lot more with that Asgard thing. I admire him. Issei, thank you. At that Issei takes off your robe red, left only with his shirt black. And he gives it to Revel. Revel, because it gives me this. Issei, you're one of the first people to tell me that. I know that's not much, you can vote for it or whatever you want. Revel, I will take care of her and thank you for giving her to me. Putting on a smile. Issei just caressed her head and then he left the place. Minutes later I arrived where the leaders were. Sir Issei, you put up a great fight. Issei, he was a very strong person. Konu, but it was great. Issei just put on a smile. Griselda, Issei, what did you do with your shirt? So that I gave it to someone. Rosweisum. Issei to a girl named Revel. All the men in the room felt great fear since the girls exuded a murderous aura. The only thing that I did not feel was Issei. Michael tried to grab Gabriel's hand but she didn't let him. Azazel, Issei, run. I said it screaming. Issei, because. Confused since I did not understand anything. In that all the girls stopped expelling their aura as they remembered that they could not hurt Issei. Seraphalt, for nothing is it not so, Azazel? Having a big Azazel smile at seeing that smile was scary and I nodded quickly. Irena, well. Issei, how about we go celebrate your victory? Issei, sounds good. You are not coming. All the girls nodded and the leaders also said that they didn't have much to do. At that point everyone left. To a restaurant and talked quietly until someone asked me something. Gabriel, Issei, can I ask you something? See. Gabriel, what did young Sarorg mean when he said that you held back? In that all they stopped talking and they saw them since they had that doubt too. Issei crossed his arms and closed his eyes to think. Issei, don't know. He said it as if it were nothing. Gabriel, say, I know you're lying, tell me the truth. At that Issei lets out a sigh. Issei, he is a very strong person but when he hit me I didn't feel anything. Rosweiss, that's why you let yourself get hit quite a bit. See, I wanted the fight to last longer but I realized that Sarorg was not going to resist any longer so I gave him those last blows. Odin, Issei, can I ask something too? Issei, clear. Odin, when you were left fighting the ice giants, you were able to give your all. Issei stayed thinking for a while. Issei, I don't know Odin. Odin, I see. The only thing you had when we found you was that you needed food because your injuries were not that serious. Issei, I managed to dodge several attacks. Penemu, you look very calm. Saying all this. Issei, well I can't say much since it's the truth. I would do it again too. I would give my life to save my friends. Seraphalt, you're crazy. Issei, maybe a little but it's true. If one day you are in danger like that time I would do the same with Griselda since I have missions with her. Griselda, and you think I'll leave you alone. Issei, I know you won't. But if someone comes with us, I'll force him to take you. Like when Ross came with us. Griselda, if you do something so stupid one day I will never forgive you. Irena, I say the same thing. All the girls nodded. Issei, as long as they're all still alive it doesn't matter. Putting on a smile. Issei, you may hate me but I will still protect you since you were my first friends. That's where he stands from his seat and leaves the place. Given that we are in the human world. Issei left a great silence as he left. Irena, it would be impossible for me to hate you, Issei. I told him so to herself. Serafal, I know he does it for us and other people. But he doesn't think for himself. Yasaka, that's him. Penamute, he left so quickly, I can't feel his aura around anymore. Griselda, don't you think we should go look for him? It's not good for him to be alone, he's been like this for a long time. At that all the girls nod and stand up until Yasaka and Penamute since it fell on them well Issei. Leaving only to the leaders. The girls upon finding Issei saw him sitting on the ground watching the stars. To get closer but they heard it talk. Issei, I must be strong so that my friends are happy, they have a life ahead of them and people who love them. I must end this war as soon as possible. My life is short, not like theirs. I am only human and in a few years I will no longer be able to protect them. But I will be able to see their smiles and see how happy they are. When that time comes I can go in peace. Letting out a sigh and standing up from his place and walking towards his house. Meanwhile the girls all let go a few tears when listening to such words. Gabriel, why does it say all that? He deserves to be happy too. Serafal, I know but I think he wants to keep us apart. Griselda, I could tell he wants us to hate him so we don't get involved in his missions. Irena, it won't be that easy. Konun, you're right, you should never leave him alone. He deserves to be happy too. Yasaka, he has done so much for us without stopping. Penamute, yes, we also have to make him happy. Gabriel, and what would that be like? Serafal, easy, just take him to the places he has always wanted to visit so he can have fun. Griselda, it's true that when we went to the fair I was very happy since it was my first time going. At that all the girls nodded. Since they wanted him to be happy too. Irena, how do we communicate with Leifi? She is also her friend no. Serafal, I will find a way. Grafia also needs to be told. With that idea in mind they were all about to leave but Irena came back to speak. Irena, now that the rating game is over. That Issei was not going to fight Hero. Serafal, it's true then you make the plans. I and the others have to set a date for that meeting. The others just nodded and each went home. One day passed and Issei was in the academy since he had not been reported for any mission. In the Underworld the leaders were gathered to discuss Issei's battle against Hero. Odin, then it will be in 10 days so the Securudii prepare. Surzek, I think he'll want to do it sooner. Zazel, that boy is very impatient. Especially when it comes to Issei. Serafal, so in 10 days someone will talk to Rias and I will tell Issei. The others just nodded. It was late and everyone was leaving the academy. Issei was heading home. But when he was passing through the park he saw someone he knew. Issei, Serafal, and you're not even busy. Serafal, you see, there is already a date to tell you when your meeting will be. Issei, and when would it be? Serafal, within 10 days. Issei, I see I'll be ready for that day. Serafal, tell me Issei, do you want to go to dinner with me? Issei, sure let's go, I have nothing to do right now. They both head towards the restaurant. Meanwhile in the hidden club all its members were talking until a magic circle appeared. Grafia coming out of it. Rias, Grafia, who brings you here? Grafia, he has a letter from the leaders. Giving it the letter and leaving in the same instant. Rias was surprised when she saw the letter. Akino, what does it say on it? Rias, it is the date of the battle that Hero will have. Hero, that day has finally arrived and tell me when it is. Rias, within 10 days. Hero, it's a long time, maybe they want the useless person to prepare. Drake, maybe it was meant for you to do. Hero, since that humiliating defeat against Serorg you know that I have trained and I can now use all the transformations without much difficulty. Drake, I'm just telling you. Kanikoti is right, you should train during this time. Hero, fine I will. Rias would tell Sona. Rias, well I'll tell him to give you these days. That's how you go about your day. Humialo just like he did with us. Hero, you can be sure that on that day I will give him such a beating that he won't be able to get up from the ground. Kiba, I want you to help me with swordplay. Kiban, rest assured. Hiro just smiled as I've been waiting for that moment for a long time. Meanwhile, Issei was having dinner with Serafal. Serafal, Issei, after that meeting I want us to go camping with the girls. Do you like the idea? Issei, sounds great, I've never been there. Putting on a big smile that Serafal liked to see. Serafal, could you give me Leifri's contact so I can let her know since she's also a friend of yours? Issei, yes, but you know she's a criminal, you won't get into trouble. Serafal, not at all. Nobody will know except you and the others. Issei's alright. Giving it a number. After a few minutes of conversation and finishing dinner, they both went their separate ways. Upon arriving, Issei lies down on his bed. Issei, I will not have mercy on you, Hiro, I will be fair when fighting you. Squeezing his fist and having a face I would be. The days passed and at that time Issei continued going to the academy and in the afternoon I practiced some movements that were some new styles of struggle. As Hiro grew his resistance with his balance breaker being more stronger and faster with each one of them. And with Kiba's help was getting better with his swordplay. When the announcement was made of such a battle that I would be between the Sekyurii and the hero that helped to Asgard, many people bought their entrance being exhausted in an instant. Leifri, upon learning through Serafal, was a little happy because she knew how Hiro blocked Issei. A few hours before the meeting, Vala's group was ready to go on a mission except one person. Arthur, Leifri, we're leaving now, hurry up. Leifri, I will not go. Arthur, why not? Leifri, soon it will be Issei's battle against the Sekyurii. Those present when listening that surprised them a little. Vala, they are not brothers. Leifri, Issei's brother, always wanted that battle. And it's going to start soon and I want to see it, so you guys go. Kuroka, you're crazy, why didn't you tell me before? I'll see it too. You guys go. Taking a seat near Leifri. The boys did not go in the end because they also wanted to see her. Leifri, and you Vali, why do you stay if you don't like Issei? Vali, be quiet. Leifri, and you Office-sama. Office, I'm kind of interested in how you know, so I want to know how it's going to go. Kuroka, this is exciting, I'll finally get to see Issei fight. Vala's situation doesn't count since Issei knocked him unconscious with one blow. Letting out a laugh, Vali got a little angry upon hearing that. Leifri, please don't fight here, okay? Kuroka's alright. Meanwhile, in the Underworld the stadium was already full. And that still there were still 2 hours left before the meeting. Rias and her group were already in the Underworld and saw that several people supported the Sekyurii. Seeing that was nice. Rias, you're ready. Hiro, as never before. These days have served me well. Akino, finish him off. Meanwhile, Issei was at home. And then Serafal arrives. Serafal, it will start soon. Are you ready? Issei, clear. Serafal, you will restrain yourself. Issei, don't know. But anyway, let's go. Serafal just nods and then teleports with Issei to the Underworld. The factions who were allies from their homes watched the meeting. In Asgard, everyone supported Issei as their hero. In Kyoto it was the same since he saved his leader, and in the other 3 factions they were few. They passed the hours and the presenter was in the middle of the stadium. Presenter, are you ready to see such a match between the Sekyurii against the hero of Asgard? All the audience screamed with excitement and several too. They did it from their homes. Presents, let the 2 fighters enter. In that they both start dating. Everyone saw Issei enter wearing a black shirt and a katana at his waist. Many girls screamed at how good he looked. Also they saw Hiro come in with his armor on but without the helmet. In the VIP room. Azazel, I take it to another level. Rias, it has become very strong in this time, so he was able to change it. I said it with pride. Sona, I can tell he has a great aura. Issei won't stand a chance against him. Serafal, don't talk before the battle starts. Sona, we don't know the result yet. Konu, this is going to be exciting. Yasaki, yes daughter, we have to support Issei. Griselda, you have to win, Issei shows who you are. Zenobia, because you support him. Griselda, I have seen his strength and I know he will fight. Rosweiss, it will start soon. In the combat arena. Both brothers were face to face. Hiro, are you ready for your humiliation, little brother? I said it with a big smile. Issei, give it all you've got. At the end saying that, he separated and walked backwards. leaving Hiro a little upset. With Leify it will start soon. Kuroka, this is exciting. I see that the security has become stronger. You must improve Vali. Valit just changing the armor a little doesn't make it a big deal. In battle. Presenter, well, I wish you both the best. At that point he disappeared and the fight Issei gave. Hiro activates his armor of a knight and great speed went against Issei when he was in front of him, changes to his tower armor, giving him a huge blow to the stomach, sending him flying and leaving him embedded in the wall. Many were surprised by the ease with which he did it, and several already thought Hiro was won over. In that smoke came Issei. Issei, wow, you've improved. Issei too moved at great speed, giving it a blow to the stomach, destroying half armor and sending him flying away. At that point Issei goes at great speed towards where he was going to fall and gives him another blow, destroying the rest of the armor and leaving it embedded in the wall. Many people were shouting from the emotion and others were surprised. In the VIP room. Azazel, wow, with just 2 hits I destroyed his armor. Serafal, Issei didn't waste any time either, he was also training. Rias, it's still not enough. Watching as Hiro stood up and activated it again. Hiro, this time it won't be that easy. In that he goes towards Issei at a great speed just like Issei. While running, Hiro took out Ascalon and Issei took out his katana. Both clashing swords at high speed. Arthur, he knows something about swords. Issei knows almost everything. He learned it on his own. Ophis, interesting. While they were watching the fight, both clashed swords, but in that Hiro destroyed Issei's katana. Since this was normal, Hiro, seeing this, gives him a big kick that sends him flying. Rias, how is he going to beat him with a common sword? Griselda, Issei doesn't like swords very much, so he uses normal ones. Hiro went out running towards Issei with Ascalon, was about to tell him the neck, but Issei took it with his hand, taking out a little BLD, but that was nothing. He then kicks Hiro and sends him flying too, making that spit out some BLD. At that, Hiro gets up and goes on the attack, but Issei intercepts it, giving it a kick to the Issei and sending him flying again, but Hiro got up again and went on the attack, at which Issei crouched down and kicked him in the face, causing the blow to destroy his helmet and cause him to spit out a lot of BLD. The public was screaming with emotion seeing everything. Kuroka, that must have hurt. Biko, I'm really scared to fight that guy. Hiro gets up from the ground, wiping off the BLD he had, and sees Issei standing with a serious look. Activate the Queen promotion and charge with all your cannons. Gabriel, that's going to kill him. Rias, everything counts. Some girls were worried. Issei continued standing there until he saw a big attack coming towards him. At that, he puts his fist back, destroying completely the power sent by Hiro, leaving everyone surprised since could destroy it. Nobody could believe it. Issei, without losing time, runs towards Hiro and hits him several times, destroying his armor with each blow. Drag Hiro, the armor will not hold any longer. Angry Hiro uses a dragon shot to get away from Issei, while his armor was slowly repairing itself. Kuroka, that was great. Ophis, yes it was. Biko, I think you'll never be able to get revenge on him. Vali, ha. Vali was annoying, but he knew that Biko had reason to not be at his level. In the VIP room. Penemu, that was surprising. Irena, he also did that when he fought against Chow Chow. Serafal, I told him not to do such a stupid thing again. He must have hidden it. Hiro was still upset. He went on the attack when he was about to arrive, where Issei received him with some bumps, destroying his armor completely. Yasaka, what a good move. Irena, in the afternoons he has practiced various styles of fighting. Konu, you've seen him train. Irena, only once. But not after that, because I didn't want to bother him. In that, they continued watching the fight. Hiro, Drag gives me more power. Drag, I can't, you don't have much time left. The armor is badly damaged from all the hits it has received. Hiro just squeezed the teeth of how annoying it was. Hiro, I have no other truth. Drag, don't do such a stupid thing. Hiro ignored him and started chanting. Here, who am about to wake up, I am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. I laugh at infinity, and I cry from the dream, I will become the red dragon of domination. And I will plunge you into the depths of the crimson purgatory. taking the form of a dragon incomplete, since he quickly let himself be guided by his hatred. Those in the public were scared when they saw that. The leaders created a barrier around from the combat arena. Issei won't be able to fight him, he must be tired. Office, it remains to be seen what will happen. Fay didn't say she was worried about Issei and instead continued seeing. The other girls too were worried but could trust him. Issei, you let yourself be guided easily. Hero just let out a roar and went on the attack. When I was hurting Issei, he used his claws. He quickly blocked them and gave him a blow to the face that I sent him away. Angry Hero gets up and Issei runs towards him, jumping and giving him a bang, making the great dragon fall to the ground, spitting a little big. Hero was still further annoyed. He made several boosts and threw them at Issei. He couldn't dodge it like the one who did the last time, only this time the attack was more powerful and destroyed his shirt a little. When the smoke cleared, many were surprised because he was kneeling and his arm was hurt. But that's where it stands, still keeping a serious face and going on the attack. Everyone looked at that still. He fought despite having such wounds. Issei hit him several times. Hero couldn't bear it and felt faint and returned to his normal form with several wounds and unconsciousness. It was a silence until a scream was heard and then several for all the fans for having seen such a fight. Issei didn't say anything and headed for the exit with a neutral face. Fay, he was badly injured and still walks as if nothing happened. Office, the security used too much power. You should be glad he's alive right now. Kuroka, it was a great fight. With the leaders, they were surprised to see such a battle. Rias quickly went with her group to help. To his pawn. The girls went to look for Issei to help him with the wounds he also had. Odin, wow, that was quite a show. Azazel, I can notice it. That boy gave his all. Surzek, but you saw how it ended. Michael, that was a very powerful attack that would have been difficult for me even if I had used several shields. The others just nodded. The girls searched for Issei until they found him in a room putting on a shirt. Yasaka, Issei, what are you doing? You should rest, you have many wounds. Issei, I'm fine. This is nothing. Moving his injured arm. And giving them a smile. Seraphault, take this phoenix tear. Issei, thank you. When you take it, your arm returns to normal and several of your wounds they left. Irena, Issei, tell me the truth, your arm hurts. Issei, not at all. I didn't feel anything. The group was in the locker room. Penemu, what are you talking about? Issei, well, even though my arm was like that, the truth is that it didn't hurt much, I just felt a slight tingling. The girls were surprised to hear that as they saw as I had the arm anteriorly. Issei, how about we go? I'll pay for dinner. Giving them a smile to the girls, they just nodded and returned to the human world. They went to a restaurant and celebrated the victory. After a few minutes, everyone had a party. Issei, upon arriving home, sat on the small sofa that I had. Issei, it was a good fight, but it wasn't enough. The truth is I'm a little tired of fighting so much, I need a little vacation. With that idea, he gets up and goes to a closet and takes out a small suitcase and puts in the necessary clothes. When he was about to leave, he approached his desk and wrote a note. Issei, sorry girls, I need to think about some things. Leaving the paper and leaving from home. I took a taxi and went to the airport. When I arrived, it was where they sold the tickets. Issei, excuse me. Receptionist, yes, how can I help you? Issei, I need a ticket for the next flight no matter where. She started to see his computer and found a flight that left in half an hour. Receptionist, there is a flight to Iceland leaving in half an hour. Issei, I like it, please give it to me. Upon purchasing it, Issei went to wait. And minutes after they called the people that had to be addressed. I spent the day with the students. They were heading to the academy afterwards. After a few minutes, classes began. When they called Issei, no one answered, and so it happened with the rest of the classes. Irena did not know what was happening since she did not. I warn you that was going to be missing. After a few hours of classes, it was time to go to class. Without thinking, Irena went to Issei's house in case something was wrong. When she arrived, she knocked on the door but no one answered. I turned the knob and was a little surprised as the house was open. When I entered, there was no change. Looking until he was about to leave, he passed by a small table that I was standing by the door and noticed a note. When he read it, he was surprised and quickly called to which could. After within half an hour everyone was gathered in there was no park nobody since it was late. Penemu Irena, what's wrong with you? Why do you call us like that out of the blue? Irena just hands over the note and Penemu takes it, and when she reads it she is also surprised. And the others notice that look. Rosweiss, there's something that happens there that says. Penemu read it. Giving it the note. Rosweiss, it's okay. Issei, hi girls, if you are reading this letter it is because you have not seen me all day. And the reason why I'm leaving is because I went on a little trip. I need to clear my mind of some things. I know I promised to go camping with you, but I need this. A lot has happened in such a short time, and don't worry, I'll be back soon. When I get back you can get mad at me. I'll accept everything, and if you still want to go camping I'll be happy to go. Take care, we'll see you soon. When I finished reading it nobody said anything. It was about 2 minutes before someone spoke. Griselda, and what will we do? Serafal, I think we should leave it, he's right. Yasakich, Serafal is right, he is fighting non-stop. Issei has not had time to process so many things in such a short time. Leifri, then we just have to wait for him to come back. Here all the friends who were there echo Issei. Grafia, since I met him, the only thing I've seen of him are his battles. Gabriel, all that remains is to wait for him to return. Penemus, that's right, when I get back we'll take that vacation. Konu, I already had everything ready but I can wait a few more days. Leifri, I say the same thing. When they come back tell me. I have to go back to the others since I left. All the girls woke up from Leifri and she left the place. Grafia, I have to go back too, I left quickly, we'll see each other later. Crowded a small bow and left the place. Griselda, I hope you have fun on your journey, Issei. Konu, I will do it, this will be the first time I do it. Because when he went to us he only went to fight and then he only came back for another mission. Serafal, it's partly my fault since I'm all for him going on those dangerous missions. Gabriel, but you know he accepts them without saying anything because he wants to help. Serafal, I know. I have to take some of that burden off of him, and that group is getting bigger every time. I said it was a little upset since I would have to give more work. Penemu, yes, I know, but several young people are already ready to help. Like Bale and Gremory and Citri. Serafal, I think it's time for them to have battles. Griselda, even though I don't like the Gremory heiress very much for showing off her paw so much, you should give them less dangerous missions. Serafal, I know. They will start with something small and go up as they show me their results. Also some missions will go in different groups. Gabriel, Onasama informs me that a group was going to be formed for that reason. Serafal, that's how it is. We will give notice about that later. There will be several races in those groups. Penemu, I hope they get along and tell me if Issei will be in those groups. Serafal, no. I don't think he can work with Rias or Sona, maybe with Sarorg, but I don't know. Plus Issei has his companions. Griselda, that's how it is. Rosweiss, although I had a small mission with him it was enough. Konu, next time I'll go too to help him. Serafal, thank you. But well, it's time to go. Irena, we'll see each other someday, Issei. All the girls said goodbye and went their separate ways. 2 days passed and Serafal had them put on her free Issei for some personal things. Meanwhile Issei. He was walking on a mountain. Issei, this place is very nice. While watching the place with a smile. Given that it was the first time I was taking a break. Minutes later joined the group to continue with the tour of the place. In the Underworld, the leaders called on the youth with more experience to give them an announcement. Several looked at each other since they belonged to another race since they had demons, fallen angels, yokais and Nordics. In that one of the leaders speaks. Surzek, I know you're probably wondering what you're doing here. This is because you will form groups to fight against the Cows Brigade. If someone raises their hand. Sona, but some of us already have our groups. Serafal, that's right. But in a battle they won't always fight alongside their group, they must begin to get familiar with others. Azazel, that is why in some missions they will go with their groups but in others they will go with others and in each group there will be an experienced leader. In that a Valkyrie raises his hand. Valkyrie and some of us will be able to fight alongside Issei-sama. Some were murmuring about it and were happy because they wanted to fight next to him. Yasaka, to be honest, no. He fights alone most of the time because he doesn't like to risk the lives of his companions, so please understand him. The majority nodded further at the Nordics since they knew very well what they did. Rias, and where is he? Azazel, he has things to do. But leaving that aside, Odin, they will have small missions with different groups so they can get to know each other, and I hope they get along. Surzek, I wish you luck. We will let you know shortly when you will have your first mission. Everyone nodded and left the place, leaving the leaders. Azazel, this will be a bit complicated to manage so many groups, and I don't think your sister would be in favor of not being a leader. Surzek, you'll have to put up with it. Sometimes that's life. And if she is not in favor, the only thing left to do is to remove her from all the missions and have her stay in co with her group. Michael, I don't think he'll be very happy to know that. Serafal, you'll have to get used to it. They passed a few minutes and they started to organize the groups to start some missions for them. Since every time the Chaos Brigade increases his powers. It had been 4 days since the announcement of the leaders. Some started training to improve, others relied on their strength, and they did nothing. All the young people were in front of the leaders ready for their first mission. Surzek, I know it's too early for them to start, but it's better for them to gain experience outside of here. Odin, so today some temporary groups will be formed to see how they fight as a team. Serafal, I will give the names of some. That's where it starts to name the groups with their leaders. Serafalk, the next one will be made up of Keisha Abaddon, the queen of Serorgbale. She will be the leader since she is close to being a high-class demon. Next will be Shin, a yokai with a lot of searching experience. And also Momo, Sona Citri's bishop, and Kaneko, Rias Gremry's rook, and also Yuna, a Valkyrie with experience and power, both strength and attack. Her mission is to go to Iceland. Sona, but Serafal, you have to remember what we said last time. You won't always fight with your team, so accept it. Sona just nodded and Rias didn't say anything given that they would tell him the same thing. Serafal continued with the groups until finishing. By doing so, the young people bowed and left the place. Yasaka, they think they're doing well. Azazel, of course, if they don't do well, it will hurt them. They must get to know each other on this journey and know both their strengths and weaknesses. Michael, the good thing is that all the missions we gave them are not that dangerous. Odin, from the reports we have received from Yasukadono's subordinates, there is no danger anywhere. Surzek, I just want to wish them luck. Seconds later, every leader left to continue working with their paperwork. Most of them were already young with their groups. Keisha, well, we'll have to leave early tomorrow. I hope we get along on this trip. Shin, I will do my best to keep us safe. Keisha just nods. Yuna, I'll try to help as much as I can. It's my first time leaving Asgard, to be honest. Keisha, don't worry, I trust you. I've already faced you too, so I know a little about your abilities. Kaneko, I will give my best. Momo, me too, and the truth is that this is the first time I've left Japan to go to such a remote place. Keisha, I understand, but oh well. See you tomorrow at the airport. Everyone nodded and they left for their home to pack. Minutes later, the two clans were in the mansion. Rias, I got a strange group. I don't know anyone. Sona, I got a bit lucky and I met an old acquaintance. I am also the strategist and not the leader. Rias, it's annoying that she's not the team leader. Sona, but you have to understand that we don't have much experience on the battlefield and some of us do. Rias, I know. Hero Rias, we won't see each other from tomorrow. Rias, I know maybe in a week we will see each other since we have different places to go. Asami, Sona, I wish you luck in your mission. Sona, thanks, I say the same thing as you. Asami, but it's strange that Issei wasn't there. Hero, he must be so hurt that he can't get out of bed. Rias, you're right, you left him very hurt. Irena just listened from a little far away, but he didn't want to say anything since I didn't want to fight with anybody. He gets up from his seat and goes to his room to rest since the next day I had to leave early. After a few minutes, everyone left for his room to rest too. The next morning, several left in different directions. Some to the airport and others to the station from the train since they didn't have to leave Japan. When Kaneko and Momo arrived, they were with his group, and minutes later, after waiting, they boarded their diamond-shaped flight to Iceland. Meanwhile, Issei was exploring the forest with many people. Issei, it's a nice place, isn't it? You're right, kid. Since we started this trip, I have seen you very happy everywhere we go. Issei, well, it's the first time I've had a vacation. And you don't have classes. Issei, yes, but they gave me permission. He lied given that he left without telling anyone about his trip. And so everyone continued their walk. Hours later, the group was arriving at its destination and with the coordinates given were to their destination. Upon arriving at the hotel they rested. So on up to date next start the mission. They had passed 2 days and still they couldn't find anything and it was too late. Unit Shin-san hasn't found anything yet. Shin, I'm sorry but there's no trace of anything. Keisha, this is weird. Something is not right here. Yuna, what does it refer to? Keisha, well, according to the information given, we should have arrived at our destination hours ago, but nothing. Kaneko, I don't like this. As they continued walking. Seconds after they heard some laughter and everyone stood up. In the den. Keisha, who's there? At that time several demons, fallen ones, yokais and other races came out of the place. Fallen, you did well, Shin. The whole group set their sights on their partner and he just gave them a smile and left with his group. Keisha, so that was the reason why it took so long, they wanted to tire us out. Shin, that's right, it was fun while it lasted. The group could see that the enemy was far superior to them. Keisha, girls, fight as strong as you can. The others, they just nodded. Momo was a little shaky since there was never had to fight with so many. Yuna would be given that there was a lot of training and Kaneko is serious but she felt the pressure and Keisha was ready to fight. Minutes later the renegades went against them. Meanwhile Issei was in his room ready to sleep but he didn't have a dream so he got up from his bed and left the balcony. Issei, I think I've taken enough vacations, it's time to go home. But before that I will go out for a walk. I like this place a little. He changed his clothes and left the hotel. While the group was trying to defend themselves they were not having it easy since they were more than they and also that there was not a plan so everyone defended themselves on their own. Some to remove quickly to his enemy used more magic or force to eliminate them quickly. Issei continued his path already 20 minutes after doing it. I was about to return to his room but heard a small noise not far from there. And out of curiosity he went there. The group no longer had any more magic, were tired, and they had barely eliminated a few of them. Yokai, it wasn't as difficult as I thought. Devil, it was obvious they barely knew each other, huh? Shin, can you give me the blonde? I said it with a big smile and Keisha just glared at him. Keisha, this will not stay like this. Shin, of course, when we have fun with you, I will return, I will give the report and then I will return with another group. Yuna, it won't go well for you. They will not get out of here. Several started to laugh since they saw that they couldn't even get up. Fallen, of course, and how do they think they can stop us if they can barely move, plus we were in the middle of nowhere and there are only humans here. Devil, let's stop this chat, let's have fun. Some started to move and the girls did not have forces to move. When one was about to touch Momo, someone spoke. Issei, you better not touch her. At that some turned around to see who spoke. The girls didn't know who it was because they couldn't see it. The renegades watched Issei for a while until some started laughing. Yokai, seriously, what are you going to do if you're barely human? Fallen, just kill him, we have things to do with them. Issei tried to look at the people and saw someone familiar. Issei, I'm sorry but I told you not to touch them. Devil, and we will do it and we will make you see what will happen. Putting on a big smile. Issei didn't say anything and moved at a large speed, destroying his head. The renegades were shocked to see as he did with a great speed. Issei saw the others and went on the attack as well. Some were frightened by the massacre that was being committed. Devil, go on the attack, we are more than him. The others just nodded. And they were against Issei. The girls could only hear the screams of some and they saw how he fell a little BLD where they were. Shin, what the hell is going on there? Fallen, we don't know that out of nowhere a human came out and started attacking everyone. Shin, a human. Don't tell them they can't handle a mere human. The girls were shocked to hear that. Yuna, it can't be him. Keisha, who are you referring to? Yuna, to Issei-sama. The girls were surprised to hear that Shin managed to hear her name and approached Yuna. Shin, who is he? Yuna just put on a half smile and Shine just got angry seeing that. Shin, talk, damn it. Yuna, he is the savior of Asgard. Issei-sama fought against an entire army on his own for 5 days without stopping. He also fought against Belsama and won, and also against the Security and beat him up. They listened and were surprised, but Keisha remembered how it turned out their king that day, and also there was heard that news, but not I believe them, so Momo was surprised that he fought non-stop since I didn't know that, and Kaneko just listened but was a little surprised. Shin had heard that, but I didn't believe it given that it was very exaggerated, but now I was seeing it. I was going to say something, but I heard a lot of screams and I noticed that it was getting closer once again. He was about to leave, but Yuna didn't let him. After a few minutes of fighting, or rather massacre, Issei was in front of a few that remained. Fallen, I'll kill you, the minute. Creating a spear of light and going on the attack, Issei just deflected the attack and gave him a big blow to the stomach that made him, if a hole was made in it, the fallen one fell dead instantly. The others trembled at the sight. They were going to leave, but Issei did not leave them a sword that was lying there and went on the attack, killing all. The only ones that were left, they were the girls and Shin. Shin was scared since his plan had failed. He got up from the ground and saw Issei. Shin, because of you my plan failed. With this my rank was going to go up. Issei, and you think I was going to let you do such a stupid thing? Shin, without thinking, she went against Issei, but he only took her arm. And he crushed it, going to scream in pain. And then he hit him in the stomach, sending it flying and falling dead from the blow. Issei turned around and saw the girls on the ground and knelt down and gave them a small smile. Issei, they are fine. The girls still were not shocked at what they saw since they had never seen it before fighting up close. At that, Keisha came out of shock. Keisha, thank you very much for your help, Issei-sama. Crowded a small bow as well as Yuna, and the other two just watched. Issei, don't do that. Besides, just call me Issei. I feel old when people call me that. She just nodded. Keisha, I didn't know they were going to send reinforcements so quickly or that anyone would come. Issei, the truth is that I was on vacation in this place and I went out for a walk and I heard a noise and well, come here. While he scratched the back of his head and the others just opened their eyes wide as if it was just a coincidence. Keisha, thanks anyway. Issei just nodded and he got up just like the girls. At that, Yuna approaches Issei with some sadness. Yuna, Issei, can I ask you a favor? Issei, if it's in my hands, yes. Yuna, can I have your autograph? Bowing while showing him a sheet of paper and a pen. Issei just took it and did it. Issei, take. Yuna, thanks. We can also take a photo. Issei just nodded. Yuna takes out a cell phone from a pocket dimension and gives it to Keisha, and she just took the photo. Issei, well, what will they do now? Keisha, we will give our report and also that there was a traitor with us. Issei, I see. Momo, Issei, thanks for the help. Issei, you're welcome. Your name is Momo, right? She just nodded. Issei, well, I have to go. I have to pack because I'm going home tomorrow. Yuna, we do too. Issei, they shouldn't rest unless they see something wrong. Keisha, will be fine by tomorrow. Issei, okay, see you at the airport early. At the end, after saying that, he left the place. Yuna, great, I met Issei-sama and I had a photo. The girls won't believe it. Kaneko, don't you think you're exaggerating? Yuna, you don't know what he did for us. It's something that will never be forgotten. It will be in history. Keisha, well, let's leave that topic and go to rest. We have to come back early to give our report. The others just nodded and left the place. Up to date, Issei was at the airport waiting for the rest, and minutes later they arrived. In that they took their flight and hours of travel arrived at their destination. Issei, and what will they do now? Keisha, we will go to the Underworld to give our report and then wait for new orders. Issei, I see, I'll go with you. Yuna, great, I'll take you. Issei just nodded, and with that everyone was teleported to the Underworld. Upon arrival, they gave an announcement upon his arrival except for Issei's, since he wanted that surprise. Surzek, I see that they did well but that they were no more. Keisha, well, he was with the enemy. He made us walk more to tire ourselves out, and minutes later many surrounded us. Yasaka, I'm so sorry. Keisha, it's not his fault, he sold out for more power. Yasaka just nodded. Serafal, and how they did it? Keisha, well, the truth is that we didn't have the upper hand, but someone saved us in time. Odin, and who was it? Yuna went to the door and everyone saw Issei enter with a half smile. Issei, it's been a while since we saw each other. At the end, to say that Serafal came out running and gave her a hug. The girls were surprised to see that. Serafal, you left without saying anything. Issei, well, I explained it a little in the note, and well, I know that you are upset just like the rest. Serafal, you were right, you needed a break, so it's okay. Issei just gave her a smile and seconds later let her hug him. Issei, hello Yasaka. And Surzek, Michael, Azazel and Odin. Everyone nodded and Yasaka gave him a smile. The girls were still in shock because he spoke so casually to the leaders. And they gave themselves an account about that. Surzek, Issei is a good friend and has also helped us a lot. And tell me Issei, did you enjoy your vacation? Issei, yes I did and well I'm ready for action. Azazel I can tell. Odin thanks for helping. Issei it's no problem, well, what do I have to do? The others only released a small laughter since he had just arrived and wanted to leave. Issei I heard that groups were formed and… Seraphal you won't be in any of them because we know what you're like. Issei just nodded. Azazel give us a few minutes to call those who will go with you on this mission. A few minutes passed and the girls left to rest. Issei was left talking with the leaders. Yasaka, you look better than ever, Issei. Issei, thank you, I say the same about you. Always pretty. Yasaka just blushed when she heard those words. After a few seconds some people arrived. Issei seeing those who entered gave a smile. He was about to say something but they gave him a hug too. Issei, it's been a while, right? Rosweiss too much. Griselda the truth is that you were late. Issei, I relaxed more than I should have, sorry. They both separated from the hug. Rosweiss, it doesn't matter, you deserved it, you've always been fighting and it was time for you to relax too. Issei just gave her a smile and saw another person there. Also, Issei, hello my name is Issei. Hello, my name is Laviana. It will be a pleasure to work with you. Issei, I say the same thing. Laviana, I've heard a lot from you and they are great things. Issei, it's nothing, I did everything to help. Surzek, well now that you've met your new partner, it's time to tell you what it's all about. Everyone nodded and sat down. At a big table round. Odin you see boy, you'll have to go to Greece. There's a hideout of the Cows Brigade, according to the reports they've given us. It's a research site. Michael go to the place and do what is right. Azazel Laviana will go with you since she will get the information from the place. Issei, I understand but I have a question. Surzek, and that would be it. Issei, the gods there will be in favor of us going just like that. Odin, don't worry boy, I have a good friendship with Sistono and he has given them permission. Issei, I see, but why don't they have them? Odin, they have to defend what is theirs, and he said that it was not his problem since they have not been messed with yet. Issei, one day they will attack them. Seraphal, we know this, that's why we have been in contact with them for an alliance as well, but the talks are going slowly. Azazel, there are some gods who are not in favor of the alliance. In addition, someone will accompany them on this mission to guide them and depending on the result they give, Sistono will decide. Issei, it feels like they are evaluating us. Yasaka, we know it but they want to know how we are. Issei, and who will that person be? Odin, her name is Iride. Issei, how is it? Odin, well, that's not a very nice thing to say. He is someone who loves bloodshed, he likes wars and he is not so friendly with other races and he does not like humans. Issei, then why do they send her? Surzek, no idea. That's what Zasama wanted, so they'll have to put up with it. The group he just nodded. Issei, and when we leave? Seraphal tomorrow. Surzek, you can go and rest. The group stood up from their seats and was about to leave but Seraphal spoke. Seraphal, stay at my house so you can all leave together tomorrow. Issei, it's okay and you guys. The others they just accepted. At that they said goodbye to the rest and left. From the place. When they arrived, everyone went to the room since it was still early. Seraphal, tell me how it went. Issei, I went to many places to explore. Taking out some photos and showing them to them. Griselda, the place looks nice. Issei, it is. And well, with the previous thing about going camping. Seraphal, don't worry, we'll change the date and it will be in a month since most people are busy. Issei's alright. Rosweiss, this time you won't leave, right? Issei, maybe. Griselda, do it again and it won't go well. Issei, sorry, I was joking. I won't leave anymore. Laviana, you guys really get along. It's strange for you, Griselda, to talk to a man like that. Griselda, well, Issei is my mission partner so we get along well. Issei, it is the same with Rosweiss and other people. Laviana, I see. Can I ask you a question, Issei? Issei, sure, tell me. Laviana, how is it that you are so strong? I saw your fight against the security and well you were able to confront him. Issei, I trained for many years to get to where I am, but as you saw, that day I was also injured. Laviana, I know and I really admire you for being a human being, you got to where you are. The truth is when I saw you that day I thought you would be eliminated at the first attempt since I told myself that I would make a weak human. Issei, it's normal for everyone to think that way, really. Laviana, I know. Issei, but before that. Seraphal, you already know that, right? Giving a smile, she just pulled out her wallet and paid him. They only saw that it was weird and Rosweiss just let out a sigh. Griselda, what was that? Issei, you see, a long time ago I made a bet with Seraphal and well when someone called me a weak human she would pay me. At first I didn't want to because I often hear those words. Rosweiss, if things didn't go well when he went to Asgard the first time, let it be said. Seraphal, I had to pay a lot thanks to the help of Rosweiss's friend. Rosweiss, I'm sorry. Issei, the only place it doesn't count is on the battlefield. Seraphal, if that were the case, I would soon be bankrupt. Issei, maybe, and tell me you want to play. Rosweiss, no thanks, I would be left with nothing. Griselda, I say the same thing, besides it is not good to bet. Issei, I see, and you, Laviana. Laviana, of course not, if I thought that way before, many will do the same. Issei, I see, well that's enough with Seraphal. She just pouted when listening to that. Issei, well tell me Seraphal where I'm going to rest, it's a bit late. Seraphal, follow me. Issei stood up from his seat and said goodbye to the rest and left from the place. Laviana, it seems that he is a good person. Rosweiss, that's how it is. Laviana, because he will not be with the other groups. Griselda, let's say that Issei is one of those people who fights to defend others without thinking about himself. If strangers go with him, Issei will do his best so that no one gets hurt. Rosweiss, yes, and well, we go because we are somewhat insistent just like the others. Laviana, I see. So I'll do my best not to get in the way. Griselda, alright. We will fight together and he will do his thing even if you don't believe it, he fights alone. Rosweiss, yes. When he fought in Asgard he was always at the forefront defending the rest. Laviana, I heard about that and it's really strong to believe that he would fight alone against a large army. Rosweiss, I know and well few know about his fight. The citizens admire him since Odinsima said so and they believe in him. Tell me you want to see his fight. Laviana just nodded given that I was curious. Rosweiss shows the fight in a hologram from Issei from the beginning and Laviana was surprised when seeing as he killed the giants of a bang. And more than he saw how the army was trapped and would withdraw while he stayed only. Also how I fought for days without stopping until the others arrived. Laviana, the truth is that was a great fight. Griselda, now you know the reason why he always fights alone. Laviana, I know. I will do my best to not let him help me. Rosweiss, even if you don't say it, he'll notice, so just say it. Laviana, alright. Griselda, one more thing. Laviana. Griselda, please don't ask him about his family. Laviana, because maybe he died. Griselda, no, his family never wanted him and well maybe you don't know it but the security is his older brother. Laviana, because they don't want it. Rosweiss, because he was not born with power like his brothers. That's why he trained a lot to get to where he is. Laviana, okay, I won't say anything. Both girls just nodded afterward. That's what Seraphal came from and they talked about it some more and minutes later they left to rest for today's next exits. It was a new day and the group said goodbye from Seraphal and went to her destination. After many hours of travel they reached their destination. Issei, it was a very long trip, really. Laviana, you spent most of the time asleep. Issei, well, you guys were talking about weird things and well, it bored me. Rosweiss, they were tactics. Issei, I know but it's boring and tell me where we will meet her. Griselda, well, not far from here there is a cafeteria and as Odinsima told us, he will find us there. Issei, let's go. And that's all he group takes the road upon arrival they had to wait since they didn't know who was. Issei, tell me Griselda, you've already come here. Griselda, this is my first time here too. Issei saw the other two and they shook their heads as well. An hour passed and they talked for a while until he arrived. Eris, well since you are here it is time to go. I said it without much encouragement when seeing them. The group said nothing. And they just followed her. While walking, the girls attracted a lot of attention because they were pretty, but with a look of Iride was frightened and looked the other way. When they left the airport, they got in a limousine and they left the place. It was silent until Issei spoke. Issei, sorry, how far away the place is. When she saw Issei, she could feel that he was a human and put on a serious face as she thought, what would it be with the rest? The girls noticed his murderous gaze towards Issei that Griselda decided to talk to. Griselda, and it is so far away. Iride set her sights on Griselda and decided to talk so that they would stop bothering. Eris, we are 2 hours from here. When you reach your destination, I will just guide you and do nothing. Rosweiss, well, that's enough really. Iride made a face but looked away to avoid continuing the conversation. Issei felt uncomfortable like that when I spoke. Issei, can you tell me how the others are? Griselda, Gabrielsima and Irena have been training all this time, but Irena has already managed to obtain a second pair of wings. Issei, I'm glad to hear that. Rosweiss, Leifri told me that it was fine. Just like Konu, she has been training and wants to go on a mission with you. And Penemu, I really don't know, I hardly see her, but Laviana must know. Laviana, he's been forcing Azazel to do his job since he always runs away. Issei, I see, I'm glad you're okay. Griselda, but you'll have to see them soon. Issei, the bed. Thing is that I didn't see Grafia, I always see her with Surzek. Griselda, I was busy, it will be when I get back. Issei alone nodded. The minutes passed and they arrived at their destination. When they arrived, Iride just guided them without saying a word. Eris, they are going to camp here tomorrow. We will continue. Issei, how far are we from the enemy's location? Eris, you know I don't like you, talk to me with respect. Issei, I didn't miss anything, I just asked a simple question. I don't know what problems you have with others, but I'm just doing my job. Iride did not take those words very well, since for her Issei was just a simple human like the rest. Eris, you have the nerve to talk to me like that, human. Issei, maybe. But let's leave that topic. Eris, of course, this won't stay like this. It's time I put you in your place, you piece of trash. When she takes out a sword from a dimension pocket, the girls were put on alert and Issei stopped them. Eris, and Quizia, you have the courage to fight for yourself. Issei didn't say, she just got angry since they were ignoring her in that she went on the attack ready to kill, but upon arriving Issei just took his sword with his hand. Seeing how Issei destroyed her sword with his hand, she was surprised and took a few steps back. Eris, how did you do that? That sword was not normal. Issei, I would say luck perhaps. Eris, you're not normal, then I'll be serious. Summoning a spear. Issei, Griselda, you have a backup sword. You know I destroyed mine and well, I haven't bought a new one yet. She just nodded and gave him one. Griselda, you can destroy it too, so don't hold back. Issei alone gave him a smile. At that point, Iride went against Issei, and when she was stabbing him, Issei deflected his attack. Issei took advantage of that and kicked him in the stomach that made her drop her spear and spit a little BLD. Issei just looked at her with a serious look. She looked up and saw Issei with a blank look directed towards her. That made her shudder. It was the first time in his life that someone intimidated her that much. Further, being a human, not even the gods could do that to him. Eris breathed more easily and got up from the ground and saw that Issei had become more peaceful. Issei, you know I hate unnecessary fights. I hope this doesn't happen again. At the end, saying that, he approached Griselda and returned her the sword. Issei, I'm going to go explore for a while. Laviana was going to say something, but Rosweiss took her shoulder and refused with the head. Griselda, if something happens, call us. Issei just nodded and he left the place, leaving the girls alone in a great silence. Laviana, because you stopped me. Rosweiss, Issei will walk for a while, there is no need to disturb him. She just nodded and then the three of them put his scene in Eris. Griselda, I know we have no right to say this, but we don't like you bothering Issei. He only came to stop that group, not to cause trouble, so please don't bother him. Iride didn't say anything and left the place. I'm a little upset. Up to date, next everyone was having breakfast and saw Issei arrive. Laviana, you took a while to come back. Issei, hee, I got so distracted that I lost track of time. Rosweiss, come on, let's have breakfast. Issei just nodded and approached them. After about minutes, Iride spoke to continue on their way. After a few hours of walking in silence, they arrived. Eris, not far from here is their base. You can feel it, right? All the girls nodded. Issei didn't do it since he couldn't feel any of that. Issei, and what is the plan? Griselda, well, from what I can feel the enemy is more than we think. Rassweis, so there must be something very important for there to be so much security. Laviana, what will we do? Griselda, well, we already have the plan of how to fight, and Issei. Issei, yes, I will do my thing. Griselda, be careful and take this sword, I hope it helps you. Issei just nodded and left the place ready to attack. Eris, it's not that I care, but why don't you go? Rassweis, Issei will draw most of the attention while we look for another entrance and search. In that, Griselda asked them that they follow her and they all go their separate ways. In the distance they look at Issei in front of a great group of fallen. Fallen, wow, it's a human who brings you here. Issei, how kind. Tell me what they are doing here. Fallen, you don't care, but it's time for you to die. Issei, I agree. At that the group launched itself where Issei and he alone took out his sword. And I kill them all without leaving a trace. Some were surprised to see that. And they went against Issei. Iride was in shock at what she saw. Rassweis, Issei is fighting seriously right now. Eris, so when he fought me. Griselda, the truth is that he did hold back. If you were to fight seriously you would be dead right now. Iride just squeezed his fists and watched as Issei killed his rivals with his hands without much difficulty. Griselda only asked them that they will follow her. Upon entering the place they killed the few who had, since most of them were fighting Issei. After a few minutes of kill and search they arrived at a laboratory and Laviana with help of Rassweis started to extract the information when they finished destroying the place. When leaving the place, Laviana and Iride were surprised by the massacre that Issei did. He saw them and gave them a sock smile. Issei, sorry Griselda, I destroyed your sword. Griselda, okay, I told you you could do it. Issei, okay, tell me if you found something. Laviana, some things. When we return we will see what they were. Issei just nodded. In that they saw how it opened a gap dimensional coming out of a group of her. Issei, seeing a person leave, was happy. Issei, Leifi. She was a little distracted reading a magic book, and upon hearing his name he looked up and saw Issei. Leifi, say. He formed a smile and went to go to him, but someone got there first. Kuroka went to Issei and gave him a hug. Issei's companions became angry. A little bit up to ride, though I did not understand the why. Issei, hi, your name is Kuroka, right? Kuroka, so quickly you forget about me. That makes me sad. Pretending sadness. Issei was about to say something but someone got in front of him. Laviana, wow, look who's here. But it's Valikan. He was a little scared when he saw her. Given that always bothered him. Laviana, what are you doing here? Laviana, I'm on a mission, how do you see it and what are you doing here? Vala, we came to look for information about something but I see that it is too late for that. Laviana, that's how it is. But before you can tell your friend to let Issei go or else she will be arrested right now since she is wanted and is an rank criminal. Issei, that's true. Seeing Kuroka, she just nodded with a smile. Issei, I see then. In that, Issei hugs her around the waist. Issei, well, I got it now. They were surprised to hear that. Kuroka tried to get away from Issei but I couldn't break free from his grasp. Issei, can you please let her go? Issei, it's okay just because it's you. Releasing the grip on that, Kuroka returned with his group. Leifi, thank you and nice to see you again. And well, I'll be on the lookout for that. Issei, okay, I hope we see each other another time. Plus I feel like your brother doesn't like me very much. Leifi, don't pay attention to it, he's always been this angry. Arthur, Leifi, shut up and let's get out of here. That opens a dimensional gap and the first one to enter was Vale, and after Biko that I just listened to everything because I didn't want to fight against Issei. Kuroka, I hope we can see each other soon. Issei trained to the portal and then it was Leifi and finally Arthur, not without before giving a look of death to Issei, but he did not take it important. Issei, well, how about we go? Griselda, you're right. We must return to each one. Rassweis, it was a bit of a long mission. Now that it's done, how about we fly away? Issei, you know I can't fly, right? Griselda, yes, and don't worry, I'll take you. Issei, no thanks, I'd rather run a bit to where we'll meet. Laviana, where he left us the car. Issei just nodded and left the place at high speed. Rosweiss, he didn't let me speak, I could take him with a spell. Griselda, maybe he wanted to go alone. Laviana, well, how about we go? And you can now go back home since your task is finished. Eris, I would like to, but I have to take them to the airport. Rosweiss, don't worry, we can go back on our own. Eris, I also have to apologize to him. Griselda, don't bother, Issei doesn't care, so you can go back with peace of mind. Eris, I don't have to do it. I know you were informed about my attitude. Rosweiss, that's right, we know that you don't like us very much and that you hate humans a lot. Eris, it's just that they are very selfish and they are also very lustful, that's what I hate the most. Griselda, I don't deny that last part, but it's part of his nature, but Issei is different, he's not like that. Rosweiss, Issei is someone who cares about his friends, I would say his family, but they don't love him. Because as you know, most humans are selfish and so is his family. Laviana, I barely knew him, but in the short time I knew him I could see that he was a sincere person with good feelings. Griselda, as you saw in your fight against him. Issei didn't hold back as he didn't want any trouble with Olympus. Eris, how did I get to that level despite being human? Griselda, he trained for many years to prove himself to his family, but they only rejected him more and humiliated him, but he still put a smile on everyone's faces. Rosweiss, Issei is not one of those people who vents to someone, he always does it alone, and I say this because we have seen him do it. Eris, so if he is so strong it is because he has a human aura and is not reincarnated. Rosweiss, he doesn't want it. They have tried, but he wants to show how strong a human can become with nothing. Griselda, you know he's fighting strong to end this war because, well, his time is limited. Laviana, what are you talking about? Griselda, after the battle he had against the Security, we went to dinner and then he left, and when we went to look for him we heard him say that he wants to end this war since his time is limited, since he is human and he wants to see his friends be happy. Rosweiss, we didn't like hearing that, to be honest, but there was nothing we could do. But we will find a way for him to live longer without ceasing to be human. Laviana, I see. If you need help, let me know. Both girls just nodded. Griselda, but well, how about we go? Issei will be there when we get there. Eris, I don't believe it. Rosweiss, the truth is Issei is very fast. In that they raised good and went to the place. Upon arrival they saw Issei lying on a tree. Issei, they delayed the truth. Griselda, you are very fast. In that, someone approaches Issei and bows. Eris, I want to apologize for my previous attitude. I know it's not your fault and yet I still took it out on you. Issei, first stop doing that and well, the above is fine. Eris, I'm still sorry though. Issei's alright. Tell me, do you want us to start over as friends? Stretching his hand and giving it, she smiled. When she saw that smile she half blushed and stretched out her hand. Eris, well, I hope we are friends. Giving it a small smile. We talked about that for a bit and minutes later the car arrived and took them away. At the airport, upon arriving, Ride, somewhat embarrassed, asked Issei for his number and he gave it to him. Issei, I hope we see each other another time. Eris, I say the same thing if they come back and tell me. I say the same to you. The girls just nodded. At that she left the place and the group entered the airport. After a long journey they arrived at their destination. In doing so they were quickly to the Underworld where they were the leaders expecting. Griselda, well, it went better than we thought. In that someone approaches Issei. Gabriel, hello Issei, how have you been? Issei, fine, thanks. Konu, it's been a while, I'm glad you're back. Penemu, I say the same thing, it's been boring that you're not here. Issei, I'm sorry I left without saying anything. Gabriel, it's okay, no problem. Issei spoke with them while the girls gave their report. Issei, hello Graphia, how are you? Graphia, very well, thank you. How did the mission go? Issei, fine, thank you, and how did it go for you? Graphia, good with some work. Issei, I can tell most have been busy. Penemu, and well, within a month we will make that trip. Issei, they had to change it in the end. Graphia, yes, but no problem. Gabriel, don't worry. Issei, and how is Irena? Gabriel, she went on a mission with another group yesterday, but it won't be that long and she'll be back soon. Issei, I see. They spoke for a few more minutes and then were with the leaders for later everyone to go. I found in his classes he had time that I did not attend afterwards. After a few hours of classes, Lunchtime came and Issei left the classroom, heading to a quiet place. Then he comes to a tree. Issei, it feels strange to go back to school after so long. Besides, Irena isn't here, maybe she'll come back today. After thinking about that idea began to have lunch, and then he relaxed there until it ended. When I finished the day Issei left for his house he moved clothes and went out for a walk. The night came a little and continued in the park until a group came closer. It's a bit late to be out of the house. Issei, the night is cooler and they wish well. Have more respect, brat. Issei, that's what I would say, since they came out of nowhere to talk as if they were my acquaintances, and they really want to. For a human being you are not that stupid, haha. The answer is easy, we are a little hungry and well you will be of some use to us. Issei just stood up from his seat and saw the group of 5. Issei, I don't feel like fighting much today but I can't let them go as they will cause trouble. One of them was going to say something but Issei quickly moved to him and destroyed his face. The other 4 stayed in shock seeing that and then they went on the attack. When only one thing remained one was scared to try to escape flying but Issei grabbed his foot and then I ripped off his wings causing him to scream in pain. Please let me go. Issei, those were the words they said to you too and yet you made them suffer, isn't that right? The demon was going to answer but Issei finished killing him. By doing so he resumed his way to his house. When he arrived he took a bath and was about to sleep but someone arrived. Seraphal, hello Issei. Issei, Seraphal, something's wrong. Seraphal, well I know you must be bored without birthing anything so here's another mission. Issei, I see. Seraphal, we're leaving. Issei just nodded. He changed his clothes and seconds later they went to the Underworld. Upon arriving Issei saw many young people and saw her friends so that went to her. Issei, Irena, I haven't seen you for a long time. She upon hearing that voice turned around and he gave Issei a hug who reciprocated. Irena, when did you come back? Issei, a few days ago. I even had a mission. Irena, it's obvious that you don't waste time. Issei, maybe, and well, how did it go with you? Irena, it wasn't a big deal. We just went and destroyed it since there were few of them. Issei, I'm glad you're doing well. At the end to say that the leaders they talked and created new groups. Since there are more and more enemies. Surzek, well the next group will be made up of Issei, Princess Konu and Penemu. Many were surprised to learn about the group. Issei didn't say anything and approached his new group. Issei, it will be a pleasure to work with you. Konu, I say the same thing, it's the first time I'm going to work with you. Penemu, I say the same thing. Issei, I will be in your care and well as you are the leader Penemu where we have to go. Penemu, based on the information I was given, we have to go to Norway, but it will only be to investigate. Issei, it sounds good but at the same time it gives me a bad feeling. Penemu, I say the same thing but there is no other option. Another group is approaching. Griselda, this time we won't be in the same group. Issei, I know and from what I see you have good company. Hello Sarorg. Sarg, Issei, it's been a while, I hope we can fight another time. Issei, when the opportunity arises. Sarg, sure, don't worry. Issei, yes, and one more thing, please take care of Griselda, she is somewhat impulsive. Griselda, hey, don't treat me like a child. Issei, but it's the truth. Sarorg is somewhat serious but she is a good person. Take care of her, she's important to me. Griselda on hearing that was made a small blush and a half smile. Sarg, of course, don't worry, besides Keisha told me that you saved her. I appreciate it, she is important to me. Issei, it doesn't matter. But well, it's time to go. I hope we have a mission together sometime. Sarg just nodded and seconds later each group took his way. Up to date, next Issei's group took off on the way to their destination. After several hours of flying, they reached their destination and headed there. Issei, I hope this ends quickly. Penemu, and that's because you're in such a hurry. Issei, well, it's not for nothing and don't you think I miss a lot of school. If I continue like this, I won't graduate. Konu, it's true and don't worry. Maybe with the help of the leaders you can. Issei, that would be cheating. Penemu, but it is the only way, and we are very busy at the moment since they have more and more soldiers. I really don't know where they get all of them. Issei, well, their leader must have a lot of influence to find so many companions. Konu, it may be so since betrayal by one of our own some do not trust much. Issei, I could tell that on that occasion. But don't worry, some are easily led by greed. Penemu, Issei, tell me if I offer you something would you accept it? Issei, what's the point of having money or anything else if you don't have the most important thing close to you, which is your friends? I would just be an empty person inside. Konu, I see. Issei, so I will help as much as I can. And tell me more or less what I will do since it will only be research but there will also be something else. Penemu, we don't know the truth. The person who gave us the information only gave us that because he had to leave later so he couldn't be found. Issei, I understand. After a few hours of travel they arrived at a hotel and each one went to their room. Issei on his part took a bath and went to bed. Issei, this gives me a bad feeling, honestly. He had that idea for a few minutes until he fell asleep the next day. Next they continued on their way since it was very far away to the place where they were going the next 3 days. They arrived at their destination and saw in the distance the base. Konu, it took us longer than we thought. Issei, and there is plenty there. Penemu, some renegade and fallen demons and a few yokai. As I see it, there are few of them. Maybe most of them are inside. Issei, Penemu, I feel like something is not right here, it's just a feeling. Penemu, what do you mean? Issei, I know something is going on there. The truth is I will go to the place and investigate further. Konu, that can be dangerous. Issei, but I will still do it and I trust you. Penemu, it's okay, you go first and we'll go later. Issei, okay, could you give me the sword? Penemu just nodded and took out a sword from a pocket dimension. Issei took it and ran at great speed towards the place. When he arrived he saw some people outside. From the base and without thinking he took out his sword and started them to kill. Some were against Issei but they didn't even have the chance to touch him. By killing some he entered the place to look for if there was something strange there. The girls fought with those who I left out from the base. Seconds after they both saw how Issei flew out of the place, falling near them. Penemu, Issei, what happened? Issei, I was doing some research but out of nowhere something hit me and sent me flying here. At that point the three of them hear some footsteps and see a dragon come out. Both girls were shocked to see him. Issei, a dragon. Penemu, he is an evil dragon and he is laden. Laden, I see someone knows about me. Penemu, how could you not know if you've caused so many deaths with other dragons? Laden, it's part of my nature but we weren't expecting visitors but that doesn't matter, I'll have some fun. Penemu, Issei, you. Issei, I will fight him, you go and investigate. The two girls just nodded. And they left the place since they trusted Issei. Laden, you're thinking of fighting me, brat, and you're only human. Issei just gets into a fighting stance. Issei, never underestimate your rivals because the consequences can be very serious. At that Issei began. Laden confidently let himself run hit but receive he hit spit a bit of BLD. Laden, that did hurt me, you are not as weak as you seem. Issei didn't say anything and went on the attack again. Laden wanted to hit him with the tail but Issei managed to deflect the attack and he jumped, giving it a blow to the face causing the dragon to fall to the ground. Laden, already annoyed, began to spit fire from the mouth but Issei without much difficulty managed to move away and then go on the attack again. Issei, that's the best you've got. That just causes the dragon to get more upset and attack with greater speed. But Issei deflected the attacks and counterattacked with big blows. Issei, you are easily influenced by words. Giving it a hit in the face makes the dragon spit BLD. Laden, what the hell are you? Issei, you didn't say before that I'm just a simple human. Giving it a blow with both hands and destroying the face of the dragon leaving only the large corpse. Issei, seeing how there was BLD in his body, I noticed how weak it was. Issei, this BLD is acidic, I'll be left without clothes if it continues like this. Leaving the place looking for the girls. After a few minutes of searching, I managed to find a laboratory. Issei, and well that's how it went for them. Penemu, well we managed to find some interesting things like. At that he turned around and saw Issei shirtless and wearing half pants. Penemu, what happened to you? Issei, the BLD of that dragon fell on me and well this is the result. Konu, if we can see some burns on your body. Getting closer to Issei and giving him a tear of phoenix. After that they gave him another set of clothes that they had in a pocket dimension. Penemu, as I said before, Some experiments and resurrection of some evil dragons like the one you just fought are carried out in this place. So it means there's more. Penemuch, so many of them died years ago, but now they want to revive them again. Issei, and only that one was here, or is there another one? Konu, from the little information we were able to get out of one. This is one of the bases where they were resurrecting them. Issei, that means they are spread across several parts. Penemu, that's right, we don't know how many of them are already alive in another life. As you saw, the one you just fought had only been back to life for a week. Issei, I see who is the most dangerous of all of them because there is one no. Penemu, that's right, and his name is Kromkruash. He is capable of matching the power of a celestial dragon. Issei, there are more and more problems. One leaves and another comes. Taking a seat in a chair that was over there. Konu, we still don't know exactly the motive of this group. The only thing we know is that they want to kill the current mouse. Issei, but it's not just that as I see it. Penemu, no. It's best to go back and give notice of this so the other groups are prepared and don't face one of them. Issei just nodded just like Konu. The three of them left from the place and then they destroyed it just like the body of the dragon. After a few days they arrived at the airport and flew back home. After hours of journey they reached their destination and go to the Underworld to give their report. Serafal, it didn't take them as long as usual. Issei, well, there weren't many of them, but there was a problem. Yasaka, and that would be it. Penemu, we meet an evil dragon, more specifically Laden. The leaders were surprised to hear that. Penemu also, from what we were able to investigate, they are reviving most of them. Surzek, I don't like this, honestly. Some of them are very powerful. Azazel, I know fighting with them is a big problem. Issei, they must notify the other groups to be careful in case they see one of them. Michael, if it is the best now we have to be more cautious than before. Surzek, this rise of him is just causing big trouble. Issei, besides he only hides and doesn't go out to fight on his own. Azazel, so it has been time in the war he always stayed away. Surzek, yes, and when we returned from fighting, he took all the credit. Of course it was obvious that no one believed him. Serafal, but we couldn't say anything because his father was the one in charge. Issei, I see. Sooner or later you will have to leave your place. Odin, you look like a very calm boy. Issei, well, I've seen a lot of things and the truth is that today was the first time I saw an evil dragon. Now I think I've seen everything. Odin, well you're right. And what will they do now? Issei, I'm going to rest. It's not very comfortable to sleep on a plane and then, well, the truth is I don't know what will happen. Serafal, you can stay at my house. Issei just nodded. And they both left from the place since they had terminated the meeting. Serafal, Issei, please don't push yourself too far. Issei, don't worry, I'll be fine. You guys don't overexert yourself, it's okay. Serafal, we know very well that our level has dropped and don't worry, we have been training because very bad days are coming. Issei, that's right, I hope this war ends soon and doesn't last so long. Serafal, I know why you say that Issei and you know, don't worry about it now. Issei. At that point they arrived at the mansion. And Issei went to rest given that had a long day. Meanwhile Serafal went to train outside of the mansion. Serafal, you are not alone Issei, this time I will fight you and so you won't leave me alone. Creating a large spear of ice and throwing it at a doll that was there. Up to date next they were both having breakfast and when they finished Issei returned to the human world. It changed clothes and returned to the academy to continue as if nothing had happened. Irena, Issei heard about your mission and told me nothing bad happened to you. Issei, don't worry, thanks to the fact that I underestimated myself I managed to beat him. Irena, so many things you've done and they still don't know who you are. Issei, for my part, the truth is that I'll use that against them and kill them. Irena, well you have a point. Issei, and how did it go for you? Irena, well the only bad thing is that I had to go with the Queen of Rias Gremory and well she is a bit. Issei, I noticed it in some fights he had before. Irena, yes, but we did well, so far I don't have any, so I returned to the academy. Issei, I say the same thing. Seconds later the bell rang and the teacher entered the living room and classes began. A few days had passed since the last mission that had Issei and had not been called again. It was a Saturday and I was in the park. Issei, what happened? They didn't tell me anything. Irena is always busy like everyone else when I call them. At that moment I let out a sigh of how bored he was. When he was about to leave he remembered something. Issei, before leaving, Irene gave me a pamphlet with a magic circle. I just have to put a little of my blood on it and I'll be able to go to Greece. Since I have nothing to do, I'll go there and call her. He got up from the bench with a smile and he left for your house to look for the pamphlet. After searching for it for a few minutes he found it. Issei, well, it's time to go on a trip. At that moment he cuts his finger and lets his blood fall. Seconds later after Shine Plafito and Issei were teleported. When he opened his eyes he appeared in a forest half a day still. Issei, now that I remember, I left my cell phone on the table. Now I will have to find a place to be able to call her. It started to walk in the middle of the forest. Hours passed, and still I couldn't find some road and each time it became further late. Already bored of walking he saw a lake and went there. I create a small campfire with pieces of wood and 2 rocks. When having the fire I catch something in the lake. Issei, well, without salt it was obvious that it wouldn't taste as good. Eating the fish without flavor. Minutes passed until someone spoke. What is a human doing here? Issei started to look for the origin of the voice, but when searching he did not find it. Issei, excuse me, but who are you since I can't see you? Because a human would have to show me first. Issei, out of courtesy perhaps since you spoke to me first. You have the nerve to talk to me like that, human. Issei, my name is Issei, yes. Do I care what your name is, human? Issei didn't say anything and he better not answer. That just made the person with the one who spoke get a little upset. You have the nerve to ignore me. Issei followed without saying anything. Hey, answer, insolent human. Issei, and if I don't see anyone, I don't even know your name, you're rude. You have the human courage to say such words, but I will give you the honor of seeing me before I kill you. In that Issei could see a black mass and from it came out a girl. I am known as the goddess of the night Nyx. Issei, I see pleasure now. I said it with simplicity without taking it seriously. Issei, but your name is a bit weird, actually. Nyx, maybe I care about your opinion. It's better that you die, I'm already tired of talking to you. In the leftovers a monster comes out and goes on the attack against Issei. The goddess just turns around as I thought it would end fast. While the monster quickly went against Issei quickly stood up. And subject his arm with one hand. The goddess, not feeling that his monster had finished, turned around and was surprised as he saw how Issei had fastened his monster with one hand. In that he let go of he grabbed and wanted to hit Issei, but he only hit him in the stomach that I sent him flying away. Leaving the girl a little surprised goddess for what happened. Nyx, what are you? Issei, you said it recently, I'm only human. Nyx, you play with me, no, that monster wasn't that weak. So tell me. Issei, because I would be lying to you if I told the truth. Nyx, perhaps it is a Longinus. Inspecting Issei and noticed that he didn't have any weapons or magic. Nyx, you have nothing and then. Issei, like I would say. The goddess, something annoying, sent several monsters to attack and when they were about to attack Issei he killed them. That surprised the goddess as she did it easily. Nyx, you are not a simple human from what I see. I'll have some fun with you. Issei, maybe I have a clown face. I just came here looking for a friend and you come out. Maybe you are crazy. That just pissed off the goddess and she summoned a person. Nyx, you know I didn't want to use her yet but you're not normal. Issei, and who is she? Nyx, she is Ingvild Leviathan. Issei, no idea who he is. Nyx, it was obvious no one knows about her. Not long ago I found her and now she is under my control. So by human it was fun to play. In that Ingvild was to the attack creating a water snake. Issei just defended himself from the attack that I sent him away from there. The confident goddess thought that it was finished but he saw how Issei had returned somewhat annoyed and sent Ingvild to attack. Issei noticed that he didn't have much experience like this that diverted the attacks. Nyx, can't you fight women? I said it with mockery. Issei, of course I can, I've never cared about that. At that Issei gives him a big blow to the stomach. Doing that spit out a little blood. The goddess was surprised since she thought he wouldn't do it. Also I noticed that Ingvild fell unconscious from the blow. Nyx, in the end I will have to fight. Creating a large curtain of his dark magic. Nyx, bye-bye. Launching his attack. Issei just gave a great applause, causing the black curtain to dissipate. This time Nyx was there, surprised since his attack was destroyed with a great facility. Nyx, how is that possible? No one has been able to do that. Issei, I would say that Nyx, and don't give me that CRP about it being luck. Issei was left alone since I wouldn't know what to say. Nyx, I haven't used this spell in ages, but you're not normal. Issei just raised an eyebrow and watched as there were hundreds of magical circles created from which many demons came out. Issei, there are many. Nyx, more specifically, there are 2,000. I said it while I was in the air watching Issei with a big smile. Issei, I don't like this, honestly, I haven't fought with so many people in a while. The goddess, he didn't say anything further and commanded his entire army to attack. Issei without more options went on the attack, also killing the one who came closer. At that I grab a sword of one and with it he cut off the heads of most of them. Nyx noticed the serious look from Issei and gave him a slight chill. Nyx, what was that? How is it possible that they can't even touch it? After a few minutes into the battle, the goddess was surprised that his entire army had already killed Issei covered in BLD. I noticed how Issei crouched down and jumped towards her. At that Issei took her by the shoulders and they both fell to the ground. Nyx, why did you do that? Issei, I'm tired of games, you know. Plus, look at my clothes. I won't be able to go out like this. Nyx, do I even care about that? Issei, of course all this matters, it's your fault, now give me new clothes. Nyx, and you think I'll listen to you? Issei, then it will be the wrong way. Nyx, haha, yes sure, when you were fighting I realized something. Issei, and that would be it. Nyx, you're a version, right? Issei, and that has to do with right now. Nyx, you see, the clothes I'm wearing are called godly version killer clothing. This is a special clothing she received from the gods of hell, which makes her immune to attacks from version men. Issei, I see. Nyx, then you won't be able to do anything. Issei, if I don't try we won't know. She was going to say something but saw how Issei moved at a great speed and hit him in the face, causing that crash into a tree. Nyx, hey, a minute, how dare you touch me? Touching his cheek because it hurt and was surprised as the suit did not work. Nyx, how is it possible it should have worked? Issei, then you have to try again. I said it with a smile while approaching her while snapping his knuckles. The goddess was a little scared when I saw it go towards her. Without thinking about it I take flight to leave. But when he was in the air he saw Issei running towards, she jumped up and down and it hurt. A blow to the stomach making her faint, Issei just took it so that will not hurt himself in his drop. After a few minutes the goddess of the night was waking up and remembering what steps stood up. Issei, you finally wake up. She turns around and looks at Issei sitting a little away from her. Nyx, what do you plan to do? Issei, nothing, I just want clothes so I can leave. Use your magic to clean it or whatever. Nyx, and if I don't want to? Issei, then we have to go back to what was before. She remembered the last blow to his stomach that hurt him. Nyx, fine I will. He approached Issei and created a magic circle cleaning your clothes, leaving them like new. Issei, you may as well go. Nyx, it's that easy. Issei, of course you may want something. Nyx, no. Issei, fine but she stays. I don't want you to control her anymore. Nyx, well, it wasn't much use to me anyway. Issei, don't talk to her like that, she's a person, not an object. Nyx, one way or the other. Issei, to be a goddess you need manners. Nyx, I have them but you don't deserve my respect, well maybe a little. Issei, I see. You better go. Thanks to you, it was a long night and tomorrow I have things to do. Nyx, like what? Issei, I have to call a ride. Nyx, as you know her. Issei, a while back I had a mission with her and we became friends and I was bored so I came to look for her but I left my cell phone at home. Nyx, you're joking with me, right? I know what she's like. Issei, why don't you call her and tell her who I am? Nyx, because I should listen to you. Issei, it's just a favor. Nyx, fine I will. Issei, I like you more like this, not like before. Nyx, K. Issei, I'm telling the truth. If you want we can start again as friends, let me know. Stretching out his hand. Nyx, well, I don't dislike you that much. Holding hands. Issei just gave her a smile. Issei, fine, but could you tell me what to call yourself since the one you have is strange? Nyx, you can call me Alice but only you can call me that since you earned my respect. Issei. Issei, it's okay and I'm glad you call me that. At that they both heard and they saw that it was Ingvild. Issei was where she and seeing him got up slowly. Ingvild, who are you and what am I doing here? Issei, my name is Issei and well the reason you are here is because of her. Pointing at Alice. She just looked away from both of them. Ingvild, I see, my name is Ingvild Leviathan. Issei, it's nice to hear about her, she found you asleep, what happened? Ingvild, I don't know, a long time ago someone put me in a dream and now I wake up. Issei, I see. Ingvild, where we are. Issei, in Greece I came to see a friend and I met her here and she brought you. Ingvild, I understand and now what will I do? Issei, I know you barely know me but I can help a little. Over time you will be able to adapt to new things. Ingvild, because you helped me. Issei, I was alone before and well, I don't like seeing other people like that. So what do you say? Ingvild, but it would be a nuisance. Issei, it's not like that, and I'd be glad to have company. Giving it a smile that Ingvild blushes unintentionally. Ingvild, okay, I'll accept. I'm in your care. Issei, leave it to me. In that someone pretended to sneeze. Alicia, well, now everything is done. Issei, you can call her. Alice, and for what? Issei, well I want you to help me find a place to rest and you're the only one I know. Alice, I'll take care of that. Issei was going to say something but at his feet appeared a magic circle where the three went teleported. To a luxurious house. Issei, where we are. Alice, it's my house, I feel happy to be here. Issei, that attitude again. Alice, it's the custom. Ingvild, I can feel a great aura coming from you but I don't feel a human aura from Issei. Alice, because I am the goddess of the night Nyx. That surprised a little to Ingvild since further or less knew who was on that set his sights in Issei. Issei, I'm just a human with nothing. Alice, don't lie, you're a monster. Issei, hey, don't say that. Ingvild, what does it refer to? Issei, don't pay attention to him, he hit his head. Alice, hey, don't say things like that. Issei, Ingvild, you should rest. Alice, don't ignore me. Issei didn't say anything and I took Ingvild to her room. She was surprised since did not respect a goddess. Up to date next the three of them were in the living room. Issei, and you will call her well. Alice, fine right now. Creating a magic circle. While in the Olympus, Irides is training until a magic circle appears on her ear. Eris, who is it? Alice, talk to me with more respect. She was surprised to hear that voice. Eris, you are Nixima. Alice, yeah. Eris, what do you want from me? Alice, someone called Issei wants to talk to you so come to this place right now. Giving it one direction at the end of the call she was surprised as I heard Issei's name but without thinking he went to bathe and walk in clothes. A few minutes later he arrived at the place and was surprised to see Issei there. Issei, hi, it's been a while. Eris, yes, but what are you doing here? Issei, I was bored and wanted to come see you but someone bothered me. Alice, oh come on shut up. Iride was surprised to see there. Eris, nice to see you. Alicia just set aside the look without giving it importance. Issei, hey, that's not how you treat people. Eris, it's okay, she's my superior and you must respect her. Issei, I have never cared about titles, besides she is my friend, isn't she? Alice, be happy that I am. Issei, well she said we're not friends so I'm leaving. Alice, it's okay if we are. He said it in a whisper. Issei, I didn't listen to you. Alice, yes we are. Issei, what? Speak louder. Alice, if we are friends now Issei, perfect. Iride was shocked because he watched as Issei spoke so casually with someone very strong. After a few minutes of conversation the group left to have lunch. Not without calling a lot of attention but no man was able to approach them since Alice then took a look of death. And some girls tried to get closer to Issei but the ones that accompanied Issei and were in charge of scaring them. Issei didn't feel any of his murderous aura, he was calm. After a day to walk they returned to Alice's house. Issei, it was a good day, don't you believe it? Ingvild, if it was, many things would have changed. And thanks for the clothes, Eridesen. Eris, don't worry. Issei, if I pay him later. Eris, don't let it stay like that. And tell me what you're going to do now, Issei. Issei, I will return to Japan. Would you do me a favor and give me another pamphlet? I didn't bring anything. Eris, all right. Issei, thank goodness there are two and one for Ingvild. She just nodded. Eris, okay, I'll have them ready in a few minutes. Issei, I appreciate it. At that point, Eris left. For a start to do them. Issei, it was fun meeting you, Alicia, even though we didn't get off to a good start. Alice, and who said this was a farewell? Issei, what are you talking about? Alice, I'll go with you, I have nothing to do. Issei, I won't say anything because I won't convince you. When I return I will have to buy a bigger house since where I live only has one room. Ingvild, do you live alone? Issei, if my parents kicked me out of the house. Well, rather I left because I don't have a good relationship with them and even worse with my brothers. Ingvild, sorry to ask. Issei, it's okay, plus I have a lot of friends now. Alice, like whom? Issei, like Irena, Leifi, Serafal, Penemu, Gabriel, Griselda, Rosweiss, Yasaka, Konu and Grafia. Alice, women only. Issei, well I also get along well with Surzek, Azazel, Michael and old Odin. Alice, only strong people. Ingvild, you know who they are. Alice, some of the old men are the god of Asgard and others are Maus and others cadres and archangels and the yokai leader. You don't waste time. Issei, what are you talking about? Alice, to nothing. Minutes after arriving Iride and Issei said goodbye to her as well. Ingvild Alicia did not say anything. In that the group left, promising to return soon to see her. Issei and company appeared in the Issei department. Alice, where we are. Issei, at my place. Alice, how small it is. Issei, well, I live alone, I don't need anything else. Ingvild, it's cozy. Issei, thank you, well I will go look for a house. It is still early, and what will you do? Ingvild, I'll go with you, I have nothing to do, honestly. Alice, I'll go too so you can show me the place. Issei, well, you decide which one is the best since I'm not very good at choosing houses. Alice, if so, I'll make you spend a lot. Issei, okay, I've saved a lot of money and I have a lot of missions. Ingvild, missions of that. Issei, destroy some bases of the Cows Brigade among other things. Ingvild, great, you are very strong. True, Alice. Alice, if I think it's too much, tell me you've ever had a tough fight. Issei, all my fights are difficult. But let's leave that topic and go. The two girls just nodded. And they left the apartment and went to look for a house. After hours of searching they finally managed to find a house with 5 rooms. Issei, go to the end if you were looking for a big one. Alice, I told you I have to live comfortably. Issei, I can tell. Well, this took us a long time, let's go have something to eat. The group left the house and walked through the city while Issei showed them to her. Ingvild was surprised by the changes and how calm that it was, and for Alice everything was normal but he didn't say anything. After having dinner, they walked back to the house. When they were in the room, Issei received a call from Serafal. Issei, hello Serafal, something is wrong. Serafal, seriously, where have you been? I haven't been able to contact you in 2 days and I haven't found you. Issei, if that was something I had to do, sorry. Serafal, it's okay, but let me know next time. Issei, I'll do it. Serafal, fine, tell me you're not busy right now. Issei, nothing happened at all. Serafal, nothing happened, tell me, do you have time to come to the Underworld to tell you something? Issei, clear. Serafal, fine, I'll go get you. Issei, wait, before you come, I have to tell you that I'm moving. Serafal, and so. Issei, I'll tell you later, I'll send you the address and I'll wait for you. Then he hangs up and sends her the address since it was not known yet. Alice, what I wanted. Issei, I don't know, I have to go to the Underworld, they have something to tell me. Alice, I see, I'll go too. I haven't been in years. Ingvild, I want to know what the truth is. Issei's alright. Alice, how easily you accept. Issei, well if I say no in the end I would accept. Alice, you are absolutely right. Issei just let out a small sigh after a few minutes. Someone knocked on the door and Issei went to open it, and upon doing so I hugged him. Serafal, how are you? Issei, good, and you? Serafal, well then we're going. Issei, yes, but 2 more people will come. Serafal, who is it? Issei, let's go so you can meet them. In that they both went into the room and Serafal was surprised to see someone. Issei, well she is Nyx the goddess of the night and she is Ingvild Leviathan. Serafal had eyes widened upon hearing the second name. Serafal, that. Issei, Well, I'll tell you again. Serafal, it's not just that I didn't know there was another Leviathan besides Kateria. Ingvild, well, I lived in the human world my whole life, so nobody knows about me, plus I'm half human. Serafal, I see then, it's a pleasure. My name is Serafal Leviathan. Ingvild, I know Issei told me a lot about you. Serafal, well, now that there is another Leviathan you can. Ingvild, I won't do it, you can have that job. I'm also not that strong and I don't like sitting for long periods of time. Serafal, I thought you would accept. Ingvild, well, that's not the case. Serafal, understood. Then he sets his sights on Alice. And Serafal bows. Serafal, nice to meet you. Alice, if what you say. We already talked about this. Alice, just clicks your tongue. Alice, well, it's a pleasure, I say too. Issei, you never learn, but okay, we're leaving. Serafal just nodded and the group teleported to the underworld. Ingvild, there is not much change. Issei, that's what I thought too when I first came. Since they appeared outside the meeting room building after seeing a little, they entered the place. After a few minutes of conversation, they entered the large room where the leaders were. And company. Issei, hello everyone. Those present only greeted him as well. And they were surprised to see a person. Odin, what brings you here is Nixima. Alice, I was bored and I came. Odin, but how did you meet? Issei, it's easy, I was bored and went to Greece to see a ride, and well, she appeared out of nowhere and attacked me. The group was a little surprised to hear that. It was little since they knew what Issei was like for known people. Yasaka, and what happened? Issei, well, she sent me a large army, I think it was 2,000 as she said. Alice was expecting her surprise but noticed that they were calm. Alice, what happened to the surprise? Surzek, well, the truth is Issei has already fought alone with a large army. Alice, from stories. Odin, there were thousands of them, and they were also ice giants, and they fought for almost 5 days without stopping. I said it as if nothing, but Alice's eyes were wide open when she heard that, since it was impossible. He was going to say something, but Rosweiss approached him and showed him a video, and Alice was shocked to see such a massacre. Alice, you are a real monster, really. Issei, I am a human. Alice, if what you say. Issei, well, he fought with his army and then he was going to fight her, but she was still just as proud because she had a suit made of I don't know what, and well, in the end I beat her. Azazel, haha, what a way for you to meet people. Alice, shut up or you want to fight. Azazel said nothing further. Michael, tell me Issei and who she is. Trying to change the subject. Issei, she is my friend and her name is Ingvild Leviathan. All of them were surprised to hear that. And Ingvild had to explain everything again. Odin boy, I don't know what to say. Issei, don't say anything and they'll tell me what's going on. Surzek, well, we have a meeting with Sistono for an alliance and we wanted to know if you want to go with a group as a representative. Issei's alright. Serafalt, you accept very quickly. Issei, the truth is I'm curious about what Olympus is like and how to meet the gods. Alice, hey, here I am. Issei, yes, but I say like Zeus and Poseidon because, well, a while ago I saw a movie about them. A drop of sweat came down everyone's face knowing the reason. Issei, and who will go? Azazel, Michael, Odinsima, you and me. And someone to accompany us. Issei, I see, I can bring company too. Azazel just nodded. Issei, Ingvild will go with me, since she is not used to being alone yet. Ingvild, thank you. Azazel, and I had a doubt a few minutes ago, do you perhaps have sacred gear? Ingvild, if her name is Nereid Kyrie. Azazel, I see it's a very good Longinus. Surzek, maybe you know what it is. Azazel, sure, but I don't know much. I only know that he is able to control the sea and dragons. Everyone was shocked to hear that. Issei, and well, when we leave. Surzek, in 2 days I hope everything goes well for you. And don't get into trouble, Issei. Issei, because in the end it's not my fault. Alice, maybe you have them. Issei, don't say that, in the end I'll just go sit and talk to a ride for a bit. Alice, whatever you say. Issei, you're right. Alice, obviously not. Issei didn't say anything further, and then after a little further chatting everyone returned home. Issei and company quickly arrived in Greece with the help of Alice. At first he refused, but in the end I accepted thanks to Issei. Issei, how much longer until we get there? Alice, we will arrive in a few minutes. You must go through the entrance. Issei, I see. Gabriel, I'm glad that your Penemu and Rosweiss sold there as well. Penemu, I had nothing to do. Azazel, hey no could not finish his phrase since Penemu gave it a serious look that I scared him in that he got behind Michael out of fear. Issei's alright. After a few minutes walking they arrived at their destination. When they arrived at the guards they were arrested but with just a look from Alice they were let in. In doing so she guided them to Zeus. Zeus, I'm glad they've arrived already. I'm surprised to see you here though. Alice, I was bored so I came. While Issei and Rosweiss went to see her friend, she happily greeted some of those who were there. They were surprised to see that she was talking to other people. Zeus, well, since there is no hurry for this, its inhabitants can relax and are now ready. Odin, thank you. Zeus, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Odin, I say the same thing, you have something new. Zeus, sure follow me at this time they are there. Odin, how nice that you come, Azazel. Azazel, of course, yes. At that the three of them left. From the place, quickly some of them guided their guests to their rooms. After to accommodate, they left to walk. Issei, this place is great, Iride. Eris, thank you, I will guide you to several places. Ingvild, the truth is that I'm excited to discover new places. Alice, this is boring. Issei, then why do you follow us? Alice, I have nothing to do. After a few hours of walking and getting to know new places, not without attracting attention since Penemu and Gabriel went with several men. They approached him but everyone rejected. Some girls wanted to approach Issei but with some glances of the girls didn't even come close. After that walk were still large dining rooms where the leaders were with some people talking. Alice, it's been a long time since I saw you all. Athena and Aphrodite. Athena, I've been saying the same thing for years now. Giving it a smile. Aphrodite, what brings you here? Alice, I was bored and well I kept them company. Athena, how did you meet them or rather why haven't you done anything? Alice, it's a long story that I'll leave for later. At this everyone takes a seat. Issei was going to do it but someone stopped him. Hey, don't you see that this meeting is only for important people, not for servants? I said it with a big smile. Issei, I came with them. Yeah, sure, you're just a filthy human. Some girls got upset hearing that. Alice, hey Ares, you better not cause a scandal and he's right, he's coming with them. Ares, how is it possible being a human, I don't see anything in him. Well, what does it matter, get out of here, I don't want my meal to be ruined by your presence. Zeus, stop it, don't cause a scandal. Issei, okay, I'll go, I don't want any problems. Getting started to walk towards the exit. Ingvild, wait, say, I'll go with you. Getting up from his seat. Gabriel, I'll go anyway. Penemu, also if he is not welcome then neither am I. Rosweiss, I say the same thing. Alice, my hunger is gone with you, here I will go with them. Some were surprised to see how they got up from its place except the leaders since they know how well they take them with Issei. Ares, maybe they go out of pity. I said it with mockery. Alice, hey, stop it. Ares, I'm just telling the truth, how would some pretty ladies go with someone as weak as him? Gabriel, because he is kind and a very strong person. Ares only started to laugh. Some who were there released one slight laughter too for what he said. The leaders just released a sigh and Zeus noticed. Zeus, hey, what's going on? Odin, believe it or not, that boy is very strong. Zeus does. Odin, I don't even know how he got to that great level, but you better stop this. If you make him angry, we don't know what might happen. Ares, are you crazy? Why don't you come with me so we can make an alliance? I said it with a big smile. Gabriel was a little scared and took a step back. The leaders saw Issei. Michael, Azazel and Odin, it's too late now. Knowing what would happen. Issei, hey, don't talk to her like that. Ares, oh what trash you make. Issei, I dare you. By saying those words the majority had eyes widened and Ares just laughed. Ares, you're not joking. Can even a god stand against me? Issei, I don't care about that. You accept or not? Ares, well if you want to die so be it. It will be early tomorrow. Issei, see you there. Leaving the room with the girls, leaving only Alicia. In that she lets out a sigh. Athena, you are not afraid that they will do something to your friend? Alice, to be honest, no. Aphrodite, because... Alice, you'll see tomorrow. Leaving the room seconds later, Ares left the place also. Zeus, I think it's a bit late to interfere. Odin, just prepare some doctors for Ares. Athena, because he also doesn't care about his friend. Odin, that boy is too strong. Aphrodite, as if he was just a human, I didn't feel anything in him. Odin, I know, but that kid beat the SHT out of my son Loki a while back. Plus I lift Thor's hammer like it's nothing. That surprised those present. Zeus, how he did it. Odin with just strength. Azazel, plus he's had plenty of dangerous missions on his own. Odin, also in Asgard he is someone very respected, everyone loves him. Athena, because Odin, I asked him as a favor a long time ago to accompany my army to stop the ice giants, but the enemy's numbers were so superior that in the end they had to retreat, but they couldn't, so Issei was left alone so that the rest could escape. Aphrodite, how did you survive? You arrived in time. Odin, no, the portal wasn't working, so he was left alone for almost 5 days. He fought non-stop for that time, he didn't sleep or eat. Zeus, don't play with me, old man. In that, Odin shows him a recording from the slaughter that Issei did on his own, leaving the gods in shock. When seen as fought alone. Athena, but how is that possible? Michael, he has done things that none of us could do. Odin, that's why I tell you to have a doctor ready, because what that boy hates most is having his friends bothered. Zeus, even if I wanted to, I can't. Ares is a very stubborn person. Odin, then I wish you luck. Aphrodite, he's an interesting kid to have accomplished so many things on his own. Azazel, he has earned the respect of many people and he fights without asking for anything in return. Michael, he is someone with a good heart, despite how his life has been, he moves forward with a smile. Athena, what has your life been like? Azazel, very strong. His brothers were born with sacred gear and magic, and he was born with nothing, so his parents never wanted him. He was abandoned by his family, leaving him alone at such a young age. But he still came through. Athena, that's very bad. Azazel, despite those things, he has not sought revenge. He has gotten ahead by helping others and is someone for whom I have respect. Athena, I can see it. I wish you luck tomorrow. Zeus, well, we just have to wait. After speaking for a few more minutes and having dinner, everyone left to rest so we can watch the fight that will be given the day following. Up to date following, thanks to some who gave the news and made a great stadium filled to watch the fight. Gabriel, Issei, don't do this, yes. Issei, no Gabriel, I have to do it. I don't like my friends being insulted. Penemu, be careful, we will be supporting you. Eris, I hope the sword I gave you helps you. Issei, I will take good care of her. Eris, it doesn't matter if you destroy her by fighting. Issei just nodded and said goodbye to the rest of the group and went out to the field battle where Ares was waiting with some weapons. Ares, ready brat. Issei, whenever you want. Ares, you plan to fight with that useless weapon. Issei, guns aren't really my thing, but I'll give it my best shot. Putting on in the pose of a slide. While in the stands. Alice, this will be interesting. Athena, how did you meet him? Alice, I fought with him and he gave me a good beating, to be honest, and I like him. Aphrodite, you saying that is a bit scary, actually. Alice did not pay attention to it and saw that the fight began. In that both were attacking with swords in hand. They both began to clash swords at once. Great surprising speed because a human was fighting one of their own. Ares, you're not doing bad, brat, but this is where it ends. Destroying Issei's sword. Issei's, well, I hope Iride doesn't scold me. Pulling the sword to the ground. Ares, you think about fighting with your fists. Issei, the truth is I'm more of a first person than a gun person. Going to the attack and Ares remained confident standing there. Issei, without thinking twice, he hit him in the stomach, sending him flying, embedded in the wall. Some remained in shock at seeing that. Ares, I didn't expect it, but that won't be enough. Coming out of some rubble. Issei, going on the attack again, and this Ares defended herself from the attack with his sword, but Issei kicked him. I sent it to fly again. Ares, already annoyed, went on the attack. But Issei managed to dodge their attacks. Ares, stay still, brat. Issei didn't say anything and continued until decided to go on the attack as well. Giving it a big kick that I send it to fly. When I fell, he hit him with his hand. I send it crashing into a wall again. Zeus, the boy doesn't fight badly, but it won't be easy for him since the armor that Ares uses is very resistant. The others didn't say anything as they wanted to continue watching the fight. Ares, I'm already bored of this, it's time to end it. while dusting off his suit. Aries, afterwards one of those girls will be mine. I said it with a smile. Issei, if you want to end this, then so be it. Started to walk with the gaze lowered. Seconds later it moved at high speed, giving it to him a few blows. When he fell to the ground he turned it to lift. And hit him several times. When he gave him the last one to hit him I sent him flying, and when fell to the ground he raised it again and crashed it to the ground with great force. Issei non-stop he lifted him into the air and gave him a punch in the stomach, making him spit out a lot of blood from the blow. They were scared to see what was happening. Passing by they saw how the god of war was being slaughtered without opportunities to rise up. Aphrodite, what's wrong with you? Alice, you didn't hear what that stupid Ares said. Athena, not that he said. Alice, that he was going to do something to the angel, and well now see the result of his words. Aphrodite, he cares so much about her. Alice, not only her, but all the friends she has, she would fight tirelessly for them. That's what I know. While they continued watching the fight, Ares was standing in the center annoyed as a human was giving him a big fight. Issei, apologize. Ares, rut. That's where Issei starts to run towards him at a great speed that everyone sees as Issei clones. When he got to Ares, everyone gave him a good beating. Seconds after Ares was on the ground with armor destroyed and some broken bones. And spitting blood. Ares, you are a monster. I said it weakly. Issei, this monster has people to defend. Putting his foot on Ares' head, making to bury himself in the ground and spit out more blood. Everyone was shocked seeing what he did. After that Issei removed his foot and began to walk at the exit. Zeus called the doctors so that will begin to heal him. Odin, I told you that boy is not normal. Zeus, I already realized, but that outburst of rage is not normal. Odin, the truth is rarely like this. Those words made him angry. Zeus, I realize. Tell me, Odin, could you fight him in your prime? Odin, I don't know, even if you don't believe it, that boy holds on to a lot of his power. I don't know what his limit is. Zeus, I see. But I left Ares in a sorry state. Odin, you should be thankful I didn't kill him. Zeus, well, there you have a point. While the girls were looking for Issei everywhere with the aid of Alice, Athena and Aphrodite, and also Rises since they knew the place better. After a few minutes of searching they found it standing watching a large garden. They slowly approached Issei until I heard their steps and turned around and gave them a small smile. Issei, something's wrong. Alice, seriously, why did you leave like that? Issei, the truth is that when I fight I like to see something that relaxes me, so I forget about that moment. Then he notices two people. Issei, I hope you'll forgive me for leaving your partner like this. Making a bow that surprised both goddesses. Aphrodite, it's not your fault and don't apologize, it's always been that way. Athena, so don't worry. Issei, I see and forgive my manners. My name is Issei, nice to meet you. Giving a smile to both of them. Athena, nice to meet you Issei, my name is Athena. Aphrodite, my name is Aphrodite, a pleasure. Issei, and this fight will not affect the alliance, I don't want any problems. Athena, it's okay, this won't affect anything. Issei, phew, thank goodness. Letting out a sigh, doing that all the girls laughed when they saw that. Gabriel, Issei, thank you for defending me. Issei, I would do anything for my loved ones, you and the others are all I have. Those words just made the girls blush because I said it, dear. Issei, oh, and sorry for destroying your sword, Eris. Eris, okay, I told you there would be no problem. Issei, well, I'll go change and then, well, I don't know what you said. Athena, I will show you a very nice place. Issei, great, I'll be back in a few minutes. Leaving the place quickly. Aphrodite, he has a lot of energy and is very happy. Rosweiss, he has always been like this, that's why I'm glad to be by his side. Aphrodite, he's your boyfriend. Rosweiss, no. I said it blushing. Aphrodite, and who is your partner? Penemu, well, honestly none. Athena, why not? Gabriel, I think he wants to wait until the war is over and then we'll do it. Athena, what do you mean by that? Gabriel, we all like Issei but we wait for the right moment. The girls confirmed. Athena, to Yuri Ride and Alicia. Eris, well, I'll never find someone like him so I have no problems. Alice, I don't know. You'll find out later, and he's also someone interesting. Aphrodite, this is all a surprise, really. Penemu Issei is someone unique, He is someone irreplaceable, we love him but we have to wait. Rasweis, we are in no hurry and it is also fun to be with him. At that moment he arrived at Issei and the entire group started to walk to continue exploring the place. Issei was walking, learning more about the place. There were 2 days left to return to Japan again, and during your stay on Olympus several people greeted him respectfully since they saw his battle and had some fear. But Issei didn't take much notice. Importance to him only the importance of protecting his loved ones while walking. It was night and he passed near a park and noticed that he was alone there. He saw a bench and nodded. Issei, it's a nice place, too bad the girls were busy helping the leaders. Letting out a sigh, he looked up at the sky to see the stars and formed a smile on his face as it was an appealing night. While I was lost in his thoughts, someone spoke to him who was sitting next to him. It's an appealing night. Issei, yes it is, but I don't see how you got here. I'm very fast. Issei, I see, and if you're here with me it must be for a reason. You're a smart boy and if I need to talk to you about something important. Issei, and what about? The truth is I only came to kill you that easily. Issei, and that's because I haven't done anything to get your attention. Of course you did something, you hurt my younger sister and I will not forgive you for that, and you can also interfere with Hidesima's plans and the Alliance of Hell. Issei, what is this about the Alliance of Hell? This is the first time I've heard of it. You don't deserve to know, and you're going to die for corrupting my sister. Issei, before you kill me I first want to know who your sister is. It's Nyx. Issei, I see, so it's Alice. The man was a little surprised to learn that since not many people knew his name, he just told them. To trusted people? What did you do to my sister to make her tell you her name? Issei, nothing, he just told me. You look very calm even though you're going to die soon. I don't know if you're very brave or very stupid. Issei, I would say both, perhaps. When I finished saying that he left flying since they gave him a big blow to the face. The person before hitting him created a barrier to not call the attention of nobody. Issei, that hurt me. I see you're still alive, well it was obvious, don't use any force. Issei, I see then this fight will be interesting. Moving at a great speed that surprised the person and seconds later came out flying thanks to a blow that hit Issei in the face. It wasn't bad, you're not as weak as I thought. At that he got up and went to the attack and they both started fist bumping. While with the girls some were with the leaders and others were having tea. Alice, hey, does anyone know where Issei is? Aphrodite, he went out for a walk. You should know that he doesn't like to be in one place. Ingvild, he is a very energetic person. That's how he is at home. Athena, you live with him. Ingvild, yes, just like Alice. That surprised both goddesses and they saw Alice and she just looked away. Rasweis, but from what I know he lives in a small apartment. Ingvild, well, he bought a house so we could be comfortable. He's a great person. Rasweis, I know. Ingvild, you can also come live with us. The house is big. Rasweis, that would be too much trouble. Alice, not at all, the more the better. Rasweis, I'll think about it and tell Issei what you think. Ingvild, he will happily accept you knowing how he is. Rasweis just nodded. They spoke a little until the others arrived. Penemu, I'm tired. Gabriel, come on, don't complain anymore, everything is already done. Ingvild, they would like to have some tea. They both just nodded. And minutes later Eris arrived. Gabriel, and where is Issei? Athena, he went for a walk a long time ago but it's strange that he doesn't come back later and later. Aphrodite, I don't like this, honestly. Penemu, I say the same thing. At that moment Alice stands up suddenly and everyone stares at her. Rasweis, something's wrong. Alice, not far away I feel the aura of my older brother. Something is wrong here. That's where it starts to walk and the rest of the accompaniment. After a few minutes walk they were all surprised because they saw Issei fighting with someone. Alice, hey, what are you doing Erebus? Listening to that, he turned around and saw his sister. Erebus, I'm here to take you back to where you belong. Alice, I'm a bit old now for you to send me around, and I'm fine here. Erebus, this is not up for discussion, if you don't go with me you know what will happen to you. Alice, I know I will be branded for leaving that alliance. Erebus, so you already know. Alice, I still won't go. Athena, what alliance are you talking about? Alice, but I'll tell you later. Erebus, so nobody knows about you. Alice, not for now. Erebus, I see, then I'll say it. She is with the Hell Alliance serving Hadesima. Everyone was surprised to know what she knew, but Alice continued. I would be. Erebus, she's going to betray them, so come before you regret it. She was going to say something, but Issei got ahead of her, already leaving some debris that they had sent. Issei, she won't go with you, and she won't betray us. Erebus, why do you think that? Are you an idiot? Issei, maybe she is, but I trust her even though we barely know each other. She is a friend of mine and I know she is a good person. Alice, on hearing that, put a half smile on my face, as it was the first time that I listened to that of someone. But I listened as his brother laughed. Erebus boy, you're an idiot. Well, if you want to die, so be it. It moved at great speed and hit him in the face, but everyone was surprised since he barely moved his face. Issei gives him a kick that sends him flying and runs towards him, giving it to her a punch in the face because he didn't want to be lifted up. After the blow to his face, he got up and was in front of Issei. They both looked at each other seriously, but Issei just put his fingers on Erebus's ear. He was going to say something but received a big hit, causing that spit a lot of BLD. The girls were surprised to see that's because they saw that he did it with great ease. Penemu, I'm always amazed at his fighting style. Alice, I can't deny it. Aphrodite, so tell me you really belong to that group. Alicia just let out a sigh, and I better speak. Alice. That's right, we joined together there to be able to eliminate the Longinus users and the main gods of each mythology and that new group called DXD Gabriel, but the group was formed not long ago. Alice, I know, but someone informed us, and well, that's why I had Ingvild under my power, but when Issei defeated me and we talked a little, I put that aside. Aphrodite, alright. Alice, that's easy, you won't say anything else. Aphrodite, well, if Issei trusts you, it's fine since he can stop you if you do something crazy, huh? Alice didn't know how to respond to those words. Rosweiss, it's true, so don't let go of that trust he placed in you. Alice, I know and I won't do it. Turning around and seeing how the fight was going. They all saw how Erebus used his power of darkness like Alice, but Issei did the same. He gave a big applause that faded away, leaving everyone surprised except Alice since I had already seen it. Erebus, I'm tired now, it's time for you to die and then I'll take my sister. Issei, is it just me, or do you like your sister so much that you want to take her by force? Erebus, and it's normal that you care about that. Alice, you're crazy, I'll never be with you, besides, I already love someone. Erebus became angry upon hearing that and saw how Alice looked. Issei noticed that and went with more fury towards Issei. Erebus, you damn thing, I'll kill you. Issei, seeing him, grabbed him by the neck and embedded him to the ground. Issei stopped fighting like crazy, taking some steps towards back as Erebus stood up somewhat sore but felt several presences come towards them. He just clicked his tongue in frustration and saw Issei with a dead face. Erebus, I'll be back and next time we see each other I'll kill you and take her. Issei, I'll be waiting for that moment. At that moment Erebus left his place and seconds after the leaders arrived with the company of Zeus who, seeing the great disaster, saw the group of girls and Athena approached him and told him everything. After repairing the place everyone left to be able to talk further quietly. Issei and company were saying goodbye as it was time to return to the house. Issei, it was nice while it lasted. I hope we see each other another time, Aphrodite and Athena. Aphrodite, I say the same thing, was fun these days. Issei, when you want to go to Japan, let me know and I will gladly welcome you. Athena, we will keep that in mind and accept your offer. Issei gave them both a hug that they reciprocated happily at the end. Issei was where Rides was doing the same. Minutes later they headed towards the house. Issei, you won't stay, Alice. Alice, it's more fun to be around you. Issei, it's okay and don't worry, if someone else comes back I'll defend you. Alice, I don't doubt it and I'm grateful and you should know that I can defend myself alone. Issei, I know but I prefer to be safe than sorry. Alice, and what will we do when we return? Issei, I have to help Ingvild go to the academy and tell me if you will go. Alice, maybe but only when you go. Issei, the truth is that I hardly ever go, most of the time I spend on missions. Alice, because you work so much. Issei, as you know, I am a human and well, my life is short and I want to end this war as quickly as possible so I can be calm. Alice didn't know that saying since he was right. The other girls had a slightly sad look on hearing since they left they were listening to their conversation. After a few hours of travel they arrived at their destination. Upon arrival they were straight to the Underworld. When they arrived they saw several people entering and leaving. Issei saw some people and where they were. Issei, how are Griselda and Irena? When listening to that voice they turned around and quickly gave him a hug. Griselda, when they returned. Issei, we just got back and I saw you guys and how you've been. Irena, very well, although with some missions. And how did your trip to Olympus go? Issei, everything was fine, nothing interesting happened. Griselda, if you say that it's because something happened, it's not like that. Issei, you know me very well. Griselda, of course. At that Issei told them all which I passed by and surprised them by knowing that I fought against a god and he won. Irena, you never cease to amaze me. Issei, haha, you know I should help. Griselda, we would like to talk more but we have a mission. We will talk later. Issei just nodded and continued his path. As he did so was found by Graphia. Issei, hi Graphia, it's been a long time since I saw you. Graphia, well you've always been busy just like me. Issei, I know from what I see, you're going to the meeting room. They both started walking. Graphia, how was your trip? Issei, it was a good trip, everything went well so no problem. Graphia, I'm glad to hear that. Giving it a quality smile at Issei. Issei, I like seeing that smile you have. Graphia, thank you for your words. After a few minutes of walking and talking, they arrived at the place just by opening the door and a person hugged Issei. Serafalk, you took too long. Issei, I met some people and said hello to them. Serafal, I understand, well let's sit down and listen to what happened. Issei just nodded and went to sit next to Yasaka and Gabriel. Issei was able to notice a little sadness on Yasaka's part but she didn't say anything since wanted to wait for the meeting to end. After an hour of conversation and surprises the meeting ended and everyone was lifting off their seats. Issei was where Yasaka was. Issei, Yasaka, something is wrong. Since I saw you, I noticed some sadness in you. Yasaka, it's nothing, don't worry. Issei, don't lie to me Yasaka, I know you, tell me the truth, I'll help you if I can. Yasaka, I don't want to cause you any more trouble. Issei, you know I would give anything to support you and others, so trust me, trust me. Yasaka, you're right. The truth is that Konu was compromised by the elders of the council. Issei was surprised to hear that. Issei, that's why I didn't see her today. Yasaka, that's how it is. Since he heard that news he has locked himself in his room and only asks for food. Issei, I see this is bad and I really don't like it. She doesn't deserve this, she should be happy with whoever she wants. Yasaka, me too, but that's how those old men are, they're only interested in having more power and don't care about anything else. Issei, yes, but don't worry, I'll help you. Yasaka, and since you're going to do it, I really don't want you to have any more problems. Issei, that doesn't matter. The truth is I don't care if everyone hates me as long as my loved ones are happy, nothing else matters. Yasaka just gave him a hug which Issei reciprocated. Issei, well when we leave the sooner this is over the better. Yasaka, you shouldn't rest first. Issei, I rested along the way so I'm fine. Yasaka, okay, we'll go right now. Issei was going to say something but a group of girls. Alice, what are you talking about? Issei, I'm going to help Yasaka with something. Serafalt, when you say that it only means trouble. Issei, I'm going to save Konu from being forced into marriage. That surprised the entire group. Yasaka told them I passed it and the girls got upset because they didn't like that. Ingvild say, I will go with you, I will support you. Alice, I want to see what you'll do. Penemu, I have nothing to do so I'll go with you. Rosweiss, since I'm no longer Odinsama's bodyguard I have a lot of free time so I'll help with whatever I can. Gabriel, I will help with whatever I can. Serafal, I want to get away from paperwork for a while so I'll go too. Yasaka, it's okay and you can stay at my house while all this is resolved. All the girls nodded and when they finished the conversation was prepared and they headed to Kyoto after a few minutes of travel. They arrived at their destination. Issei, Yasaka, can you take me to Konu's room? I want to know how she is. Yasaka, sure, follow me. Both started to walk. A few minutes later they arrived at their destination and Yasaka left so that could speak. Issei just knocked on the door until someone spoke. Konu, I don't want to see anyone so don't bother me. Issei, you're bad Konu, this is the first time I've heard you talk like that. Issei only heard a few steps and seconds after I saw how it opened the door, and I was going to say something but was quickly embraced. He didn't say anything and reciprocated the hug while he caressed her hair. After about minutes later they separated from the hug and entered the room so that I could talk. Konu, it's not that I mind that you're here, but what are you doing here? Issei, Yasaka already told me the situation. Konu just lowered his head and shed a few tears. Konu, I don't want to marry that guy. I don't like him at all and I could sense bad intentions coming from him. Issei stood up from his seat and turned around. She quickly hugged him back. Issei, that's why I'm here to help you. I'll do my best to ensure you don't marry that person. Konu, why do you do that? Issei, I promised myself that I would take care of my loved ones and you are one of them, Konu. Konu, thank you for those words. Issei, I'm just telling the truth, so don't worry, I'll fix all this. So get up and leave this room because Yasaka is worried about you. Konu, I know. Lowering his head while having his ears down, Issei saw that wanted to touch them since she looked pretty with her ears and tails. Konu noticed that look and put on a smile. Konu, you want to touch them, don't you? Issei, why do I deny it? You look pretty in them and well, they must be soft. Konu just let out a small laugh and approached Issei. Konu, touch them if you want, don't worry. Issei, thank you. That's where it starts to touch the ears, and I was surprised to know how soft they were after a few seconds, and Konu had a red face. Issei, thank you, it was actually nice. Konu, that should say it was nice. Plus you're the first person I've let do it. Issei, I feel lucky to hear that. Konu, I can notice it. Well, you should go with the rest, I'll be there soon. Take a bath. Issei just nodded and he left the place. Minutes later Konu arrived and Yasaka gave him a hug that she reciprocated since she made him lack. After I greeted the rest and night fell and everyone had dinner while they were talking about stuff. Some of those things were like breaking the engagement. Issei didn't say anything because if they didn't do it for good they would use the fists so that they would leave her in peace.